peers.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock. This is Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley with Times Radio Breakfast.
Our headlines this morning: the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan's fifth largest city, Jalalabad. And over 300 people have been killed after a major earthquake hit the west of Haiti yesterday.
Ahead, we've got our postcard from America, the latest from the floods in Turkey, and how analysing tusks of mammoths can tell us a lot about how they lived.
It's Sunday, the 15th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First, with the very latest news, here's Anna Cunningham.
Chloe, thank you. Good morning. The Afghan city of Jalalabad in the east has fallen to the Taliban without a fight. It was the only remaining city outside the capital, Kabul, that was not controlled by the militants. The northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. The British ambassador to Afghanistan and diplomatic staff are to be evacuated out of the country today. The Sunday Times has learned that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan. With Kabul now remaining the only city still under Afghan government control, former Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail told Times Radio that British soldiers who trained Afghan forces feel deeply saddened.
We were putting confidence and competence and a capability backbone into the Afghan National Security Forces to hold the line, and they've done a very brave job at huge loss over a long time. And so one feels quite bitter about the process that began under Obama in 2014, but then was accelerated by Trump and has largely now been executed as a decision by President Biden.
The US President Joe Biden has increased the number of American troops heading to Afghanistan to help evacuate its own diplomatic staff from the country to 5,000. Paul Millers, a former director for Afghanistan on the US National Security Council.
Each soldier made an individually rational decision that there was no point in fighting if they didn't believe they could win without international support. And when they all made that decision, it led to a complete collapse of the Army's position.
Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has also left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. Journalist Duplessis Plymouth has been in Lake near the epicentre. He says officials there have nothing to help save people who are trapped under the rubble.
Haiti is a poor country, as you know it does. We never prepared for anything happen. We don't have equipment. We could save anyone under the house now.
Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked as to how the gunman Jake Davison was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. Nick Doherty, who's a practising barrister specialising in firearms licensing appeals, explains the checks involved.
Having their background check, that obviously includes their criminal record. They couldn't get one without a police officer or a firearms inquiry officer visiting their home. Police always check with the applicant's general practitioner.
All 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd in England. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
Spain has potentially recorded its hottest day ever, with a temperature of 47.2 degrees Celsius in the Andalusia region in the south of the country. Some nations in southern Europe are experiencing dangerous levels of heat from an anticyclone that's been named Lucifer. The weather here, northern Scotland will see some showers and patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, and it will feel warm into the afternoon. Our top sports story this hour. Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home, and Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sellout Old Trafford. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. Another morning, another part of Afghanistan has fallen to the Taliban. After Jalalabad was taken yesterday, the capital, Kabul, is now the only major city in the country not to be under Taliban control. We'll bring you a live update from Kabul. And after Joe Biden said last night that he can't justify endless American presence in the middle of another country's civil conflict, we'll ask what the fall of Afghanistan will mean for international terrorism. Isn't that why the US invaded in the first place?
Now, tomorrow is supposed to be the real Freedom Day, when the double vaccinated will no longer have to self-isolate if they get pinged. But will the non-jabbed really agree to stay at home when others don't have to? And a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation will tell us about plans to offer all 16 and 17-year-olds their first jab by the 23rd of August to prime their immunity before the start of term.
Former Tory party leader Ian Duncan Smith will be here to chew over the Sunday Times' front page investigation on how China's influence over the WHO meant the only opportunity to stop the pandemic in 2019 was missed. And we'll bring you all the latest on that earthquake in Haiti, which has so far claimed over 300 lives.
Plus, Mary Trump talks to Joss Glancy about her Uncle Donald, the latest plans to get rid of GCSEs, and why doctors are treating kids with severe peanut allergy by giving them peanuts. Small amounts, you'll be pleased to know.
Very, very, very small amounts, but it's the new, it's not necessarily a cure, but it is doing wonderful things for people whose lives are severely blighted by peanut allergy. You can tweet us at Times Radio. You can text us on 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can even email us, studio@times.radio. One of the things we're going to be talking about today is how the government is considering forcing airlines to show you the environmental impact of your flight before you book. And we want to know, what would it take you to get you to fly less? A global pandemic, cheaper trains, guarantee that the person in the seat in front of you will definitely jam their seat back. That will mean you definitely won't fly.
Or, on a serious note, I mean, would it be if someone had written next to the flight that you might be hovering over to book online, this is going to cut down the equivalent number of trees of 3 football pitches in the Amazon,
yes,
whereas this one is only half a football pitch. Or if it's an eco-friendly flight or more eco-friendly flight, if that was cheaper and the plane that's old and is going to cause more CO2 emissions, what happens if you had to pay 50 quid more per person for that flight? Would that put you off?
Exactly. Let us know what you think. Do get in touch with us.
Now, let's look at this morning's front pages of the newspapers. The Sunday Times has got a special investigation by its Insight team. It's looking at the World Health Organization, and it's found that the WHO missed its only chance to stop the COVID-19 pandemic after a campaign by China to secure influence over its decision-making. Essentially, it has discovered that there were concerns that a power grab eroded the health agency's independence in the run-up to the crisis, and crucially, when questions could have been asked and publicly the WHO could have challenged Chinese misinformation. They didn't do that, and questions are now being asked about the impact that has had on what we've all lived through for the last 15 or 18 months. It's worth saying that WHO has said that the newspaper article is rehashing old events and contains falsehoods and baseless claims. That is what they are saying. But it's a really interesting investigation on the front of the Sunday Times this morning.
Obviously, hindsight is 2020, but had we known the gravity of this, or had we known how quickly it was spreading or how serious it was earlier on, we would have all shut our borders a bit sooner.
And I think this is the point of this story, that because those questions weren't asked early on, borders weren't shut.
Yeah.
The world in which we live with global travel, it meant that it could move a lot faster. It looks back at the SARS outbreak back in 2003 and talks about the boss of the WHO back then. She was very quick to ask questions about what was happening, and borders were closed very quickly. And as a result, SARS didn't become the global pandemic that clearly we've seen COVID-19 become. But it's a really interesting read in this morning's Sunday Times. If we look at the front of the Sunday Telegraph, huge picture of Carrie Johnson, the Prime Minister's wife, smiling into the camera. She is saying she's been jabbed, second COVID jab. She feels really well, and she's urging all pregnant women to go and get the vaccine. Obviously, some people have been a little bit reticent to do that if they're pregnant, but she's saying it is safe, get the jab. Of course, many of the front pages this morning are looking at more into the gunman who carried out the shooting in Plymouth on Thursday evening. Front of the Sunday Telegraph, force gun owners to face online trawl. This is talking about, we discussed this yesterday, didn't we, Jenny? How is it that a man who had his licence and his gun removed back in December, then had it returned just a few weeks before he carried out this atrocity, and yet there was no looking at his online presence. There was no looking at the YouTube videos where he was ranting about his anger with life, his anger towards women, how he liked guns. He clearly had a fascination with guns. And it's quoting the Telegraph, Lord Stevens, the former Met Police Commissioner, saying it is absolutely imperative from now on that anybody that gets a firearms licence or gets it given back to them, police must look at their internet posts to see if they should have a gun.
Yes, and I would go a step further and say there should kind of be ongoing checks on people, because you can kind of not post for a while and then get your gun and start posting. It's this idea that we should be, of course, it should be as a kind of base level minimum, you should be checking people's online posts. And we're not talking about encrypted stuff or spying. We're talking about the stuff that you and I could do on our phones, looking at somebody else, and just, you can quickly get a sense of.
And if you're uploading something to the internet, are you invading somebody's privacy?
Exactly.
No, you're putting it out there.
Exactly.
We were looking at this yesterday, weren't we? I think it's around £80 that you have to pay to get a gun licence. That gun licence lasts 5 years. I don't know the answer to this. Are there any checks done during that 5 years? Exactly as you say, someone's mental health can be in a very different state from 1 month to the next, let alone over a 5-year period. The front of the Sun on Sunday, the headline is "Cops, we didn't check killer on the web." Same story there, talking about the fact that there was a lack of investigation into the presence of the gunman and those videos that he'd uploaded. Sunday Mirror, shooter attacked me 5 years ago, but the cops did nothing. This is a man that the Sunday Mirror has tracked down who says that he was attacked and his pregnant partner were attacked outside a store by the gunman, and they were later stalked home. They reported it to the police. They say that the police just gave him a victim of crime leaflet. That is being reported in Sunday Mirror, front of the Sunday Express. Another picture of Sophie, 3-year-old Sophie, who was killed in that attack in Plymouth, and her dad smiling, looking happy. Just a nice family photo. The headline, completely different. Killing spree, a terror attack. It is reporting there is an incel army of 10,000 praising the sick shooter. Experts insist that he is a terrorist. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about the incel community, as it's known, community in inverted commas. Involuntary celibates, these people who are very angry. They are virgins. They want to have relationships with women. They blame women for not having relationships, often talking about rape culture and things as well. Many people in these chat rooms yesterday commending the gunman for his work. The Observer, this is something we're going to be talking about a lot in the programme this morning. Afghans flee Kabul in panic as Taliban forces close in. As you were saying earlier on, Jenny, it is now only Kabul, a major city in Afghanistan, that is still in government hands. And there's some really interesting stuff in the papers today. There's one piece in the Sunday Times today talking of a very educated woman, a businesswoman who is living in Kabul, who has family in London, and she's fearful. She wants to get out of Kabul. She's booked a flight for Friday. She worries that Friday is going to be too late and the Taliban will have arrived. It's a desperate story for her, but then you also think she has money. she can get a flight, she can leave Afghanistan. There are many millions of people who are poor, it is their home, they have nowhere else to go, and they are just sitting there waiting, particularly in Kabul, for the Taliban to advance on their city.
And it is incredible, the sense of inevitability about all of this, that everybody seems to have kind of given up. Incredible.
Desperate scenes in Afghanistan. We'll be talking about that throughout the course of the morning here on Times Radio Breakfast.
Now, as we have been discussing, going through the front pages, today's Sunday Times carries a major investigation which says the world missed its chance to stop COVID-19 because of China's influence over the World Health Organization. It raises concerns that China made the organization less independent and allegedly undermined its ability to deal with a pandemic. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team, which carried out the investigation. He spoke to Henry Bonsu last night on Times Radio on how it all started.
So the current Director General of the WHO is a man called Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and he's a long-time friend of China who was propelled into the job as a head of the WHO after Beijing threw its weight behind his candidacy. And China used its financial leverage over some of the world's poorest nations to install its favoured candidates into WHO roles. Prior to his election in 2017, Beijing effectively backed Tedros' campaign and announced billions of dollars in extra funding to its allies who held votes days before the contest. And that assisted Tedros in coming to power. So Tedros owed a debt to the WHO once he was in the role. And since then, he has certainly assisted China in protecting its interests.
But in order to be elected to become Director General of the WHO, you have to get the votes, the majority votes, of 194 countries, each of which has just one vote. So the Chinese influence campaign must have been extremely sophisticated.
That's right. So they use something called the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a effort to kind of achieve global economic dominance. And they have more than 60 countries have signed up to it, most of them developing countries. And China has been ploughing billions of dollars into those countries through this initiative. And it's alleged that in return for that huge amounts of investment, those developing countries have promised China political favours in return, and this appears to have happened in this situation.
Well, what makes this even more intriguing, George, is that when you look at the largest funders, the largest donors to the WHO, they are the US at 15% and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation at 9%. So how on earth did China manage to counteract all of that when you consider that the US, although during the years of the Trump regime had a rocky relationship with the WHO, is the copper-bottomed, long-term guaranteed funder?
That's right. So, and if you look at China's funding to WHO, it's absolutely tiny in comparison. And what the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
People have been pointing the fingers at Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the WHO, for quite some time, calling him a friend of China. But isn't it the truth that almost anybody who becomes the leader of that organisation does need to have good relations with China, world's largest population? Look at the previous incumbent, Margaret Chan, favoured by China, accused initially of being too hasty to call the SARS a pandemic, but accused of being too slow to call the Ebola crisis what it was, a major crisis.
Well, you only have to look at some of the actions of Margaret Chan and also Tedros while they've been in power to see that their treatment of China has been extraordinarily favourable beyond what anyone would expect. So Margaret Chan claimed that China's ally, North Korea, had a healthcare system that was the envy of the world. And Tedros appointed the Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe as a WHO goodwill ambassador. And our sources say that was at the behest of the Chinese government, which is a long-time ally of Mugabe. So there's a couple of examples there where the WHO Director General did something absolutely extraordinary that no one would ever expect someone in a UN position to do. But our sources have told us that was an example of Chinese influence, Chinese extreme influence within the health agency.
And so what about the central accusations then, George, that the WHO failed to take fast and decisive action during those crucial 4 weeks of January last year? What exactly did your investigation find? What was the smoking gun?
So what we can see is that when the virus struck, the WHO prioritised protecting China's economy by discouraging governments from introducing travel controls, which would have slowed COVID spread across the globe, and instead repeatedly broadcast China's false claims that there was no evidence that the virus was transmitting between people, while praising China's transparency, even though it had engaged in a vast cover-up to try and mask the scale of the growing outbreak. Tedros himself praised Xi Jinping, China's president's rare leadership, despite those cover-ups. And the experts we've spoken to say that the WHO's actions it was so extraordinary that they cannot come to any other conclusion that they were due to China's undue influence over the agency.
In the end, George, isn't the problem with the WHO, like nearly all UN agencies, it's not about one man or woman at the top. It's about the structure. It's the fact that the head of these organisations are essentially diplomats, and it's about realpolitik. If the UK, if the US aren't happy with the way this has been handled, they have to do something about China, as opposed to pointing the finger at what is a kind of medical diplomatic organisation.
Well, unfortunately, a medical diplomatic organisation carries massive power when a scenario comes up like a pandemic, where they're really the world's only organisation that has the power to make a difference and quell the spread. So one of the things we looked at was in the SARS crisis in 2003, when there was a different Director General of the WHO, who was a Scandinavian Prime Minister, former Scandinavian Prime Minister. She did stand up to China, which had tried to cover up that crisis too. And she criticised China and called for travel restrictions, which slowed the virus's spread and contained it quickly, and meant that in the end only 800 people died. So that shows that when somebody's at the top of these organisations who is acting in the world's best interests, then the power, they have the power to really make a massive difference.
And that was George Arbuthnot, Deputy Editor of the Sunday Times Insight team. The WHO gave the Sunday Times a statement. A WHO spokesperson said the newspaper's article rehashed old events and contained falsehoods and baseless claims. The agency argues that the Director General treats China like any other country as a matter of principle. WHO's top priority is ending the acute stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are supporting countries to implement comprehensive, evidence-based responses based on the consistent use of public health measures and the equitable use of life-saving tools, including vaccines, the spokesperson added.
We are going to be speaking in the next few minutes to our man in Washington as he sends you a postcard from America looking at all of the top stories coming out of the US. This is Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio. Join Laura Jackson for the podcast from the Sunday Times Style, where inspiring female founders share how they turned their side projects into success stories.
This week, hear my conversation with Kinda co-founder Ellie Brown.
I never had the plan, I'm going to start a huge food business. I always say it's a hobby that got out of control.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio. Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Now, Joe Biden is promising not to pass on the Afghanistan war to a fifth US president, while announcing he's sending 5,000 more troops to Kabul to help with the withdrawal. He's defended his decision to pull soldiers out of the country, where militants are closing in on the capital. Well, each week we like to send you a postcard from America. This week I've been speaking to Alistair Dorber, the Times Washington correspondent, about Andrew Cuomo.
He goes in just less than a fortnight's time, and you're right to characterise his sort of fall from grace as being pretty amazing. I mean, you know, at points last year, before Joe Biden won the nomination, he was mentioned as a potential presidential candidate for the way he handled the initial stages of the coronavirus pandemic. The gloss has very much come off. I mean, as you've indicated, he's been accused of sexual harassment by 11 different women. He denies the allegations, but admits that at times his behaviour might have fallen short of what other people might have expected of him. And he's gone. And, you know, this is a guy who was thinking at the start of this year that, you know, he was going to be running for a fourth term as New York governor. And his career now lies in tatters.
And bizarrely, he thanked the women who made the allegations against him.
Yeah, so earlier this week he did a video address which he used to resign. But before he actually got around to handing in his notice, as it were, he was a sort of long and rambling and rather sort of bizarre attempt at justifying what had happened. And you're right, he thanked the women for sort of drawing to attention his behaviour, and that he and others could learn from it. I mean, it's a slightly bizarre circumstances. He, of course, is hoping that the resignation will draw a line under everything, will prevent any criminal charges which are possible, and any impeachment, which is also possible. But I suspect that the case, unlike his career, will rumble on for some time.
And we should talk about his replacement. It's going to be the first time that a woman has held that role.
That's right, Kathy Hochul. She is the Lieutenant Governor, so she is the effective deputy, and she takes over by default. But like you say, she is the first woman to hold the post. The New York Governor's job is hugely important. It's been a springboard for many great political careers. She's also said this week that she will stand next year. She's likely to face some competition, but it's refreshing to see a change of face there, that's for sure.
Let's also talk about COVID, as we always have to do when we have these conversations. And the Delta variant, like many other places around the world, is causing such a huge problem for various states, but especially Texas.
Yeah, and arguably some of the problems are self-inflicted. The governor in Texas, Greg Abbott, is taking local education authorities, local health authorities to court, where these authorities are insisting that masks are worn on public premises. He says that masks aren't important or shouldn't be mandated, they shouldn't be required, it should be up to individuals to choose whether to wear masks or not. This is at the same time that Delta cases are surging in Texas. I mean, just to give you an indication, I think on a 7-day average last week, the new infection rate was up at about 14,000, up from about 2,500 a month ago. They've got 10,000 new hospital cases in Texas, so much so that in hospitals in Houston, they're having to build temporary ICU wards in a car park. He also asked hospitals to cancel elective surgery, but at the same time, as I say, he's trying to ban mandatory mask wearing. So possibly it's a sort of slight case of the government in Texas shooting itself in the foot a little bit.
And if we're looking at Texas, but I know there are other states that are in a similar situation, and also with people who are in authority saying, actually, you know, we shouldn't wear masks. This is not the approach we should be taking towards COVID. Is that generally supported amongst the US public, or is it very much split?
No, I think the silent majority understand that sometimes there's a need to row back a little bit on some of the some of the restrictions. And when I've been listening to here in Washington, for example, a fortnight ago, we were merrily walking around, going into bars, restaurants, cafes without wearing masks. The mayor here has said, well, it's the Delta variant is in DC, and so people, when they're indoors, should be wearing masks again. I think people are upset about it. People don't want to do it, and some people are very vocal in their opposition. As we've seen in the case of Texas and Florida is another example. But I think the silent majority understand that sometimes things have to be done and fall in line pretty happily, if not sort of if they don't see it even as an ideal thing.
And before I let you go, let's talk about Washington Spirit, the women's football team, if we can, who have spoken up about essentially what they're regarding as abuse by their former manager. Tell us more.
Yeah, this is the former manager is a Brit, Richie Burke, who has gone this week. And it's an interesting story because he has been accused by some of the players of abuse and personal abuse and in some cases racial abuse as well. And one of the players said that playing under him, she learned to hate football because every time she would make a mistake, she would face a torrent of verbal abuse. But he's gone. The club have launched an inquiry. Of course, there are those that would say, well, this is some of the players being a little bit soft. And if you go back to sort of football back home in the UK, you've got Alex Ferguson's famous hairdryer treatment, examples of sort of cups of tea being thrown across change rooms at half time. So it's an interesting debate, but maybe it's an indication that times are changing, and certainly for Richie Burke, his time as the coach of the Washington Spirit is over as a result.
And that was Alistair Dorber, the Times Washington correspondent, with his postcard from America.
Coming up shortly, we will take you to Turkey and bring you all the latest on the floods there, which have now claimed at least 40 lives. But now it's 6:31. Let's get some news and sport.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. With the headlines, I'm Anna Cunningham. The Afghan city of Jalalabad in the east has fallen to the Taliban without a fight. It was the only remaining city outside the capital, Kabul, that was not controlled by the militants. The northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. The British ambassador to Afghanistan and diplomatic staff are to be evacuated out of the country today. The Sunday Times has learned that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan. With Kabul now remaining the only city under Afghan government control, former Lieutenant General Sir Simon Maile told Times Radio that British soldiers who trained Afghan forces feel deeply saddened.
We were putting confidence and competence and a capability backbone into the Afghan National Security Forces to hold the line, and they've done a very brave job at huge loss over a long time. And so one feels quite bitter about the process that began under Obama in 2014, but then was accelerated by Trump and has largely now been executed as a decision by President Biden.
And the Reuters news agency reports this morning that the United States has started the evacuation of its staff from its embassy in Kabul. It comes as the US President Joe Biden has increased the number of American troops heading to the country to 5,000. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Special prayers will be said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization in a way that eroded its independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. The investigation found allegations that Beijing used its financial and diplomatic leverage over some of the world's poorest nations in a bid to install their favoured candidates at the top of the organisation. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Kane Reeves has the sport.
Liverpool midfielder James Milner says the return of defenders Virgil van Dijk and Joe Gomez from injuries are like two new signings for the squad. Van Dijk made his first competitive appearance since October as Liverpool beat Norwich 3-1 in the Premier League.
Yeah, delighted to have him back, and Joey, obviously we get to see him, all the hard work, the late nights in the gym, the work they've been through, the pain they've been through. So proud of them to be able to get back, and Virg stepping in and getting a clean sheet obviously today, and Joey being involved.
Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel says he expects academy product Trevor Chalobah to play a big part in his side this season after the 22-year-old scored his first goal for the club in yesterday's 3-0 win over Crystal Palace.
He gets all the praise and it's well deserved. He did 2 excellent matches. I mean, he played Arsenal 90, almost Tottenham 90, the 2 friendlies. Then he plays 120, then he plays 90 again. He scores. Fantastic that these things happen in sports, and I think it's a perfect day for him.
Bruno Fernandes took the match ball home yesterday after his hat-trick helped Manchester United beat Leeds 5-1. There were also opening day wins for Brighton, Everton, Leicester and Watford. The sports section on the Times website has more reaction. There are 2 games today in the Premier League. All eyes will be on the team sheets when they come in at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to see if Harry Kane will start for Spurs against Manchester City. Pep Guardiola has been continuously linked with a big money move for the England captain, but the City boss insists spending doesn't guarantee success.
I want to tell you something. I know I had the best player I've ever seen in my life, Leo Messi. We won 2 Champions League Barcelona with 7 players came from the academy. Finals against United. 7 players, 0 goals from the academy.
Tottenham against Manchester City kicks off at 4:30. Newcastle host West Ham at 2. And England head into day 4 of the second test against India with a 27-run lead this morning following captain Joe Root's unbeaten 180 yesterday. Play starts at 11:30 at Lord's. A reminder that more reaction to the opening weekend of the new Premier League season can be found on the Times website.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Ford's first all-electric SUV with a maximum electric driving range of up to 379 miles. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
You're listening to Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. We're here with you until 10, after which Carol Walker is sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn, and she's going to be speaking to the former International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell about Afghanistan. We are talking about Afghanistan a lot in our programme, but the speed with which things are deteriorating is beyond, I think, what anyone would have imagined. And of course, after this week's shooting in Plymouth, Carol is going to be joined by Luke Pollard, the Shadow Environment Secretary, who is, of course, also MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, which is the constituency where the shooting happened. So do stay tuned.
Now, the Sunday Times is out now with all the columnists, reviews and features you'd expect, plus, of course, the news review. You can pick up a copy or read it online with a digital subscription. You'll also get access to a range of email newsletters, plus offers, events and the chance to contribute to the online debate by posting comments. Just head to our website to find out more.
At least 40 people have now died in floods in the north of Turkey. Heavy rain has undermined buildings and bridges and cut power. The search and rescue operation is ongoing. Earlier this month, 8 people died in wildfires in the south of the country. Those are now under control, but a firefighting plane crashed yesterday, killing all 8 people on board. Hannah Lucinda Smith is a correspondent for The Times in Istanbul and joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So tell us about these floods. What's the latest?
Sure. Well, as you say, more than 40 people now confirmed dead, and that death toll is likely to rise. There are more people missing in the rubble of some of these buildings that have collapsed. The region that's been hit hardest is called Kastamonu. It's in the northern Black Sea region. So this is a region which has got, generally a very kind of rainy climate, but really the rains and the floods that have hit the region this year have been beyond anything that we've seen in recent years. A river close to the town of Bozkır, the Azine River, burst its banks after heavy rains on Wednesday. It's now swelled to about 400 metres wide. It's literally kind of rushing through neighbourhoods. And there are some really, really dramatic pictures coming out of buildings that have just literally been washed away there. So there are rescue efforts ongoing there. But then, as you mentioned also, in another part of the country on the western coast, Turkey's also still battling those forest fires which broke out at the end of last month. And as you said, unfortunately, yesterday, one of the planes that Turkey had leased from Russia, a firefighting plane, crashed close to the town of Kahramanmaraş. It was fighting fires in the Adana region. 8 people on board, all killed, 5 Russians and 3 Turks.
How normal is it for Turkey to experience extreme weather events?
It's not out of the ordinary. Turkey experiences real kind of extremes of climate. It's obviously a massive country. In the east in winter, the whole region is blanketed in meters of snow for months at a time. And then obviously in the west, you've got this really kind of hot, arid Mediterranean climate, and then in the north, in the Black Sea, another climate again. So it's a huge country, spans a massive area, and you've got several sort of different climates. But I think this year, Turkey's really come face to face with the effects of climate change. It's at the same time we're experiencing the worst fires in decades and the worst floods in years. And experts warn that this is only due to get worse. We're going to see a kind of desertification of those western regions, the Mediterranean regions, and in the meanwhile, increasingly severe floods in the northern Black Sea region.
And when we're talking about the current floods, we know that at least 40 people have died, but a lot of people will be affected by the damage. I mean, do you have any sense of how many people are homeless and displaced by this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the floods are still ongoing, so it's still quite unclear. The army has gone in with helicopters trying to rescue people. Some people literally had to be rescued from their rooftops. But what is quite clear is that, a lot of these buildings, they've been built in recent years. There's already been a lot of criticism about the kind of places where these buildings are built in areas that are prone to flooding anyway. Also, the quality of the materials that are used. The Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, the main opposition leader, was in the region yesterday, and he was saying, why are modern buildings being swept away while at the same time hundreds of years old bridges are still standing? So I think those are some of the questions that are starting to emerge there.
And in terms of what this part of Turkey is like in the north of Turkey, is it an affluent part of the country?
So it's probably a region that a lot of people who've been to Turkey even wouldn't be familiar with. It's actually President Erdogan's home region, although not specifically this part. He's from Rize in the far east of the Black Sea. It's very well known for being nationalist, for being very religious, and for being a kind of hotbed of support for President Erdogan. It's not particularly affluent. It's a region that sends a lot of migrants west to Istanbul. In fact, that was Erdogan's own family background. His father moved the family to Istanbul back in the 1950s. But certainly, it's a really key area for him in terms of support. And I think it's going to be problematic for him, even more so than the fires. The fires occurred in areas which are opposition strongholds. But these are his absolute heartlands. And, some of the imagery coming out is just politically not going to be good for him at all.
And back to those fires, what do we know about the firefighting plane that crashed?
Well, this was a plane that had been leased by Turkey from Russia. So when these fires broke out in late July, one of the things that became immediately apparent was that Turkey did not have any of its own firefighting planes fit to fly. So it leased some from Russia, from Iran, Azerbaijan, various places. But this is, if you look at the pictures, it's not one of the kind of smaller firefighting planes that are usually used. And what some people are now saying is that actually it wasn't particularly suited to the kind of terrain that you have in Turkey, which is quite mountainous. You have to kind of go up and down quite a lot, and actually it's the smaller firefighting planes, the ones that Turkey had but were mothballed, which are suitable for this terrain. And actually this one that came from Russia is more suited to the kind of flat terrain that they have there.
Well, Hannah Lucinda Smith, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you.
You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast. It's coming up to 6:45. Let's take a look at the latest sports news. TalkSport 2's Kwaku Afari is with us. Good morning, Kwaku.
Morning, Chloe. How you doing?
Good, thank you. I bet you're quite happy this morning after Chelsea's performance yesterday. Pretty good start against Palace.
It was a great start, and it just underlined Chelsea's title credentials with convincing victory over Crystal Palace. 3-0 was a perfect way to start the season. We didn't really look troubled by Palace. Obviously, they're under the stewardship of new manager Patrick Vieira, But the main takeaway from the game would be the brilliant week capped off with a fantastic goal for Trevor Chalobah, who's 22 years old and making his Premier League debut for Chelsea, who scored the third and final goal for Chelsea. And yeah, he picked up the Super Cup medal on Wednesday. It's just been a fantastic week for the young man.
Interesting to look at Man United as well yesterday, because we were talking about how it's going to be Man United against Leeds. It's going to be a fiery affair. It's going to be really interesting to watch. I mean, it was an absolute annihilation for Man United.
It was a perfect display from Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes chipping in with a hat-trick. Paul Pogba with 4 assists. You get a cameo appearance from Jadon Sancho. They announced Varane before the game. And Old Trafford's full of fans for the first time since the 8th of March 2020. So it was a perfect day for Manchester United, who for a second year in a row have beaten Leeds by 4 goals at home.
Paul Pogba has obviously had his difficulties at Manchester United, let's be honest. But, I mean, he got 4 assists yesterday. And I mean, there's some people writing this morning, general excitement that this could be the new Paul Pogba that we see this season.
Yeah, so Paul Pogba is very enigmatic. Like, when he's on form and on song like we saw in the Euros, he can be one of the best centre midfielders in the world. But his time at Manchester United has been marred by inconsistent performances and also spats with, not necessarily spats from him directly, but his agent declaring that he wants to leave on multiple occasions. But hopefully this is the season where he can knuckle down and really show the player he is, because there was a reason why Manchester United bought him for a record fee 5 years ago, because he is an incredible player. So hopefully this is the season where we can see the best of Paul Pogba.
Liverpool, good start for them against Norwich, and really importantly for Liverpool fans to see Virgil van Dijk back.
Yeah, it was a great start for Liverpool. Mo Salah was in imperious form. He scored a goal and created 2 assists. And Virgil van Dijk kept a clean sheet on his return for Liverpool. So it was great for them to see their spiritual leader back there. And I feel like if Liverpool can keep everybody fit this season, then there's no reason why they shouldn't be in the shout for a title race this season.
We've got to look ahead today to, God, we've been talking about this for ages, haven't we? Tottenham, Man City, because of everything that's been going on with, obviously Jack Grealish. It's going to be potentially, I mean, we don't know, but I'm guessing potentially he's going to come on his £100 million signing. But of course, we've still got Harry Kane toing and froing. I was reading last night that he was having showdown talks with the manager, the new manager, of course, Nuno Espirito Santo, deciding whether he was in the right place mentally and physically. Because, of course, Harry Kane hasn't been training as much as everyone else, has he?
Yeah, so he returned late from training. That's been well documented. It seems like he returned late to try and force a move to Man City. So this is a really intriguing game on the first weekend of the season. And Nuno Espirito Santo didn't really give much away in his pre-match press conference, saying that he was unsure whether Harry Kane will make an appearance in this game. It will be very, very interesting to see if he does and the reception he'll get from Spurs fans, because there's no doubt about it. He has slightly tarnished his reputation with some section of Spurs fans just because of the way he's handled this whole situation. And so this game is probably the most interesting game of the Premier League weekend, especially because Jack Grealish, like you say, the £100 million man, will he make an appearance? And will Man City look like the team that everybody's expecting them to look like, who will maybe charge the title this season?
We've also got to talk about cricket, because it's not been great, let's be honest, the last few times we've spoken about cricket. But Joe Root, an absolutely magnificent performance by the England captain yesterday.
Yeah, England captain Joe Root made their second masterful century in the space of a week. And it leaves the second test beautifully poised. But India did make a late resurgence on late in the day on day 3. And just like Saturday at Trent Bridge, Root just led his team imperiously. He knocked 180 unbeaten. And he was also supported by other batsmen. Johnny Bairstow chipped in with 57, Moeen Ali and Josh Buttler chipped in with 27 and 23 respectively. And like I say, it leaves the second test perfectly poised.
Let's also talk about, well, we've been talking a lot about CJ Uja, haven't we, over the last few days. It was announced that he'd tested positive for 2 banned substances. We hadn't heard from him because I think it was Thursday night, Friday morning when this news came out, but he has now released a statement. He
has. So he's come out and said he's shocked and devastated after a positive drugs test. It's not. We were expecting him to come out and deny this. And it's very rarely that in athletics people come out and admit if they have been taking banned substances. So yeah, it's good that we've heard from him now. He said, to be absolutely clear, I'm not a cheat. Which he released a statement on Saturday or yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how this story evolves. And it's not, if people remember, you can cast your mind back to Dwayne Chambers. I think it was in 2003 who got caught up in a similar scandal. And again, it's so difficult to to make a call on this until the second sample comes back. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. As a Team GB fan, we're just hoping that it's a negative test or something. He's been unlucky, he's been caught out with something, and we don't get stripped of our silver medal.
Yeah, because that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just his medal. It was a silver medal in the 4x100 metres, so it would mean that those 3 other sprinters would all lose their medals, which would be absolutely heartbreaking. Kwaku, thank you for joining us as ever. Kwaku Afari there, who is from TalkSport 2.
Coming up, we will be talking about the secrets contained inside the tusks of woolly mammoths. This is Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Every weekday morning from 5, listen to Times Radio for a fresh take on all the stories making the morning headlines, reviewing the front pages you're waking up to, and making sure you start the day well informed. Plus, keep ahead of all the markets with updates, analysis, and insight with Times Radio's daily dedicated business bulletin. Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Times Radio Breakfast.
Well, let's find out now from Matt Chorley what we've learned this week.
Rishi Sunak wrote a letter to Boris Johnson, which leaked. Boris Johnson went tonto and threatened to demote Rishi Sunak, which leaked. Boris Johnson got cross about the leaks, which leaked. But the Chancellor insists they are still great mates and get on very well.
Very good indeed.
That was convincing. But how did Boris Johnson feel when he saw that poll showing that voters want Rishi Sunak to take over as PM?
Well, I know people will look at these numbers and they will have concerns about what that means for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Meanwhile, Geronimo the alpaca told reporters it's now clear that Keir Starmer must be put down.
Well, look, it's a really sad situation, and you can see why emotions are running very high. It's always tragic when it happens. I don't think we can make an exception in this case. Of course, it's sad.
Gavin Williamson's got amnesia. He can't even remember what he had for breakfast.
I've forgotten, it's so long ago.
He forgot what grades he got at A-level. He forgot about the hash of non-exams last year and repeated it again this year. He forgot to do anything about overcharging Zoom universities, ripping off students. One Tory MP said he is wetting himself about getting the sack. Well, that might just be he forgot where the loos are. Arnold Schwarzenegger, unhappy about people who oppose COVID rules, announced the title of his next film.
Screw your freedom.
Yeah, screw your freedom. That Boris Johnson can't wait. That's all of his favourite things in one movie. After first, Allegra Stratton, the PM's Green spokeswoman, revealed what she drove.
I have a diesel Golf. It's third hand and I've had it for 8 years.
Then her boss, the COP26 president, Alok Sharma, did the same.
I actually have a diesel car.
Yeah, they all do. It's only a matter of time before Ted Hastings is named the government's new climate guru.
I was stuck in diesel.
And that was Matt Chorley's lesson of the week.
Now it's coming up to 8 minutes to 7. Woolly mammoths are giving up their secrets through their tusks. Scientists have learned the average mammoth walked the equivalent of twice around the Earth over the course of their lifetime. Researchers can even see roughly where they went on their travels due to the minerals in their tusks. Dr. Tony Herridge is a paleontologist with the Natural History Museum and the lead scientist on the TV series Bone Detectives, Britain's Buried Secrets. She's on the line. Good morning to you.
Hi, it's Tori, not Tony, but hey.
Oh, sorry, I can't read. It does say Tori as well. I just can't read. It's very early in the morning, Tori, sorry.
Oh, tell me about it.
So this is an extraordinarily clever bit of research, isn't it? What have we learnt about mammoths from their tusks?
Oh, it's so lovely. It is such a nice piece of research. It's only one mammoth, and so of course it's just one mammoth story, and we all know we're individuals who do different things, but this one mammoth has had possibly the most attention paid to it and its life story than any other mammoth that's ever been studied. They took its tusk and they did something like 340,000 tiny little samples along it to see what it was doing pretty much every day of the week, from about the age of 2 or maybe younger, and then all the way through to when it died at around about 28 years old. It lived in Alaska and it went a long way. It wandered all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. They reckon they added up all of its little wanderings, and they reckon it went, by the end of its life, it had walked about 70,000 kilometres. And it basically zipped between this either side of this Brooks Range area in the middle of Alaska, this little mountain range there from the far north down to a bit further south, and it moved with the seasons, moved north and south, and it's just so lovely. You can just see what it was doing at a point of time when when you're looking at the world at the end of the last ice age, and you can start to imagine, what was this mammoth seeing? What was happening to it? What made it change where it was going?
I have so many questions, Tori.
Yeah.
I have so many questions. So, how long did mammoths live? I mean, how long did this mammoth have to do this incredible amount of walking?
Well, mammoths, like elephants, would have had a very long life if it wasn't cut cruelly short. So, if it got to its dotage, it could have lived to 70. But this particular mammoth died when it was about 28 years old.
Oh, wow.
And they know that because they could count these little lines in the tusks. So tusks in elephants and mammoths kind of grow a bit longer every year. So the older the elephant, bigger the tusks. The older the mammoth, bigger the tusks. And mammoths had really big tusks. And you can kind of count those lines like tree rings. And so what they did was they cut the mammoth tusk right down the centre, sort of long ways. So imagine a big curly mammoth tusk and then slicing it long ways. And they could then basically count those little lines at that and sort of see how old it was. But they did something more than that. They took tiny samples the whole way along, following those growth lines, and then analysed the elements within the mammoth ivory. And those elements come from things like the drinking water that the elephant and mammoth is drinking, and in that there are certain different types of radioactive element they can measure, and then that relates to the quantities of those same elements in the water of the area you drink it from. Now, if you live in a place where the rocks vary quite a lot, you can then track where that animal has gone. If you lived in a place which was, thousands and thousands of square kilometres of the same type of rock, you wouldn't be able to do it. But fortunately, in Alaska, the rock types vary enough that you can basically say, at this point, the mammoth was drinking the water here, roughly, and at this point in his life, he was drinking water from here, roughly.
So clever. So clever.
Really clever.
So, but this analysis has come from one mammoth, so we should be careful drawing conclusions that all mammoths were as active as this little fellow. It could just be a particularly adventurous mammoth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is really interesting because it's a male, for starters. They did some ancient DNA on it, and they know it was a male, and they know it lived 18,000 years ago. So we've got two little quite interesting pieces of information. And we assume, and we don't know for sure, it's why it's so interesting, but we assume that elephants had very similar behaviours to living elephants. I mean, mammoths have very similar behaviours to living elephants. And in living elephants, what you tend to see is that male elephants move around, have larger ranges than females. Females stay with the babies in the herds about sort of, kind of adolescent age, which is actually very similar to human adolescence, sort of 12, 13-ish. The males tend to leave their mother herds and then go off on their own and then either hang out with other males or kind of wander around solo doing their male thing, looking for mates or, just being a bloke mammoth. And this one seems to do exactly that. So its behaviour, where it moved, changed around about adolescence, and it had a very different thing. And then, but actually, really fascinatingly, and you think, gosh, what was going on? The last 2 years of its life, it suddenly just didn't leave one particular area. From going all over Alaska.
Maybe it fell in love. Maybe it fell in love. It happens.
Yeah, maybe, and then died of a broken heart, or maybe it got sick and then starved to death, which is what the more tragic story seems to be.
Are there lots and lots of mammoth remains going around, and is there a lot of mammoth ivory to study? Because of course the next stage would be to do this again, wouldn't it? But you have to destroy the tusk to get all the samples and to cut it in half, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, there's stacks of ivory. Whether or not you can get it for scientific research is a different question. And very interestingly, this area from Alaska and the Yukon, where the mammoths seem to travel, it seems to find itself going between places that are known hotspots for finding mammoth ivory and mammoth remains. And so it looks like the signal from the isotopes in the tusks are actually picking up the signal we see in the fossil record, that there were kind of hotspots of mammoth behaviour where they used to maybe go and drink water. It is really interesting. A lot of the ranging in elephants is about, going between water sources, particularly in the dry seasons, almost more than food. It's more important. So there's all kinds of tantalising questions, but yes, more would be good.
Here's a tantalising question. Yeah. Why did they die out?
Oh my goodness, that's a massive one. How much longer have you got?
We have about a minute.
Okay, there's still two competing hypotheses. It's probably a mixture of the two. Was it humans or was it climate change? Because you've got both hitting the mammoths and other ice age animals at the same time. So as the world warms at the end of the last ice age, their entire environment changes, and of course that puts pressures on all kinds of things. At the same time, you see the arrival of humans into these more northerly ecosystems. So that's another really interesting question for this particular mammoth that was living 18,000 years ago. That's in this critical time period where humans may have been first appearing into North America.
Is it frustrating for you as a paleontologist that people think of mammoths kind of like dinosaurs when they're not dinosaurs? They're from a completely different age.
Yes, because I find dinosaurs so boring.
Well, come on, you've made mammoths sound interesting enough to be I'll tell my 3-year-old to throw her dinosaur books away. She should be sticking with the mammoths. That is so fascinating. Thank you so much, Dr. Tony Herridge there. Tory Herridge. Tory. I've been calling you Tory throughout the interview.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my eyes aren't working this morning.
It's an annoying name.
Victoria Herridge, a paleontologist with the Natural History Museum. Thank you so much, and sorry.
I want Tori to come on every weekend and just talk to us about mammoths.
Update.
Absolutely fascinating.
Totally fantastic stuff.
And it's people like that brings it to life and can make kids so interested.
And also,
in
people who sound like they would do their job even if they weren't being paid.
Just like us.
Just like us. That's how we sound every morning. Hopefully my eyes will be better.
You can borrow my glasses.
In the next hour. Yeah, maybe I need to. But yeah, Dr. Tory Herridge, thank you so much for coming on the show. What fascinating stuff.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. This is Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley with Times Radio Breakfast.
The Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan's 5th largest city, Jalalabad, as militants close in on Kabul. And churches in Plymouth will be using their Sunday services to remember the victims who were killed in the mass shooting on Thursday.
Ahead on the programme, we will go to Kabul, the last major city in Afghanistan that's not under control of the Taliban. And we'll find out how airlines could reveal how damaging our flights are to the environment when we book our tickets.
It's Sunday, the 15th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First, with the very latest news, here's Anna Cunningham.
Jenny, thank you. Good morning. The Afghan city of Jalalabad in the east has fallen to the Taliban without a fight. It was the only remaining city outside the capital, Kabul, that was not controlled by the militants. The northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. The British ambassador to Afghanistan and diplomatic staff are to be evacuated out of the country today. The Sunday Times has learned that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan. With Kabul now remaining the only city still under Afghan government control, former Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mail told Times Radio that British soldiers who trained Afghan forces feel deeply saddened.
We were putting confidence and competence and a capability backbone into the Afghan National Security Forces to hold the line, and they've done a very brave job at huge loss over a long time. And so one feels quite bitter about the process that began under Obama in 2014, but then was accelerated by Trump and has largely now been executed as a decision by President Biden.
The Reuters news agency reports that the United States has started the evacuation of its staff from its embassy in Kabul. It comes as the US President Joe Biden has increased the number of American troops heading to the country to help evacuate its own diplomatic staff to 5,000. Mariam Wardock is a women's rights activist and former advisor to Afghanistan's National Security Council. She says if Kabul falls, it will be disastrous.
There were about 4.5 million people living in Kabul city, but due to the internally displaced families, the number has increased to 7 or 8 million. And it is the capital. If the capital drops, then there will be no more democracy for Afghanistan.
Afghan students who were due to start studying in the UK on the Chevening scholarships funded by the Foreign Office have been told they now won't be able to take up places. The Foreign Office says the security situation in Afghanistan means the British Embassy is unable to complete the necessary paperwork. The decision has been criticised, with the former International Development Secretary Rory Stewart describing it as deeply disappointing that visas could not be arranged. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. A 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. Journalist Duplass Plymouth has been in Lake near the epicentre.
Haiti is a poor country, as you know it does. We never prepared for anything happen. We don't have equipment. We could save anyone under the house now.
Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. All 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
Spain may have recorded its hottest day ever with a provisional 47.2 degrees Celsius registered in the Andalusia region. Southern Europe is experiencing high temperatures from an anticyclone that's been named Lucifer. A look at the weather here. Northern Scotland will see some showers, patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern and Western England. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Our top sports story this hour. Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home, and Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sold-out Old Trafford. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Good morning, welcome to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. Another morning, another part of Afghanistan has fallen to the Taliban. After Jalalabad was taken yesterday, the capital Kabul is now the only major city in the country not under Taliban control. We'll bring you a live update from Kabul shortly. And after President Joe Biden said last night he can't justify endless American presence in the middle of another country's civil conflict, we'll ask what the fall of Afghanistan will mean for international terrorism. Isn't that why the US invaded in the first place?
Tomorrow is supposed to be Real Freedom Day, when the double vaccinated will no longer have to self-isolate if they get pinged. But will the non-jabbed really agree to stay at home when others don't have to? And a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation will tell us about plans to offer all 16 and 17-year-olds their first jab by the 23rd of August to prime their immunity before the start of term.
The former Tory party leader Ian Duncan-Smith will be here to chew over the Sunday Times front page investigation on how China's influence over the World Health Organization meant the only opportunity to stop the pandemic in 2019 was missed. And we'll bring you all the latest on that earthquake in Haiti, which so far has claimed over 300 lives.
Plus, Mary Trump talks to Josh Glancy about her uncle Donald, the latest plans to get rid of GCSEs, and why doctors are treating kids with severe peanut allergy by giving them peanuts.
Now, we're also going to be talking about the fact that the government is considering forcing airlines to show you the environmental impact of your flight before you book. So we want to hear from you this morning. What would it take to get you to fly less? Would it be if you're booking a flight online, if you saw how many trees were going to be cut down, what the CO2 emissions were? Or would it plainly just come down to cash if you had to pay more for an environment, a worse flight, which has a bad effect on the environment? The worse it is, the more you pay. Interested to get your thoughts this morning. You can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio, or you can email studio@times.radio.
For me, it's very simple. If they made the trains cheaper and quicker. I would be on the train like a shot at any point. I was talking a few weeks ago. I took a flight up to Glasgow. I took the train back, but I took a flight up because I was going with my 2 small children. It was going to take 6.5 hours. I just could not do that on my own with 2 kids. Lots of people texted in very angry with me. But if the trains had been like they are in France, where they're quick and less expensive, it wouldn't have come into my mind.
There's a piece in the Sunday Times about this today, and it's talking about how some airlines have greener planes that give out less CO2. So if we knew that, then we could book that. That in itself would put pressure on the airlines to upgrade their fleet. Yeah. So there's all manner of things to get in touch with. Remember, text us 87222, start your message with the word Times. It's just coming up to 9 minutes past 7. Now, the Taliban has taken Jalalabad in Afghanistan without a fight. It means Kabul is now the only major city that hasn't fallen. Militants have made rapid gains over the past week, with Western countries deploying troops to assist with the evacuation of diplomatic staff. President Joe Biden has sent 5,000 troops to Kabul to help evacuate the American embassy and assist the wider withdrawal. Well, Paul Miller is a former director of Afghanistan on the US National Security Council.
Each soldier made an individually rational decision that there was no point in fighting if they didn't believe they could win without international support. And when they all made that decision, it led to a complete collapse of the Army's position.
Well, let's speak now to Charles Davey, who is the Managing Director of Afghan Aid and is in Kabul. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Chloe.
Give us a sense of what it is like in Kabul now. I'm guessing a sense of nervousness as this news reaches people that Kabul is the only major city that hasn't fallen to the Taliban.
Yeah, I think it's nervousness, anxiety, great concern. It's very much there across the whole city. It's palpable. I think on Thursday, Taliban held 16 of Afghanistan's 34 provinces, and this morning, they control 28 or 29. I believe another one just fell. So it's been a very dramatic weekend where Taliban has secured control or negotiated control of numerous provinces in the east, particularly.
And what does that mean for people? Because I know that we were discussing with people on the ground in Kabul yesterday that many people from other areas are heading to Kabul, some having to sleep in camps, others out on the street. Is there a real need to help people who are coming to Kabul right now?
I would say there is. I mean, there's a lot of people who are perhaps better off bringing their cars. So the streets are really jammed with traffic at certain times of the day. But there are the poorer people, the more vulnerable people sleeping rough in the parks and things, and they need water and food and obviously shelter. But other people are getting out. There's some panic buying going on. That's clear. The banks are short of money. It's been very difficult for people to get money out of the banks, and to which they need if they are going to flee or to either buy supplies.
Of course, we see pictures in the press of busy airport, the airport being busy at Kabul, but that's the wealthy who can leave, and many people can't leave. We hear about the American embassy being people being rescued from there, diplomatic staff being taken out, but there's many people who don't have an option to leave.
Absolutely. Just if there is no resources to get across the border, no reception or no visas to get across the border, borders are closed, people are trapped in this situation. But on the other hand, I mean, a lot of fear is driving this. For a good many places, the Taliban, where they've taken over, have behaved responsibly and try to get things back up and running. And but the incidents that have fueled fear, obviously they're terrible, but they are, I think, few and far between.
Do Afghans that you speak to feel let down by the US and UK?
Absolutely. have been doing for the past couple of years as negotiations for a peace agreement went on. I think it's I think that's been widely reported in the media in both countries, how the government's been letting them down.
Do you feel that the US and the UK have let the people of Afghanistan down?
I feel that they should have taken much more time to undertake this withdrawal, and they should have had greater securities in place in terms of the agreements with the Taliban.
Are you surprised by the speed of the advance of the Taliban towards Kabul?
I think everybody is. They've got a much bigger force in the field than I think anybody expected or anticipated. Obviously, a lot of people have come back across the border from Pakistan to support this. The speed at which it's happened after all these years of training and provision of military equipment to the Afghan military, that it's just folded like this, it is quite remarkable. There's a lot of political elements behind this in Afghanistan. Somewhat ununified country, and this has been going on for a few years, and there just hasn't been the morale, I guess, and the identity within the government and within the armed forces.
Are you fearful of what may happen in the coming days?
Let's say I'm concerned, but as I say, in most cases, the Taliban has negotiated an entry into the new territory, and I hope that with the U.S. forces still here, or coming in the past couple of days, I hope that there is sufficient time provided for a negotiated agreement and takeover.
What will happen with your organisation? Will you stay in Kabul if the Taliban takes over? Will your people stay there?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've been here since the time of the Soviet occupation and worked through the civil war and the last Taliban government, and been here since the Taliban left. So we are planning to continue work, and our work up in the provinces is already getting back to active duty, as it were. They're working out in the districts, providing essential assistance to people.
It sounds like you feel that you may be able to work with the Taliban.
I would certainly hope to be able to work with the Taliban. I think the measures they're taking, the way in which they've operated, indicate that they want international recognition, and they want to have maybe certainly I would expect them to want to dominate government, but I think they want to have something of an inclusive government.
Just give us a sense for people listening right now. You're in Kabul, as you've said, it's a nervous city. People are concerned about what the next few days could bring, with it being the only major city that hasn't fallen to the Taliban. What is the real need right now for the people in Kabul and wider across Afghanistan? What's the message that needs to get out to the international community?
Could be a long answer. I would say that we've really got to get the country back up and running as quickly as possible, provide support, engage with the people, make sure the money is flowing into the banks, and that the wheels are greased, I think, in order to continue work. It might take longer to form relationships and agreements with the Taliban, whatever new government comes next. But I think we've got to start thinking about how that happens. There's also, of course, huge number of people that are, as systems break down and there's a vacuum there, then in terms of the basic needs of people, whether that's water and food and shelter and educational services and medical services, these all need to get back up and running and continue providing services to people.
Charles Davey, thank you so much for speaking to us today, and do stay safe.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's Charles Davey, who is Managing Director of Afghan Aid, speaking to us live from Kabul. I'm pleased that line stood up. Let me draw your attention to a piece which is in today's Sunday Times, written by Catherine Philp. It is entitled "The Taliban Are Back, Richer, More Powerful and Even More Dangerous." And it talks about how they have managed to bring their numbers together, how they are incredibly well organised. And that's what's really surprised people, with the speed with which they've travelled across the country. It's also worth pointing out, many people will forget that the former Afghan President Hamid Karzai joined the Taliban at its inception and then switched sides and went on to become Afghan president. So it's not a black and white issue. It's not goodies and baddies in Afghanistan. It's a very complex picture.
And the question of how they're funded is very interesting, whether or not it is with foreign money, whether or not it is with drugs money. That is all very interesting. There's also lots of questions about the involvement of Afghanistan's neighbours, and we will need to know more about all of that as the country continues to fall.
Let me just say that later on the programme, we're going to hear from Tobias Elwood, who's the Conservative MP and Chairman of the Defence Select Committee.
Now, coming up shortly, we are going to be talking about new government plans to compel airlines to reveal how much CO2 we will be emitting if we choose to buy a certain flight. We want to know your thoughts on this. You can text us on 87222, start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio. Somebody has just tweeted us now to say, greener planes are not greener. They're only slightly less polluting. Calling them green is just a marketing ploy. I think that's true. There is no such thing as air travel without a carbon footprint, without a very significant carbon footprint. But let us know your thoughts. This is Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
The Leaders Panel on Times Radio. Every Tuesday morning on Times Radio Breakfast. Hear the latest insight and analysis from two leading experts in politics. Former leader of the Conservative Party and ex-Foreign Secretary William Hague.
I do share the fear of a kind of dystopian future where we're all under constant surveillance.
And former leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Kezia Dugdale.
What we should be trying to do is to bring some heat and light to the situation so that the public can trust their systems of government.
The Leaders Panel, every Tuesday morning from 9 on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Beautifully sculpted design, state-of-the-art technologies, and a maximum electric driving range of up to 379 miles. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
The time is 7:20. Now, how much do you consider the environmental cost of foreign travel when you're booking your flights abroad? Airlines could soon have to reveal the impact before we book a ticket. The hope is that it will force the industry to reduce emissions. It's a plan the Department of Transport is working on with the Civil Aviation Authority. But would it put you off travelling by plane? Last night, Henry Bonsu on Times Radio spoke to Nicholas Helen, the Sunday Times transport editor, who explained more about the proposal.
A greener flight burns less fuel. So if you're told as a passenger which flight is burning less fuel, you should both cost you less and burn less. That's the big concept. Mm-hmm. The thing which is surprising about it is that it's taken us so long to get here, because the airlines have since 2012 tracked the fuel of every single plane. They have to submit it for regulatory reasons, which I won't bore you with for a second, but they've had this for 9 years. But when you buy your ticket, you don't know. And you might think, well, all planes burn roughly the same, but they don't. So here's an example. On Thursday, if you book a flight to New York, Thursday lunchtime, JetBlue, Airbus A321, you can find out it'll emit 48% less CO2 than an average flight on that route. So roughly half.
To put this into context, we are joined now by Simon Calder, travel editor for The Independent and all-round travel legend. Good morning to you, Simon Calder.
Good morning. Yes, interesting story that Nicholas has written in the Sunday Times. And in a perfect world, yes, it would be a great thing. But I've got a few reservations.
And what are those reservations?
Well, I have seen pretty much no evidence whatsoever that people pay much attention to the CO2 emissions. I mean, historically, it's always been the case that people care about the fares, the schedule, the comfort, or at least minimising the discomfort and frequent flyer points. And I think for the typical passenger, I'm sorry to say, environmental impact is about as important as the cabin crew uniform. And as your listener mentioned, if they give people a green flag, then some people will book it, and that will suggest this is a good thing to do to take a flight. Whereas with the environmental impact we heard in the news about temperatures of 47 in Spain, it's never a good time to go flying, frankly.
And so do you think that, it's kind of like meat eaters know that animals have to die in order for them to eat meat, but they continue to do it because they like the taste of it? It's just a case that people know that it's damaging to the environment, or are there some people who don't know that flying is damaging to the environment?
Well, I don't think you have to think about it very, very hard, but I think there may be a shift going on. And, we heard about your trip to Glasgow. Generally, when trains are available, and certainly they can get you there in 3 to 4 hours, which they can't, unfortunately, between London and Glasgow, then people will go for the trains. Usually, apart from anything else, it's much easier. None of this security malarkey. But I'm speaking to you from Thurso in the far north of Scotland, and yesterday when I had to get to Inverness, well, I'm afraid it was 1/3 of the price for me to fly than it was to catch the very nice 8-hour train journey here. Sure, yes, it would be great to get a bit more of an understanding, but I tell you what, you asked what's the best way to get you to fly less? Have a global pandemic. Nicholas mentioned the flight to the US. Well, none of us can fly to the US at the moment because we're British people. And I tell you what, the other thing is that during the pandemic, because more polluting flights like the incredible fleet of gas-guzzling Boeing 747s that British Airways was going to carry on flying for about another 3 or 4 years, they have all gone to the scrapyard. And we now actually have, by default, a generation of much greener planes. But I tell you what, if you really want to have an impact, then minimise your luggage and don't under any circumstances go business class or any of the posh classes. And furthermore, if you can fly on EasyJet or Ryanair, which typically in normal times fill their planes to 93-94% of capacity, that is going to minimise your personal footprint, but it's still not going to wipe it out.
Do you have any idea what your personal carbon footprint is, Simon?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's. I feel, I would much rather travel by train much more. And I do have a curious little carbon offset plan of my own, which you may not be impressed by or you want to hear about. But every time I fly, I hitchhike at least once, because that is the most environmentally neutral form of motorised transport. The car is going there anyway. That kind of solves my conscience a tiny bit. It rains and to persuade people to kind of do the right thing more often. And I think the other thing which will come out of the pandemic, I hope, is that we will want richer trips. So we won't just go over to Bydgoszcz in Poland just because Ryanair will take us there for 20 quid turn, and if you drink enough beer, you'll have covered the cost. You'll actually think, OK, well, let's spend a couple of weeks going across Central Europe, and that should reduce the amount of flying. But the amount of flying is going to be ludicrously less anyway. It already is about 1/6 from the UK. And the other thing you do is you just tax mercilessly people based on their flight, as opposed to just having a kind of a fixed rate air pass.
Simon, I'm going to have to stop you there because the line is not the best, but we did manage to work out there that Simon called a travel editor for The Independent hitchhikes, which is amazing.
Absolutely. He is also north of Inverness, so we can understand why it might be a little bit scratchy, that line this morning.
It's still the same country, though. Come on.
we've just managed to connect to Kabul, okay?
Yes.
So it is a fair point. You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast, 27 minutes past 7. Now, the importing and exporting detached shark fins is set to be banned under new legislation. Shark finning is already banned in UK waters, but the government wants to extend the ban to prevent the import and export of shark fins. Animal Welfare Minister Lord Goldsmith has called the practice indescribably cruel and said the industry is forcing many species of shark to the brink of extinction. Well, let's speak to Ali Hood, who is the Director of Conservation at the Shark Trust. Morning, Ali.
Good morning.
Now, for people who don't know what shark finning is, and I'll be honest, I didn't till it was described to me this morning, just explain what it entails.
So shark finning is where a shark is caught at sea. Its fins are removed and then the carcass is actually discarded back overboard. So solely the fins are retained on the vessel.
And so many people will find it amazing that this isn't already banned to import and export these shark fins.
Well, shark finning as a practice has been banned by the EU and subsequently the UK since 2003. And it's really important to understand the UK had a very strong and clear role in securing that original legislation and then going on to championing the banning of removing shark fins at sea years before the adoption of that policy by the EU. So yes, it's increasingly banned, shark finning as a practice, increasingly banned in the global oceans. But the practice may still occur. And if a fin is imported without the rest of the shark carcass, there would be no immediate way of knowing what fishery that came from.
How many species of shark are facing the threat of extinction because of this practice?
Well, specifically because of this practice, I mean, you could say that that the action of shark finning has impacted on a large number of shark species. If we look at oceanic sharks, for example, those on the high seas, they've declined by nearly 3/4 over the last 50 years, mainly due to uncontrolled fishing that was primarily driven by the fin trade. However, we must also note that the fin trade is declining due to tighter regulation and consumer campaigns. And the trade in shark meat, however, and other products is also increasing, hence the need to see the fin trade as an element of a wider issue of overfishing, which is the greatest threat to sharks and rays.
How much demand is there in the UK for shark fins and shark fin products? Clearly, people are importing and exporting, so there is a demand, but how big is it?
Well, the demand in the UK is not large. This is more of a principled issue, that if the UK wishes to take a global stage with a strong stance on shark finning trade, it needs to set its own standards. And that should then enable the UK to call on tighter actions on a wide variety of conservation issues, way beyond shark finning. So issues that address overfishing, issues on high seas fisheries management, conventional international trade in endangered species, other issues that affect some of these highly threatened high sea sharks like the mako shark. And we see the UK currently championing the need for a prohibition on retention of mako shark in the North Atlantic. And this is a very important step. Shark finning acts as a tenet, as a base from which, or I should say, banning shark finning and effectively regulating and enforcing that law is a tenet of effective fisheries management. So first, understand what's going on in the fishery, ban the finning, enable enforcement, and then build on there.
Ali Hood, thank you for joining us this morning. That is Ali, who is the Director of Conservation at the Shark Trust.
Coming up in the programme, we will be bringing you the latest on Britney Spears' bid for freedom and also the future of GCSEs. More voices saying we should scrap them altogether. But now it's 7:31. Let's get some news and sport.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning with the headlines. I'm Anna Cunningham. The Afghan city of Jalalabad in the east has fallen to the Taliban without a fight. It was the only remaining city outside the capital, Kabul, that was not controlled by the militants. The northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. The Sunday Times has learned that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan, with the British ambassador to Afghanistan and diplomatic staff to be evacuated out of the country. country. The United States has reportedly started the evacuation of its staff from its embassy in Kabul. It comes after President Joe Biden increased to 5,000 the number of US troops heading to the country. Charles Davey is the managing director of Afghan Aid. He spoke to Times Radio Breakfast from Kabul this morning. He said there is concern about what happens next in the Afghan capital.
Nervousness, anxiety, great concern across the whole city. The streets are really jammed with traffic. The poorer people, the more vulnerable people, sleeping rough in the parks and things. They need water and food and obviously shelter. Other people are getting out. There's some panic buying going on, that's clear. Banks are short of money. It's been very difficult for people to get money out of the banks.
Special prayers will be said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiem on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. All 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school. Showers affecting northern Scotland with some patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
It's been an incredible opening Premier League weekend so far. With 26 goals in the first 8 games, Liverpool began their title campaign with a comfortable 3-0 victory at newly promoted Norwich. Mo Salah got one to become the first player to score on the opening weekend in 5 consecutive seasons. Meanwhile, Jurgen Klopp says it's great to have defender Virgil van Dijk back after 10 months out through injury.
Defensive set pieces looked really, really good. Offensive set pieces with the 2 monsters, with Joel, and we were really good there. We scored from a second ball. I think Mo's goal was a brilliant routine, really getting the second ball in that area and finishing off.
Elsewhere, European champions Chelsea were also 3-0 winners over Crystal Palace, while Everton came from behind to beat Southampton 3-1 in Rafa Benitez's first game in charge. Portuguese midfielder Bruno Fernandes scored a hat-trick to help Manchester United thrash Leeds 5-1, and Leicester won 1-0 against Wolves. Watford edged past Aston Villa 3-2, and Brighton were 2-1 winners at Burnley. Meanwhile, Manchester City begin their title defence this afternoon at Tottenham Hotspur. Harry Kane is still a Man City transfer target after asking to leave Spurs, and it's not yet known if he'll play against the champions later. There was some confusion around when Kane should have returned to pre-season training, but Spurs manager Nuno Espirito Santo insists there wasn't a problem.
He had to be in isolation. He did it here in the lodge. It was a long period that he had to be by himself, not easy at all. Then we had the negative test and he joined the group.
And captain Joe Root's superb unbeaten 180 means England's cricketers have a slender 27-run lead going into day 4 of the second test against India. Johnny Bairstow said it was special to be back batting in front of a full house at Lord's. He shared a 100 partnership with his captain.
We said when we were walking out, we were just smiling at each other. We went, how good is it to be walking out Saturday at Lord's, sun's out, with one of your best mates? And that's exactly what it was, and we really enjoyed our partnership out there.
India will get their second innings going at 11 a.m.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Ford's first all-electric SUV. Get ready to fall in love with driving all over again. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
There is a storming day in store for all of you on Times Radio. Carol Walker is sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn from 10 a.m. She's got the former International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell on the show talking about Afghanistan. She's also got Luke Pollard, who is the Shadow Environment Secretary and MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, which is, of course, the constituency where the shooting happened on Thursday evening. And on Callum MacDonald's programme, he is here at 1 p.m, sitting in for Alexis Conran. He's going to be speaking to David Miliband, former Labour Foreign Secretary and President of the International Rescue Committee. I I'm really keen to hear his take on the situation in Afghanistan. So do stay tuned.
Now, in the Sunday Times magazine today, Josh Glancy has spoken to Mary Trump, the niece of Donald Trump. In the piece, she describes life in what she calls her malignantly dysfunctional family and why she thinks the former president's children could turn on him. You can pick up a copy of the magazine today, or you can read the interview for full online with a digital subscription. You can go to the Times website to find out more.
It's 7:37. This week, GCSE students received record grades, and there was another record for top grade A-levels. But today's Sunday Times reports on a call for teenagers to never again be tested by what are described as do-or-die exams alone. A report from an independent commission is recommending a radical overhaul of the system. Sian Griffiths is the Education and Families editor of the Sunday Times and brings us the latest. Good morning to you.
Morning.
So, who makes up this independent commission?
Well, there's a number of fairly influential people on it, sort of great and good of education. So it's chaired by Louise Hayward, who's a professor at Glasgow and an expert on sort of educational innovation. It has the CBI on it. It has Alison Peacock on it, who's the head of the Chartered College of Teaching, has worked with Prince Charles on education reforms, and a number of other there's a representative from a very big parenting group. So it's quite a wide-ranging commission. It's taking evidence from parents, students, teachers, exam boards, employers, and it's moving towards its final report later this year.
And what is the commission calling for?
It will be later on this year, as I understand it, calling for an end to these do and die exams, which are the exams that we've had in the UK for decades, for GCSEs and A-levels, where youngsters sit in the summer. In GCSE, it can be up to 30 papers, and they're tested on them, with these do and die exams over a very concentrated period in the summer, maybe 2 weeks or so.
And they want to do away with GCSEs entirely?
They want to do away with GCSE. They will want to do away with GCSE exams, as I understand it. So, and in A-level too, they will want a big reduction in the number of exam papers that teenagers sit, these do and die exam papers, at the end of a year or 2 years of study. And they want to see other ways of youngsters being assessed. So, for instance, in GCSEs, they will suggest that teenagers could do a project, maybe across several subjects. So you're not just, studying maths and then you'll be examined on a load of maths questions in two papers in July at the end of 2 years. You would do a project which could take in maths and history and art. It could take it, and it would take in a range of subjects. You could work in a team. You could build those skills that employers say they love: teamwork and communication, digital skills as well. And they think that's a better way of preparing youngsters for the 21st century.
And what's the thinking behind this? How much is this to do with the pandemic and the situation of education over the past 18 months?
I mean, what Louise Hayward said to me yesterday was that the pandemic's actually created this interruption in education, which, has now been going on for more than a year in this country and in other countries. There are countries across the world looking at whether exams are the best way to test teenagers on what they know and on their academic performance. And I think there's growing concern about the mental health of teenagers across the world as well, in countries like Canada and Singapore. Because to put this kind of stress on youngsters at the age of 16, you're asking them to sit in in the case of GCSE, sometimes 30 exam papers in 2 weeks. And we're making them very, very high stakes tests. And I think there's a lot of concern that this isn't necessarily good for teenagers, or a good way of finding out what teenagers can do. The big concern here in England is that 1 in 3 16-year-olds fail maths and English GCSE the first time they sit it. And that is a big disincentive to love learning, to carry on with learning. And it also marks you out as a failure at a very young age.
This is the latest in a very long line of calls for GCSEs to be scrapped. Do you get the sense that their days are numbered?
Well, you're right. I mean, this is one of several commissions that have been set up now, and many of them are going down the same track. Kenneth Baker, the Conservative peer, who actually was the architect of GCSEs, has now said that their day has come, and he wants to see alternatives, much more skills-based alternatives, vocational alternatives. So I think there is a growing and very powerful body that is trying to change the assessment system in this country. The problem is that ministers are very wedded to it. They have already said that they're determined that exams will go ahead next summer, GCSEs and A-levels. I know we've heard this before. We've heard this for the last 2 summers and they didn't happen. So I think there's a battle looming.
And, you know, GCSEs used to involve a fair amount of coursework. Then the thinking on that changed. The emphasis was much more on exams. It sounds like now the pendulum is swinging the other way. Does this reflect kind of trends in thinking about education, that, you know, we move from kind of one extreme to the other and back again?
Partly, I think. I mean, I think the problem with coursework, you know, was that often people cheated at it. You know, parents did it at home. I mean, the rules around coursework were so lax that middle-class parents were sometimes doing children's coursework at home, and then the kids would take the coursework into school, and then it would get an A-star. Surprise, surprise. And so, you know, if there were any move back towards assessing kids on their classwork or their homework, I think one would have to be very sure that the kids were doing that work and not the parents. Ultimately, it's totally self-defeating for parents to do their kids' work because their kids don't learn anything. And then when they do get into a situation where they have to use that knowledge, they don't have it because they haven't developed it. I think there's a feeling as well that coming out of the pandemic, the skills that youngsters are going to need are not ones really that our traditional exam system is testing very well.
Sian Griffiths, Education and Families Editor of the Sunday Times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
What's tricky about that is some kids are just not great at exams. It's not geared up for them. That doesn't mean they're not academic. It doesn't mean that they aren't good at a subject. It means they can't sit exams. And I mean, I did coursework when I did my GCSEs, and I loved doing coursework because it enabled me, it gave me the time to think without the pressure of sitting in an exam hall with the teacher even now, the fear of the teachers walking along the line, separate desks, it's a stressful environment. And is that the way to get the best out of our children?
Well, on the flip side, Chloe, I was really great at exams. And I had a total freak out at the end of my finals when I saw them approaching, when I realised that it's just real life is completely, the skill of being good at exams does not prepare you for real life, does not prepare you for jobs, and it's a very, very specific skill. If only life, for me, was correlated to exams, if I could just do exams all the time, get paid according to my exam results, I'd be a very rich person because I'm good at exams, but that's all it tests, is whether or not you're good at exams.
Exactly, whether you can retain information under pressure.
Yes,
at that
and
moment.
deliver at that point. So, you've got to assess people somehow, but exams are not some perfect way of doing it, certainly.
Your thoughts, if you've got a better solution than GCSEs, text us now 87222, start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio. Now, this week it was reported that Britney Spears' father will step down as the singer's conservator, committing to an orderly transition to a new legal arrangement. But he hasn't given a timetable for when he'll actually step back. It's a story we've been following closely on Times Radio Breakfast. Earlier, I spoke to Jeannie Wolfe, Hollywood showbiz journalist.
What he's saying is, I've had enough. I'm willing to step down. But what we know now is that, of course, he can't just say, I'll step down. He's got to get the judge's approval, and it has to go through a whole legal process. I think by now he's embarrassed. And also, the new lawyer that Britney has hired considers this a great victory for him. So that means we know he's put pressure on her father.
So what does this mean in reality for Britney Spears now? Does anything change?
Yes, I think a lot of things will change, but they won't change right away. The next hearing, the next thing we may hear about is on September 29th, which is, pretty far away considering that Britney wanted to snap her fingers and have her father gone and depicted him in the absolute worst light. Down to saying that he was abusing her. There are, in this whole case, too many questions about her mental health, about who did what in the conservatorship, and also about what's going to happen. And also now, there are a lot of questions about money. It seems that she started out with a $350 million net worth, and now she's down to something you and I would like to have, but the financial guys are questioning, why is it only $59 million? Well, we know that the judge is going to go into an investigation of that. So will her new lawyer. But on the other hand, the judge has said from here on out, these kind of papers are going to be sealed. I think that the lawyer probably had something to do with that. This lawyer doesn't seem as anxious for publicity, and I think it's a wise decision not to have all of her personal life and her financial life out there for the public to judge.
When her father does step down from his role in the conservatorship, that doesn't mean that ends, does it? Presumably it means someone steps into that role.
Oh, yes. Well, what we know right now is, remember, she said in court that she wasn't aware that she could file to end the conservatorship. Right now, I would suspect that she's done that filing and wants the whole thing gone. I'm not sure it's going to happen this quickly, but it does seem that's the road she's on. That's what she really wants, and what she doesn't want is any psychological evaluation to make that decision. She said she's unwilling to do any more psychological evaluations.
And if you look at this, I mean, I was reading things in the last few hours about Britney Spears' current mental health or state of mental health. And it feels like judgments are still being made. But when you look at the situation she's in, it wouldn't be surprising to anybody if she is having issues with her mental health now, considering everything that she's having to deal with.
Look, everything she's had to deal with certainly would add to her stress. And we know that she has a tender mental makeup. But also, she posted some nude pictures recently. Her father says she's out of control, whatever that means. So we don't know her entire mental health. But what we do know is that for a grown woman who makes her own money, to be under conservatorship for 13 years certainly does begin to seem excessive. And she has a lot of people on her side, including the now Emmy-nominated documentary revealing what was it called again? Framing Britney Spears. So there's a lot of public opinion on her side, but not based on enough knowledge.
As you say, there's a huge Free Britney movement, isn't there? I'm just wondering, in light of this announcement by her father, what has the reaction been from fans and supporters?
Well, I think at the beginning, everybody interpreted that as, oh, he's gone. But obviously now that we've had time to think about it, we realize this is part of a process. And that even though the lawyer considered it a great victory, we haven't heard yet how the judge and how the court feels about this. So again, it's our Britney reality show, week after week, more questions, and I suspect not too much talk directly from her.
And timeline-wise, I mean, you mentioned that date in September, but do we have any sense of how long this could drag on?
We don't. I mean, if this has dragged on for 13 years, we're hoping that in 1 or 2 days in a hearing, all of this many of these issues will have been resolved by then. I mean, things don't only get solved in a hearing. We would suspect that her lawyer is finding another conservative, or the lawyer is really backing up the petition to end the conservancy. That's what she really wants, the conservatorship. I can never say that word right, but that's what she wants. She says, I'm a grown woman, I want my freedom. If I want another child, if I want to get married, I should be able to do that. On the other hand, she blamed all of that on her father, and the conservator who was watching the mental health and the personal side of her life said her father had nothing to do with that. So again, even though Britney is very emotional and very sympathetic, I've known her since she's a kid, and she has a great appeal, and anybody can understand a grown-up feeling hemmed in, feeling locked in at the time that she makes the money and contributes to her family and thinks that she has a right to live the way she wants.
So this isn't so much a victory for Britney, but the start of a process that could see her start to have more control over her life.
Very well said. I think it pushes the process forward. It means that her lawyer is aware of what needs to be put in place to have the judge look kindly on this decision and all the decisions going forward. It doesn't seem like the lawyers before this or all the long string of people advising her knew how to deal with the courts, knew what would please the courts, and also knew what Brittany wanted. She said over and over again, I have these people protecting me, but they're not listening to me. They don't understand what I want. They don't understand me. And when these people are supposed to be working on your behalf, that has to be a huge, bewildering disappointment.
And that was Jeannie Wolfe, Hollywood showbiz journalist.
Coming up on Times Radio Breakfast, we're going to be talking about the Real Freedom Day on Monday, where the double vaccinated will no longer be legally required to self-isolate, even if they have been pinged. We're going to speak to a sage advisor on this. This is Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Cleveland and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. All next week, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, brings you an incisive take on the latest news in politics, culture and the arts.
I'm Ruth Davidson. Join me on Times Radio. We'll delve into all the latest Westminster wrangles, plus we'll have fascinating interviews with leading lights from the worlds of entertainment, literature, sport and more.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup, all next week from 1 on Times Radio.
This is Times Radio Breakfast.
Now let's talk money with the money editor of the Times and the Sunday Times, James Coney. Good morning to you, James.
Good morning, Jenny.
Thanks for getting up early for us 2 days in a row, James. We really appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. We do it even earlier 3 days a week. I have limited sympathy, but I am sympathetic. So you have been writing about breakdown cover, which is driving you to despair. What's the story?
Oh, can I just use you as a mini therapy session
Please
this morning?
Please do.
Because I have an AA breakdown policy and...
It's giving you a breakdown.
Oh, it's giving me a breakdown.
Yes.
I mean, I'm slightly addicted to it because it gives me something to talk about and write about every year. But also, it drives me insane because... And I know it drives readers insane as well, because what happens every single year is I take out the policy and then every year they send me a renewal quote saying, thanks for being such a loyal customer. We're going to add £50 to your premium. And I go online and I look and I see that my old premium is available to new customers. So I have to go through this boring thing of, made particularly more boring this year because you ring up and you've got, I'm sorry, we're experiencing high call volumes, blah, blah, blah. And then you ring up and they say, well, in fact, this year they made it even worse by saying we can offer it for you because the price for new customers was 169 quid. They said, oh, you can have it for 174 quid because you've been so loyal, and you have to kind of have a moment's pause while they wait for you to say thank you. And then you eventually get it for 169 quid. And then I realised you can just go online and come again as a new customer, use one of these cashback websites, get 50 quid back off it, pay for the same price. Now, you go round and round in circles with this tedious thing every single year, and it drives me insane. But there's an important point here. So the FCA, the city regulator, has said that on home insurance and car insurance, insurers from January aren't allowed to do this anymore. This type of thing, it's called price walking, where basically you kind of sleepwalked into paying an ever higher price every year. And, you know, I make light of it, but it particularly affects largely older or less kind of more vulnerable households who don't have kind of good internet connection.
And also
all that
the time and resources to do this ridiculous dance, which I've had to do with my insurance as well. Oh. You know, every time you get that letter that you need to ring up and have this pseudo argument, which they're expecting you to have anyway. Yes, sorry. I'm as angry as you are, James.
Right.
Shall I give you a good story, though, James?
Go on, please.
So the other day, went to get in my car wouldn't start, thought, oh, it's probably the battery. Phoned the RAC because we have cover. They came out and they said, yeah, your battery's died. Basically, you're going to need a new battery, 250 quid. I was like, oh, I really don't want to have to pay this. But because you've been with us for 10 years as a loyal customer, we'll give it to you for free.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
I was delighted, yes.
Oh,
yes.
That is good service. And your premium will go up by 250
quid. Don't say that.
But you're saying that the FCA are going to stop this from happening.
Well, they're going to stop. Here's the interesting thing: they're going to stop it from happening on car insurance and breakdown, and car insurance and home insurance. But breakdown cover, which is still insurance, is not covered. And this practice is not going to stop, and it is exasperating. And I think there's a real glaring hole here in that it's exactly the type of thing that the FCA hates.
Yeah,
the A have made it clear that it costs consumers about 4.2 billion over 10 years. They don't think it's treating customers fairly, and yet you're going to have businesses who are going to keep doing it on one product but not on another because they've been told not to. And I think it's vital that just because this rule's coming in, that normal people just don't blindly think that they're going to be getting a fair deal, because on all products they won't be. But still, I'm going to get to come on every year and talk about it and write columns about it. So that's the main thing.
No. I mean, I'm with you. It's dodgy. It's dodgy. And tell us about this story about the Department of Work and Pensions not paying out support when a woman's husband unexpectedly died that you've been covering.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to give a kind of shout out to our letters, our agony aunt, financial agony aunt Jill Inslee, who every week tackles some of these horrible and terrible cases. And this one is particularly bad. Last year, she tackled the problem for this woman that wrote into us, and her daughter was in the middle of a terrible financial abuse case with her boyfriend. Jill managed to help extricate her daughter from it, deal with the financial services companies that were there. About a week after we published the letter, this woman's husband had a terrible accident and died. And she did all the right things. She went to this service called Tell Us Once, which the government runs, a brilliant service where you basically go in once and you register a death, and it's actually run by the DWP. And they say to you, we will tell you about all the benefits and sort out all the tax problems, and it's fine. So this woman did that. About 10 months later, the DWP wrote to her and said to her, oh, you're entitled to some death benefits because of your husband's death. You can get a lump sum payment and a monthly payment. So she wrote back to them to apply for it, and they said, I'm terribly sorry, you're out of date because it's only valid for a year. And Jill has to go, I mean, the hoops that Jill goes through to fight these cases for people. Initially, the DWP said we can't pay this, and then Jill realised that what you should have to do is use the words maladministration, because the DWP was entitled to put a 12-month cut-off on this payment. Anyway, I'd encourage everyone to go and read it, because Jill is brilliant, and her email address is on there, and you should write to us if you have any financial problems.
Fantastic stuff. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We always love having you on the show. That is James Coney, money editor of The Times and The Sunday Times there. We've had some text, Chloe. With regards to this idea of GCSEs being reformed, should we have project work? And somebody has said, they haven't left their name. Do leave your name if you text us. Project work results too dependent on home facilities and very influenced by cheating parental interest, so the disadvantaged suffer again. I think it's not necessarily parents cheating, it's just...
Or you could just do coursework at school.
Yes.
Force them to do it at school, then parents can't help.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good morning, welcome. It's 8 o'clock. This is Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley with Times Radio Breakfast.
Our headlines this morning. The Taliban has taken control of Jalalabad, leaving the country's capital, Kabul, the last city that hasn't been seized. And the victims of the Plymouth shooting will be remembered at a special services across Devon.
Ahead, people who are double jabbed will not have to self-isolate, even if they come into contact with someone who has tested positive. That's from tomorrow. We're going to speak to a SAGE advisor about this. And we speak to the chair of the Defence Select Committee on how the UK is sending the military to evacuate Brits in Afghanistan as the Taliban take more control.
It's Sunday the 15th of August.
This is Times Radio.
First, the very latest news. Here's Anna Cunningham.
Chloe, thank you. Good morning. The Taliban now control all major Afghan cities except the capital, Kabul. The militant group took the eastern city of Jalalabad early this morning without a fight, and the northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. The Sunday Times has learned that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan, with the British ambassador to Afghanistan and diplomatic staff to be evacuated out of the country. The United United States has reportedly started evacuating its staff from its embassy in Kabul. It comes as President Joe Biden increased to 5,000 the number of US troops heading to the country. Charles Davey is the managing director of Afghan Aid. He spoke to Times Radio Breakfast from Kabul this morning. He said there is concern about what happens next in the Afghan capital.
Nervousness, anxiety, great concern across the whole city. The streets are really jammed with traffic. The poorer people, the more vulnerable people, sleeping rough in the parks and things. They need water and food and obviously shelter. Other people are getting out. There's some panic buying going on, that's clear. Banks are short of money. It's been very difficult for people to get money out of the banks.
Afghan students who were due to start studying in the UK on the Chevening scholarships funded by the Foreign Office have been told they now won't be able to take up places. The Foreign Office says the security situation in Afghanistan means the British Embassy is unable to complete the necessary paperwork. The decision has been criticised by the former International Development Secretary Rory Stewart, describing it as deeply disappointing that visas could not be arranged. Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. Journalist Duplass Plymouth has been in Les Cayes near the epicentre.
Haiti is a poor country, as you know it does. We never prepared for anything happen. We don't have equipment. We could save anyone under the house now.
All 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
Woolly mammoths are giving up their secrets through their tusks. Scientists have learned that the average mammoth walked the equivalent of twice around the Earth over the course of its lifetime. Dr. Tori Herridge is a paleontologist with the Natural History Museum.
It lived in Alaska and it went a long way. It wandered all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. They added up all of its little wanderings and they reckon it went, by the end of its life, it had walked about 70,000 kilometres.
Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Our top sports story this hour. Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home. And Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sold-out Old Trafford. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. Another morning, another part of Afghanistan has fallen to the Taliban. After Jalalabad was taken yesterday, the capital, Kabul, is now the only major city in the country not to be under Taliban control. We're going to hear from the chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood, on the UK sending in the military to evacuate Brits. And after the US President Joe Biden said last night that he can't justify endless American presence in the middle of another country's civil conflict, we'll ask what the fall of Afghanistan will mean for international terrorism, because isn't that why the US invaded in the first place?
Tomorrow is supposed to be Real Freedom Day, when the double vaccinated will no longer have to self-isolate if they get pinged. But will the non-jabbed really agree to stay at home when others don't have to? And a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation will tell us about plans to offer all 16 and 17-year-olds their first jab by the 23rd of August to prime their immunity before the start of term.
The former Tory party leader Ian Duncan Smith will be here to chew over the Sunday Times front page investigation on how China's influence over the World Health Organization meant the only opportunity to stop the pandemic in 2019 was missed. And we'll bring you all the latest on the earthquake in Haiti, which has so far claimed over 300 lives.
Plus, Mary Trump talks to Josh Glancy about her uncle Donald, and why doctors are treating kids with severe peanut allergy by giving them peanuts.
Now, I want you to get in touch with us this morning on all of the stories that we're talking about, but particularly one where the government is considering forcing airlines to show you the environmental impact of your flight before you book it. So we want to hear from you this morning. What would it take to get you to fly less? Is it about knowing what impact you're having on the planet? Would it be being told that 3 football pitches worth of trees are going to be cut down effectively because of the CO2 emissions? Is it about telling you that a flight which is a bit greener, I know that's kind of weird to say a flight is green, but you know, if it's a more eco-friendly plane that is being used, if that was a cheaper flight rather than a really bad plane for the environment costing maybe 50 quid more, would that put you off? Let us know this morning. You can tweet us at Times Radio. You can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times.
And of course, you can get in touch about any of the things we're discussing today. We'd love to hear from you. From tomorrow, those of us who are fully vaccinated or under 18 will no longer have to isolate when pinged as a close contact of someone who's tested positive for COVID-19. COVID cases are rising again, but more than 90% of adults in the UK have now had their first dose of the vaccine. This weekend has seen a further return to normality, with hundreds of thousands of football fans able to fill stadiums for the first time since the start of the pandemic. With the isolation rules now changing, how will it change people's attitude to compliance with other coronavirus rules? Let's ask Dr. Peter Carter, former Chief Executive of the Royal College of Nursing. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on whether the non-jabbed will still self-isolate if no one else has to.
Well, I'm rather pessimistic about that, because a lot of the people that have not had the vaccine have an ideological view that it's COVID is a bit of a myth and everything's been overstated. Now, obviously, there are some people that haven't had the vaccine because it's contraindicated because of their health problems. But I do fear that there will be people that have a very relaxed or casual attitude towards this, and however unintentional, they may well be spreading the virus. So I would urge people to still be very cautious, because COVID is going to be with us, I think, forever. It's never going to go away. So we have to be very vigilant about not transmitting the virus, however, as I say, unintentional.
There will be some people, though, who haven't been double jabbed because they have a 0-hour contract. They can't take time off work to go and be vaccinated, or, they're not going to be paid for the time they take to go and be vaccinated. What can we do to, first of all, incentivise their employers to let them get off work and be vaccinated, and second of all, to make sure that they do isolate if they are in close contact with someone who has COVID?
Yeah, well, I'd slightly disagree with you there, in the sense that a lot of hospitals and clinics work very flexibly and out of hours. I mean, I've been vaccinating up at the Lister Hospital in Stevenage, where there were evening clinics going until 9 o'clock at night, and we were also opening up at 8 o'clock on Saturday mornings. So there were lots of opportunities for people to be vaccinated. And let's be fair, the vast majority of the British public have seen the sense in this and have been vaccinated, which is good news. It's unfortunate that about 10% of people still are very resistant to it, and that will give us a problem. I'm also very worried that there's a complacency. There is a danger now that people think we're out of this, and we're not. And one of the things that really concerns me is the lack of hand hygiene and sensible precautions. I'm sorry to say, particularly among men. I mean, the research is quite clear that 32% of men that use the lavatories in motorway service stations do not wash their hands. And it's some of those basic hygiene factors that can help to spread COVID as well as other infections, particularly when the flu is prevalent. So what I would be saying to the government is you just got to keep reminding people that we've had the majority of people vaccinated, but it still doesn't mean that you can't catch COVID. And with basic hand hygiene, wearing masks on trains and tubes and on buses will do so much to help ameliorate the spread of the infection.
There is also this idea that at the beginning of the pandemic we were very concerned about surface contact and hand washing. As a consequence of that, you wouldn't want to push a button on a lift that somebody else had touched without washing your hands immediately afterwards. And now that we know that it's the importance of ventilation, that the virus is very much transmitted by airborne means, that people aren't caring so much about washing their hands as they used to. So there's part of that is to do with our understanding of the virus, isn't it, rather than just a kind of generalised complacency.
No, absolutely. But I still think some of those basic hygiene factors that should have been prevalent even before the concept of COVID emerged, we should remind ourselves of. But also, what I think the government should be doing is a proper, well-informed public health campaign to remind people that, particularly people that have very poor physical health, when they catch COVID, are very, very vulnerable. I mean, last year, more people died of smoking-related illnesses than died of COVID. And what we know is if you're a smoker and you're overweight and you get COVID, it has a really quite catastrophic effect on you because of your lung capacity. And now would be a good time to point out to people that by losing some weight, stopping smoking, taking some exercise, you can do so much more to stay healthy. Now, I know that there are people that have been perfectly healthy that had COVID and sadly have died. But the vast majority who've had COVID and have died are people that have had very poor physical health. So what I think we should be doing is reminding people that if you keep relatively healthy, and I'm not talking about people going to the gym 4 times a week, running marathons, talking about some sensible exercise and a good lifestyle with diet, you can do so much to keep yourself healthy so that if sadly you do get COVID, your chances of surviving are very, very high. Because for most people, they feel ill for a few days and they'll get over it. But if you're grossly overweight and you smoke, it can be catastrophic.
Dr. Peter Carter, former Chief Executive of the Royal College of Nursing. Thank you. Also on the line, we have Professor Mike Tildesley. He's an epidemiologist and a member of the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Modelling Group, the modelling subgroup of SAGE. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We've been looking at the graphs, the kind of case numbers, and there was a big drop in numbers that we liked very much, but it's no longer dropping. It's beginning to look more like a kind of camel hump. How are the case numbers looking to you? Camel hump is my non-scientific description for what I'm seeing. How are you seeing it?
Yeah, it's a very good description, actually. I mean, what we seem to have seen is, we saw a bit of a spike and then it seemed to drop, but it's very much flattened off since then, or if anything, perhaps maybe slightly climbing up a little bit. And there's a number of possible explanations for this, and I think people probably have their own different opinions as to what's happened. Some people have suggested we might have seen a little bit of a spike as a result of the Euros, with people meeting up in large numbers. One of the things that possibly might have described this drop as well is the run-up to the summer holidays. So perhaps partly secondary school children aren't lateral flow testing every day, but that doesn't account for all of it. But possibly also people maybe being a little bit cautious in the run-up to the holidays, reducing their number of contacts for fear of having to isolate during the summer vacation period. So there's a number of these different factors. The key thing for me will be, looking forward, what's going to happen in September when children go back to school, when people start to mix in greater numbers. What are we going to see in the data at that point? Are we going to see cases climbing? Are we crucially going to see hospital admissions changing?
Yes.
And that's really the key indicator.
Well, that was my next
that will
question.
give us a sense of whether we're out of this.
The next question is, do case numbers actually matter anymore?
Well, I mean, they matter to some extent. So, I think it's we can't just say, well, it's fine for case numbers to get to very high levels, provided we don't have large hospital admissions, because, of course, the more cases you have, the more potential there is for the virus to mutate, potentially into a form where the vaccines are less effective. But of course, they're less important if hospital numbers remain low. And that's the key thing. We do need to track cases and hospital admissions. And hospital admissions are low, perhaps climbing a little bit, though in some regions they are turning round. So, it's a very much a mixed, sort of a mixed situation at the moment. Some parts of the country appear to be a little bit more under control, some perhaps climbing a little bit. And death numbers climbing slightly, but still at low levels compared with January. So there's a lot of different metrics we're looking at here. And as I said, the key thing for me is looking ahead to September, October as we get into the colder weather and what's going to happen then, because that'll give us a really clear indication as to where we are in this pandemic.
And do you anticipate that the change in isolation rules that are coming in tomorrow will affect things?
That's a really, really difficult one, actually. And I think what we have seen at the moment, you remember this change a couple of weeks ago with the app, where the app was being reduced from 5 days to 2 days in terms of how far it traced back in terms of people who were asymptomatic. And some people were concerned about this, but when we were in a situation where there was a feeling a lot of people were deleting the app, adherence levels may be low, perhaps a reduction in the sensitivity may help adherence levels. So, and this is the thing with the double vaccinated, that if the double vaccinated no longer have to isolate, it really depends how people are going to behave because of this. If people are going to be cautious, then hopefully it won't have a significant effect. But we do need to remember, very important to say, even if you're double vaccinated, you're not 100% safe from infection and the ability to pass it on. And that's the really key thing, that we need to think not just about ourselves, but of course the risk of infecting others. And the vaccines are very, very good. They're absolutely, the vaccines are very, very good at giving us high levels of protection. But the only way we truly get protection is to have very high levels of vaccination across the population.
Professor Mike Tildesley, thank you so much.
We are going to be talking in the next few minutes about the threat of terrorism in light of what's happening in Afghanistan. The Taliban marching across the country, taking all major cities now except Kabul, and also be looking at whether the shootings in Plymouth, which the police said they're not looking at as a terrorism incident, whether that should be considered an act of terrorism. We'll be talking about all of that in the next few minutes here on Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
John Pienaar at Drive returns tomorrow afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
So many stories, so much to be won and lost.
And the views that need to be heard.
As an oncologist, a cancer specialist, I want to see things get back to normal in healthcare as well as in society.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
George Osborne, when he was Chancellor, got into a bit of grief because he'd never had a Greggs pasty. Do you remember that? Nobody can accuse us of just doing the big important stuff.
John Pienaar at Drive returns tomorrow afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
It's just coming up to 8:20 now. The ongoing situation in Afghanistan is raising concerns about global security and the threat of terrorism. The US has raised its terror threat level ahead of next month's 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Well, we're joined now by security expert Will Geddes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's pick up first on comments made by the Defence Secretary here in the UK. Ben Wallace has said that he believes the US withdrawal from Afghanistan is a mistake and will lead to the resurgence of al-Qaeda, posing a direct threat to the West. Do you agree with him?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe thing to say. Certainly, as we're seeing the Taliban in its ways taking Afghanistan back incredibly quickly, even with Jalalabad obviously being captured this morning, which is on the main road into Pakistan, which obviously was one of the key critical access and egress points for Al Qaeda.
We also hear that lots of foreign fighters, anecdotally, are flooding into Afghanistan. How much of an issue is that for security here?
Well, hugely, because, I mean, when we go back to the late 1990s, but obviously before 9/11, and I'm sure we're going to come to talking about that in the relevance of its 20-year anniversary coming up this September the 11th, much of the Al-Qaeda, obviously, supporters did evacuate not only into Pakistan, but also into Iran. And what we're hearing within intelligence chatter is that those Al-Qaeda members are returning from Iran back into Afghanistan. And there is also a lot of chatter that there are foreign fighters that have supported Al-Qaeda historically, but also new fighters who are seeing the opportunity of safely returning to Afghanistan, which was used pretty much as its base of operations.
Let's talk then about the US 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks next month. The US has raised its terror threat level, perhaps unsurprisingly. Do you think the UK will follow suit?
Well, it's a difficult one to say. And I mean, obviously, that will be a call by the security services as to whether they're seeing anything that's particularly relevant to the UK. I think, obviously, there is a concern and there's always an increased sort of intelligence analysis in the lead up to 9/11 or the 11th of September, obviously, every year. But this is especially relevant for the States in the fact that this is the 20th anniversary, but also the fact of what is actually genuinely happening in Afghanistan now. And, this could be seen as a very key and operable moment for Al Qaeda to put its name back on the map, because in many regards, it has kind of diminished in terms of its international profile. Obviously, with the presence of Islamic State, who kind of took the crown, if you like, as the sort of lead terrorist group. So there are serious concerns, obviously, in the States that there could be actions carried out on September the 11th this year by Al Qaeda to put its flag, if you like, back up in the sky.
So was it a mistake by the US to be pulling out of Afghanistan as it's coming towards such a symbolic anniversary of those attacks?
Yeah, I think I think I would be really interested to know what the decision making was in terms of the US saying, well, we will withdraw, obviously in advance of such a monumental potential anniversary. I mean, we have to look back at what both the US and the coalition forces, the ISAF forces, obviously achieved or were achieving, obviously, in Afghanistan. Now, to defeat the Taliban entirely would be virtually impossible. I mean, there have been many countries that have tried to do it over the centuries, and no one has been entirely successful. But the advantages of, obviously, the ISAF troops and the American troops being there was to hold back the Taliban from taking, from having the country operating in the dark ages, obviously the human rights issues against women. And the problem is the withdrawal has allowed the Taliban to retake it. And I think there's a serious concern it could be reverting back to how it was back in the late 90s.
I also want to ask you, after the mass shooting that we saw in Plymouth on Thursday evening, lots of questions have been raised about whether the incel movement, as it's known, involuntary celibacy, should be regarded as terrorism. Initially, the police said that this wasn't being treated as a terrorist-related incident, although they will obviously revisit that as more information becomes apparent. I'm just wondering what your view on this is, whether this should be regarded as terrorism and where that fits within all of the other challenges for the security services. If you're thinking about the rise of far-right extremism, obviously Islamic extremism, Northern Ireland-related terrorism, is that going to be quite a stretch for the security services?
Well, in terms of your first question, whether Plymouth should be categorized as a terrorist attack, I'm not sure that it should. I mean, certainly the perpetrator of that attack associated his disenchantment, disgruntlement with the incel movement, and saying that was obviously the motivation behind his attack, or that's what it's speculated was the motivation behind his attack. But I think the problem is that if one dilutes the original term of what terrorism is, then we lose sight of exactly how it operates. Now, it's very different, the Plymouth situation, to say the far right. and far-right attacks are very much on a par with international Islamic extremism. So I think we need to look at it in a brand new category, and this is of individuals that are isolated within their community, who may have particular motivations. But terrorism in its purest sense is about changing or influencing governments in their foreign policy, in their domestic policy, and trying to change rule makers and laws to their effect. I think Plymouth falls within that sort of darker sort of corner of community. But I think there is a lot that the security services need to think about as to identifying those individuals that could be, if you like, vulnerable to those kind of messages.
Thank you for your time this morning. That's security expert Will Geddes.
A Sunday Times investigation into the World Health Organization has raised serious concerns about China's influence on the organization's leadership. The Insight investigation reports accusations that the WHO failed to act quickly to gain control over the pandemic, and that Beijing used its financial and diplomatic muscle to influence the votes of poorer nations to install their preferred leadership candidates. We're joined now by former Conservative Party leader Sir Ian Duncan-Smith. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
What do you make of the claims in the Sunday Times this morning?
Oh, I completely agree with them. We've been talking about this for some time. I set up an organisation called the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, which has got parliamentarians left and right in now 20 countries. And we all reached the same conclusion that the key to the whole COVID outbreak was early detection and early action. And the reality is, and it's becoming more and more obvious, that the head of the WHO, Tedros Ghebreyesus, was very much the chosen new head from China. He wasn't from China, he's from Ethiopia, but the Chinese government was very, very pro-him. And from start to finish, China just blocked every single possible serious look at what was going on. I mean, although the Sunday Times makes it clear that by the end of December, Taiwan was warning of this, two things are very important. First is China knew about human-to-human transfer much earlier. Some say in November, but there is evidence that they were silencing doctors in December before the world knew, or before the WHO even knew. And the other point about Taiwan in this article is very interesting. China has, and the WHO has agreed to this, but the Taiwan used to have observer status at the WHO. That was removed, and they had to report everything through China. So anything they said was filtered through China. Another terrible decision simply because China bullied the WHO and others, many people that they lend money to around the developing world, to agree to take Taiwan out of its observer status. These were major errors, and so Sunday Times is absolutely on the right track.
The WHO, of course, has given a robust response to the claims made this morning. They say they're baseless. Do you have faith in the WHO?
Well, not as it stands on this, I don't, and I'm not alone in this. It's all very well for them to say it's baseless, but the big questions were, why in late December did they not demand immediate action? And even when they were told officially, finally, at the end of December by China that they had a respiratory virus that was in China, why did they not demand immediately shutting down of overseas travel, like they did with the original SARS-1 some years before, where they were very tough and cracked down immediately, and that's why it was limited. Here they allowed continuing foreign travel, and it's interesting, it's hugely based on China's economic concerns, and this is a real issue. The WHO should be above all of this, and it's there to be a body that directs and tells governments. And the second thing is, when they then went in to investigate whether or not it was the lab leaked, they weren't even allowed to visit the lab because China then announced to them that they had shut the lab down and moved the laboratory, losing all the evidence, any evidence that may be available. Arbitrarily in December, they shut the laboratory. So WHO then left the country having had nothing but a presentation from the Chinese government. They have a lot to answer on, but the key thing here is that we are very clear very quickly, A, the origins, and B, the action. We must never repeat this again. This has been an unmitigated disaster. Millions have died as a result of the failure of institutions that should have operated very robustly, and because the Chinese government chose not to let anything out through public announcements so they could actually keep their economy going.
Looking at the bigger picture here, you have locked horns with China in the past. They have banned you from China. Is it possible to hold Beijing to account over anything, over this or anything else?
Well, it is. The problem has been that the Chinese government is, I don't know if you heard the speech by President Xi a few weeks ago, where he said that any interference, any resistance from outside people from China will meet and have their heads bashed bloody against a wall of steel. I mean, this is not the language of somebody who wants to cooperate. This is somebody who believes that the role of his country is to dominate. Now, whether we like it or not, this is a country now with all sorts of serious problems because of its government. You know, allegations of genocide in Xinjiang with the Uyghur, suppression of the Tibetans, attacks on Christians, Falun Gong, you name it, and then external rows taking over the South China Seas when the UN says they have no right to them. This goes on and on and on. Hong Kong, of course, where they're trashing an international agreement, arresting peaceful democracy protesters and putting them in prison under fake terrorist charges. Now, all of this, your answer to your question is it's very difficult unless the free world stands together and decides to act together. But the trouble is, and here's where the problem arises, is that they are cowed by the idea of trade and trade deals with China. And that means governments don't act, and they should act. This should never have happened.
Sir Ian, what is your response to the news this morning that Kabul is the last city in Afghanistan not under Taliban control?
I am deeply, deeply saddened, and I think of those servicemen and women who lost their lives, not just for us, but from the Americans and others, trying to reestablish a proper, stable country that could function. And I see what's happening now. After what I consider, I must say, I did write something about this over there and said the withdrawal of the Allied troops, as it were, from Afghanistan began to look a little bit like the departure of the Americans from Vietnam, literally kind of helter-skelter, a real desperate desire to get out against what I thought was an artificial timetable. And I agree with Ben Wallace, the Defense Secretary. This should have been done in a more, I think, managed and over a longer period to allow the Afghan army and the Afghan authorities to get used to the idea properly of British, American and other troops not being there to support them in the scale that they've been used to. And I think this is the issue and problem, really. And I have to say, of course, it was driven by the American new administration who wanted to get out. To be fair, the previous administration was also keen to do the same.
Do you agree with the Prime Minister that we should be proud of our role in the conflict?
I'm proud of our role in getting rid of the Al-Qaeda threat, and I'm proud of our role in trying to nation build in Afghanistan. But nation building is very difficult, and it takes an incredibly long time, particularly if you're dealing with a country that doesn't have a history of pluralistic democracy. So that's where the problem arises. My problem, I'm afraid, is all the good that we've done is likely to be undone by this dreadful organization, the Taliban, who will almost certainly impose their very extreme views. And the people I feel sorry for are all those women that we introduced to education, young girls, showing them there is a better way and a way to live your lives that may now, in turn, have that taken away from them. This is sad.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Pleasure.
You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast. In the next few minutes, we're going to be speaking to the Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, who's the chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee, about the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan. It's just coming up to 8:35. Let's get the latest news now with Anna Cunningham.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Chloe, thank you. Good morning. Gunfire has been heard this morning in the streets of the Afghan capital, Kabul. It's believed the Taliban are now close to the edge of the city. The capital is the final location in Afghanistan not under Taliban control. The militant group seized the eastern city of Jalalabad early this morning without any resistance from the Afghan government forces, and the northern Afghan city of Mazar-e Sharif fell overnight. The Sunday Times has learnt that Britain will no longer maintain an outpost in Afghanistan, with the British ambassador and diplomatic staff to be evacuated out of the country. The United States has reportedly started evacuating its staff from its embassy in Kabul. It comes as President Joe Biden increased to 5,000 the number of US troops heading to the country. Charles Davey is the managing director of Afghan Aid. He spoke to Times Radio Breakfast from Kabul this morning.
Nervousness, anxiety, great concern across the whole city. The streets are really jammed with traffic. The poorer people, the more vulnerable people, sleeping rough in the parks and things. They need water and food and obviously shelter. Other people are getting out. There's some panic buying going on, that's clear. Banks are short of money. It's been very difficult for people to get money out of the banks.
Special prayers will be said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country yesterday. The 7.2 magnitude quake has also left nearly 2,000 people injured. And all 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school. Showers affecting northern Scotland with some patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Ford's first all-electric SUV with a maximum electric driving range of up to 379 miles. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. We're here till 10 o'clock this morning, and then Carol Walker will be here. She's sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn. She's going to be speaking to the former International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell about the situation in Afghanistan. And after this week's shooting in Plymouth, Carol will also be joined by Luke Pollard, the Shadow Environment Secretary and the MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport. Callum MacDonald is here from 1 o'clock in for Alexis Conran. He's going to be speaking to David Miliband, the former Labour Foreign Secretary and President of the International Rescue Committee.
Now, if you have been thinking about getting a digital subscription to The Times, we are offering you your first month free. It gives you access to all the articles on our website or smartphone app. Other subscriber benefits include exclusive email newsletters, special offers and online events. To take out a digital subscription and find out more, just head online to The Times website.
It is 8:38 now. Kabul is the only major city in Afghanistan not under the control of the Taliban. President Biden has sent 5,000 troops to the country to help get US citizens out. The UK is also sending the troops to help with the evacuation of British nationals. Well, earlier we spoke to Charles Davey, the managing director of Afghan Aid, who's in Kabul, and asked him how people in the city are feeling.
Nervousness, anxiety, great concern. I think on Thursday, Taliban held 16 of Afghanistan's 34 provinces. This morning, they controlled 28 or 29. I believe another one just fell. So it's been a very dramatic weekend.
Well, let's speak to the Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, who's chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee and also a former soldier. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
There are reports this morning of gunfire being heard on the streets of Kabul. Clearly, it's the only major city left that hasn't fallen to the Taliban. As you watch this rapid collapse of the Afghanistan government, and after this 20 years of UK involvement in the country, how are you feeling? How concerned are you right now?
I think this is completely humiliating for the West. We assembled the most incredible, technologically advanced alliance the world has ever seen, and we're being defeated by an insurgency that's armed simply with AK-47s and RPGs. And we should have done more under the 2 decades of effort. We made some schoolboy errors. It's a tough environment, there's no doubt about it. But operationally speaking, we're now seeing the evacuation. And just a point on that from an operational perspective, I think it's time to put the carrier into use. Kabul is about to fall. The Taliban is at the city's gates. And with the threat picture changing so quickly, the Queen Elizabeth carrier group should return to the Indian Ocean, where they can offer the formidable air power provided by our F-35 stealth fighters. This is such a situation which actually justifies the investment of billions in our huge maritime asset. But right now it's in the wrong place. And this live operations are far more important than naval exercises. Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
It was a few weeks ago here on Times Radio that you predicted scenes like those in Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War. Sadly, that does seem to be playing out.
It does indeed, and it's all down to the fact that the United States has made that decision months ago to depart. Donald Trump, this is where it all started, ceded, if you like, the upper hand by granting permission for Taliban prisoners to be released. And then the Taliban realized they only had to wait. President Biden then made a rash political decision to support the withdrawal of troops. And this will be the biggest own goal made by the West so far this century. The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago as a poke in the face to the Western alliance to show how fruitless our efforts have been over the last 2 decades.
And you talk about possibly seeing that scale of terrorist attack. Do you think that's a direct result of the decision by the US and the UK to pull out of Afghanistan?
Oh, completely. I mean, let's just place this in perspective. Other than the presidential election, Afghanistan has not appeared in our media. It was taking over, well. We had enough support there, a minimalist support by the international community to prop up the Afghan forces that gave legitimacy to the Afghan government. But us pulling away, the speed in which these cities have fallen shows how fragile the Afghan forces were, and indeed the government too. And that's partly because we imposed a Western-style government on Afghanistan, all run from Kabul, going completely against the grain of centuries of tribal structures, which we completely ignored. We could get it right. I plead with the Prime Minister to think again. We have a ever shrinking window of opportunity to recognize where this country is going as a failed state and the consequences. We could easily turn this around, but it requires political will and courage. And therefore, I ask the Prime Minister to recognize this is our moment to step forward. Just because the Americans won't does not mean to say we should be tied to the thinking, the political judgment, particularly when it's so wrong, of our closest security ally.
So what do you think the UK should be doing then to turn things around?
Immediately call a conference of like-minded nations to see if there's the will to step up. We simply can't do this alone. Make it very, very clear. No chance. That opportunity of us doing things unilaterally is now gone for good. But in recognizing where this country is going, we are getting a glimpse of where this country is sliding towards. We could prevent this. Otherwise, history would judge us very, very harshly in not stepping in when we could do and allowing the state to fail.
But President Joe Biden said last night he can't justify endless American presence in the middle of another country's civil war.
This is bizarre. It wasn't a civil war. There was civil strife. There's no doubt about it. The Taliban were taking advantage of their hiding away in Pakistan. We never really countered that and, demanded Pakistan play its proper, role here to halt the use of their space as a hideaway for the Taliban. But the bigger picture here is Biden's strategy. He's assuming that Afghanistan's mission was distracting from the great power rivalries that he's having with China and Russia. And yet here we are missing the bigger picture. Where does Afghanistan sit between the West's three great competitors, China, Russia, and indeed Iran? Would it not make sense to stay close to the Afghan people, given the importance of this bit of global real estate? Its strategic locality will mean that these states, Russia, China, and indeed Iran, as well as Pakistan and India, will now compound Afghanistan's problems by attempting to advance their own agenda. We're already seeing an alliance being built between the Taliban and China. Indeed, this is a colossal mistake, and it's on our watch. And that's why I plead with the Prime Minister: do the right thing. Go to the United Nations Security Council. Use our P5 position, our permanent membership of the UN Security Council, to see what could be done. Do not let us, now watch from the side and pretend this has nothing to do with us. This isolationist approach is completely wrong and will come to haunt us.
I can just tell you now, as we're talking, Tobias Elwood, that Afghan officials have said that the Taliban have entered the outskirts of Kabul as we speak at the moment. I mean, what message do you think the UK government is sending to the Afghan people as we're getting our diplomatic staff out of the country? I mean, to put this into context, Sir Laurie Bristow, the UK ambassador to Afghanistan, was only appointed in June of this year.
Yeah, it's a complete dereliction of duty. We are breaking our promises that we made over 2 decades. Big question as to why we didn't get out after Osama bin Laden, was dealt with, but we promised to stay the course. And I've used this example, before, in places like Germany or, South Korea and so forth. Americans still have troops there. We have troops based all over the world. Why? Because that provides stability and it provides a deterrence. But we need to go back and recognize the basic schoolboy errors that we made. We denied a place at the table of the Taliban early on. We didn't build up our armed forces, the Afghan armed forces, as we should have done. We did them in our own image, which was completely wrong as well. And we didn't understand the governance structure. This is despite our 4th invasion into Afghanistan. We didn't create the necessary governance and structure that was pertinent to Afghanistan. We could learn from those mistakes. We could get it right. We can make Afghanistan a stable country and not allow it to be handed back to the very insurgency that we went into defeat in the first place.
Tobias Elwood, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
He is Conservative MP and chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee. And just to reiterate, Taliban militants have entered the outskirts of the capital of Kabul, according to 3 Afghan officials. And really strong words there from Tobias Elwood. I mean, he's talking about it being humiliating, schoolboy errors, saying this is the biggest own goal of this century, and him predicting he fears another attack on the scale of 9/11 to bookmark.
Very strong words. I mean, that remains to be seen. But what is completely beyond a doubt is what a waste. What a waste of money. What a waste of life. What a waste of time this has been. What has it all been for? And we've supposedly been trying to train up the Afghan forces for this very moment for decades. I think everybody is surprised by how quickly this is all happening.
Well, we dared to give the Afghan people hope, and that hope has now been dashed. I just want to draw your attention to one article, which is by Emily Duggan, social affairs correspondent in today's Sunday Times, talking about a British Afghan woman who is trying to get out. Her family's in London. She's a women's rights activist. She's a former minister. Her flight is booked out of Kabul on Friday, and she fears that could be too late. And certainly by hearing the reports we're getting at the moment that the Taliban are entering Kabul, it's a difficult read, but it's a real insight. But it's worth remembering, of course, rich people can get out of Kabul. There are many millions who are poor and are just sitting, waiting to see what happens.
The time is 12 minutes to 9. All 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first COVID jab by the 23rd of August under a new target set by the Health Secretary. Sajid Javid says it will allow teenagers the 2 weeks necessary to build maximum immunity before going back to school in September. Dr. Maggie Wearmouth is a GP and a member of the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. She joins us now. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Do you think this is a realistic target?
Well, we hope so. The NHS England are in charge, and working with Public Health England are in charge of the operational side of things. But we've worked with them long throughout this programme, and they don't make vain promises. And if they think that's possible, then we believe them and we work with them. The timing seems right. We have to get on with this because we need to have these people building up the immunity, as you say. So we hope so, and we have not had any news to suggest that's not possible. But yes, clearly the time is passing, and this needs to be got on with. I gather that the different countries are getting on with it in different rates. So we are very much concentrating on the issues in England.
This is about avoiding transmission in schools, but is it ethical to give jabs to those unlikely to suffer serious consequences of the disease or be in charge of their own medical choices?
Well, it's been the ethics of this campaign, particularly for the younger people, that has caused us to pause, think, regroup, and generally take this very slowly. I have a background in ethics as well, and I certainly see this in a way of empowering the autonomy of 16 to 17-year-olds. Legally, they are able to give their own consent, which operationally obviously makes life a lot easier. But we have a very great responsibility to make sure that not only the young people, but also their families, with whom we hope that they will discuss this, are very aware of the pros and cons and decide why they want to do this. And having spoken to really quite a lot of young people, particularly some in my own family, they are very concerned about the effects on other family members and their peer group. One of the reasons that caused us to change this advice was that we were getting very clear messages about the degree of social awareness and responsibility that these young people were showing, that they felt that we should not be paternal to them to say, no, you can't. They very much wanted the choice to find out the information, have a balanced judgment, and make decisions about their own bodies, which I very much salute. I think that's the right way forward. I think that's ethical for people of 16 and 17.
And in general, how is the vaccine rollout going? We know that there was a big enthusiasm for the vaccine at first that's tailed off a bit. We know that pregnant women who are reluctant to come forward, the Prime Minister's wife, Carrie Johnson, on the front pages of lots of papers saying she's had both jabs. Are more pregnant women being jabbed? Does the rollout still have momentum in general?
I don't have the exact figures with me, but we know that there has been quite a lot of hesitancy amongst pregnant women, and that this is being addressed by publicity campaigns. I think my main concern as a jobbing general practitioner is looking at the number of people in my own practice who've either had no jabs or only one jab. And that's my concern, speaking as a GP, is that people who had them maybe in March, April this year, and they clearly have not had their second jab. And these people are effectively going to be unvaccinated going through the winter period. And I'm very worried about these people. And I personally send a lot of text messages to my patients, asking them to make contact with me so we can talk through this, whether they're worried, whether they've had side effects, whether they feel that one jab is enough for them. So there's a lot of disinformation out there. And when I do finally talk to some of these people, they think they've got allergies or contraindications in some way, medication they're on. So often they're telling me things about why they can't have them. And I'm looking at their medical records and I know that's not the case. So there's a lot of disinformation out there that people are making reasons why they can't be fully vaccinated, and that's tragic, because actually a half vaccinated person is a non-vaccinated person, and therefore all that energy and that vaccine is essentially going to go to waste this winter.
An important point to make. Thank you so much, Dr. Maggie Wearmouth there.
Now, coming up on Times Radio Breakfast, Mary Trump, the niece of Donald Trump, thinks the former president's children could turn on him. We're going to speak to Josh Glancy next, who interviewed her for the Sunday Times magazine this week. This is Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. Every Sunday morning, the most well-connected minds in politics spark dynamic debate and find out which way the Westminster winds are blowing. Listen to Times Radio for highly charged, world-class reporting, exclusive interviews and switched-on conversation from a political powerhouse. This morning from 10 on Times Radio with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy.
Times Radio Breakfast.
Now, Donald Trump may still have one eye on a return to the White House, but legal cases against him are rumbling on. His niece, Mary Trump, is suing the former president, his sister, Mary Ann, and the estate of their recently deceased brother, Robert, for millions of dollars over a share of her grandfather, Fred Trump's will. Well, Josh Glancy, the Sunday Times special correspondent, has interviewed her, and indeed her parrot, which she describes as a toddler, for today's Sunday Times magazine. Hi, Josh.
Good morning.
So for those people who don't know much about Mary Trump, she's not necessarily like the rest of the family, is she?
No, she's not. She's sort of the anti-Trump, really. She is liberal. She's gay. She really works as a psychologist rather than in real estate, and really hates the rest of her family with the fire of 10,000 suns, to be honest, and has, since Donald Trump became president in 2016, has really somewhat devoted herself to trying to bring him down, really, and gain some kind of revenge and closure for the trauma that she and her father experienced as Trumps.
So tell us about the court case and what she told you about it.
Well, this is the second time she's attempted to recover what she claims is her share of her grandfather, Fred Trump's will, which was large. He was a very rich man, a New York property developer, and her father, Fred Jr., was an alcoholic and died of a heart attack at 42. In her account, he was heavily bullied by his father, and he was supposed to be the eldest son and heir, but was cut out eventually of it all and replaced by Donald, a younger son, and then died young. And then when Fred Sr. died, he allegedly just cut Fred Jr.'s kids, Fritz and Mary, out the will. And so she feels that she's in line for millions of dollars that she never got. And she also believes, as she put it to me, that nothing would hurt her Uncle Donald more than taking money from him. So that's what she's trying to do. She doesn't want it for herself. She wants to start a foundation, she says. But she really just wants to make the point, I suppose, as much as anything.
She's written a best-selling book already, hasn't she? But she's written another one now.
She has indeed, yeah. She wrote Too Much and Never Enough, came out about a year ago, and it was a really, really searing account of life as a Trump. And when I read it, I didn't think there was anything new to say about Donald Trump at that point. But she does have new things to say because she was there in the family. She can tell us about the sort of Trump origin story, if you like, and how it shapes him, how it molded his bizarre character, and continues to shape American politics today because of his, for example, his refusal to accept the election defeat. You know, she puts all that in her psychological way. She puts all that down to the sort of brutal Darwinian politics of the Trump family dinner table, and a place where Donald learned to thrive.
Let's have a little listen to what she had to say about her father. As you say, she's from a psychological background, so she has this to say about Donald Trump and his father. Maybe we can hear that clip.
You can't lose. You cannot be a loser in my family. And you know, this is hard for people to understand because it's deeply weird. But you know, my grandfather is still looms very large in Donald's head and in his life. Donald knew that in order to be allowed by my grandfather to survive, you had to be successful, but in a very specific way. And you could not ever lose.
She sounds like she's not going to give up.
No, she's not. I did ask her that. Would life not be a bit easier if you just walked away and got on with your own? Yeah. You know, but she just takes, she really, really, really hates him. And she really wants to make the point that she feels like Donald Trump is a danger to American democracy and a danger to the world, and he needs to be stopped. And she is part of a whole barrage of lawsuits and investigations, which are really aimed at preventing him from regaining a foothold in public life. They don't want him to run again, because even though he probably wouldn't win, they feel like he could do a lot of damage. And they feel like the hold he has over a pretty large proportion of the Republican Party will allow him to wield a lot of power still.
Josh, good to speak to you and good to read your piece in today's paper. That is Josh Glancy, the Sunday Times special correspondent who interviewed Mary Trump. It's in the Sunday Times magazine today. Long read, really interesting. And just when you thought, as Josh said, just when you thought you couldn't learn anything new about Donald Trump, you do.
There's always more. Coming up, we will be talking about how doctors are using a radical new treatment for people with severe allergy to peanuts. They're giving them peanuts. But first, let's get the news with Anna Cunningham.
This is Times Radio.
Good morning. The Afghan Interior Ministry has said that the Taliban have started entering the capital city of Afghanistan, Kabul, from all sides. The news agency Reuters also reports that a Taliban leader speaking from Doha has said the Taliban has ordered fighters to refrain from violence in Kabul and allow safe passage to anyone who chooses to exit. It has requested women to head to protected areas. Reacting on Times Radio Breakfast to the breaking news, the Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee and a former soldier, says it's now a very serious developing situation.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
The Taliban now controls all major Afghan cities except the capital, Kabul. The militant group took the eastern city of Jalalabad early this morning without a fight, and the northern Afghan city of Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. Charles Davey is the managing director of Afghan Aid. He spoke to Times Radio Breakfast from Kabul this morning.
Nervousness, anxiety, great concern across the whole city. The streets are really jammed with traffic. The poorer people, the more vulnerable people, sleeping rough in the parks and things. They need water and food and obviously shelter. Other people are getting out. There's some panic buying going on, that's clear. Banks are short of money. It's been very difficult for people to get money out of the banks.
Security expert Will Geddes told Times Radio that with most of Afghanistan now under the control of the Taliban, there is a heightened risk of a resurgence from the terror group Al-Qaeda, which poses a direct threat to the West.
As we're seeing the Taliban in its ways taking Afghanistan back incredibly quickly, even with Jalalabad obviously being captured this morning, which is on the main road into Pakistan, which obviously was one of the key critical access and egress points for Al-Qaeda.
Afghan students who were due to start studying in the UK on the Chevening scholarships funded by the Foreign Office have been told they now won't be able to take up the places. The Foreign Office says the security situation in Afghanistan means the British Embassy is unable to complete the necessary paperwork. Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country yesterday west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
All 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. And woolly mammoths are giving up their secrets through their tusks. Scientists have learned that the average mammoth walked the equivalent of twice around the Earth over the course of its lifetime. Dr. Tori Herridge is a paleontologist with the Natural History Museum.
It lived in Alaska and it went a long way. It wandered all over the place, hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. They added up all of its little wanderings and they reckon it went, by the end of its life, it had walked about 70,000 kilometres.
Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Our top sports story this hour: Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home. And Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sold-out Old Trafford. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Welcome to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley. We have a packed hour for you, our last hour of our show. We've got a regular news panel. We'll find out more about the church services remembering the victims of the Plymouth shooting. And we'll find out how doctors are trying to cure peanut allergies with peanuts.
But back to our top story, and Afghan officials say Taliban fighters have started entering the country's capital, Kabul, after making significant territorial gains. The Taliban had just taken Jalalabad without a fight. Well, earlier today, we talked to Charles Davey, Managing Director of Afghan Aid in Kabul, and we asked him about his fears as the Taliban takes more and more territory.
Let's say I'm concerned, but as I say, in most cases, the Taliban has negotiated an entry into the new territory, and I hope that with the U.S. forces still here, or coming in the past couple of days, I hope that there is sufficient time provided for a negotiated agreement and takeover.
Just give us a sense for people listening right now. You're in Kabul, as you've said, it's a nervous city. People are concerned about what the next few days could bring, with it being the only major city that hasn't fallen to the Taliban. What is the real need right now for the people in Kabul and wider across Afghanistan? What's the message that needs to get out to the international community?
You know, could be a long answer. I would say that we've really got to get the country back up and running as quickly as possible, provide support, engage with the people, make sure the money is flowing into the banks, and that the wheels are greased, I think, in order to continue work. It might take longer to form relationships and agreements with the Taliban, whatever new government comes next. But I think we've got to start thinking about how that happens. There's also, of course, huge number of people that are, as systems break down and there's a vacuum there, then in terms of the basic needs of people, whether that's water and food and shelter and educational services and medical services, these all need to get back up and running and continue providing services to people.
That was Charles Davey, Managing Director of Afghan Aid in Kabul. Former Conservative Party leader Sir Ian Duncan-Smith told us about the UK's decades-long involvement in the country and the impact that the Taliban resurgence will have on the Afghan people.
I'm proud of our role in getting rid of the al-Qaeda threat, and I'm proud of our role in trying to nation build in Afghanistan. But nation building is very difficult, and it takes an incredibly long time, particularly if you're dealing with a country that doesn't have a history of pluralistic democracy. So that's where the problem arises. My problem, I'm afraid, is all the good that we've done is likely to be undone by this dreadful organization, the Taliban, who will almost certainly impose their very extreme views. And the people I feel sorry for are all those women that we introduce to education, young girls, showing them there is a better way and a way to live your lives that may now in turn have that taken away from them. This is sad.
Well, that was the former Conservative Party leader, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith. We've also just spoken to the MP, Tobias Ellwood, former soldier and chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee.
I think this is completely humiliating for the West. We assembled the most incredible, technologically advanced alliance the world has ever seen, and we're being defeated by an insurgency that's armed simply with AK-47s and RPGs. And we should have done more under the 2 decades of effort. We made some schoolboy errors. It's a tough environment, there's no doubt about it. But operationally speaking, we're now seeing the evacuation. And just a point on that from an operational perspective, I think it's time to put the carrier into use. Kabul is about to fall. The Taliban is at the city's gates. And with the threat picture changing so quickly, the Queen Elizabeth carrier group should return to the Indian Ocean, where they can offer the formidable air power provided by our F-35 stealth fighters. This is such a situation which actually justifies the investment of billions in our huge maritime asset. But right now it's in the wrong place. And this live operations are far more important than naval exercises. Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
Well, that was the former soldier Tobias Ellwood, now MP and chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee. And just to give you a sense of what is happening right now in Kabul, it has been confirmed by Afghan officials that the Taliban are entering Kabul, the final city, major city that it doesn't have control in Afghanistan, from all sides. They have put out a statement, the Taliban, saying that they don't plan to take the capital city by force. We're seeing live pictures here in the studio. There are helicopters overhead. There are plumes of black smoke. It's difficult to know what is going on, but it must be a terrifying time for the people who are inside that city.
I can't believe it, really. I mean, on Friday, we had the first inklings that things were kind of, collapsing really fast. But I don't think anyone would have imagined that by this date, by the 15th of August, that Kabul would be on the brink of falling. I spent time in Kabul. I made a documentary in Kabul about people who are trying to build up Afghanistan's film industry. And I think about those people because they have been on camera. They're on DVDs everywhere. And of course, the Taliban who won't even let people listen to music, let alone watch a Bollywood-style movie. Their cards are marked. And when I think about what's happened to them, I know that one of the people we interviewed has been granted asylum in Canada, but that's only after an attempt was made on her life. She was shot last November. And then, when I was there, it was a while ago. It was in 2012. But there was a real sense of hope and of people actually doing things and trying to live normal lives. And it just chills me to the bone that people who believed the promises that we made them, that they would have these freedoms, are now the most exposed and first in line to be attacked. And Kabul is a city with serious infrastructure, with, UN agencies, NGOs, embassies, a place where many journalists go to and are in at the moment. And if that can fall so quickly, what hope is there for ordinary Afghans who are now just? It seems like a done deal, doesn't it?
And we were told yesterday, speaking to people on the programme yesterday, that Afghans are a young population, and for many Afghans, they won't remember life under the Taliban. They won't remember the strict rules, the fact that women can't leave their homes without a male guardian, the fact that they have to cover themselves from head to toe in these burqas, which have literal mesh over the eyes. It's very difficult for people even to see out of them.
Women couldn't have proper medical treatment, highest maternal mortality rate in the world because women were not able to be seen by male doctors, and yet there were no female doctors because women couldn't have an education. It's awful, and I'm getting chills. Hearing the updates. It's like a domino effect, isn't it? And now the last big domino, Kabul, is teetering on the brink. It's shocking stuff.
You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast. In the next few minutes, we are going to be speaking to our panel about the top news stories of the day. You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio. Join Laura Jackson for the podcast from the Sunday Times Style, where inspiring female founders share how they turned their side projects into success stories.
This week, hear my conversation with Kinda co-founder Ellie Brown.
I never had the plan, I'm going to start a huge food business. I always say it's a hobby that got out of control.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Beautifully sculpted design, state-of-the-art technologies, and a maximum electric driving range of up to 379 miles. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
It's 9:15. Time for our panel now. Patrick Minfin is Professor of Applied Economics at Cardiff University and one of the economists for Brexit. Caris Roberts is the Director of the Institute for Public Policy Research. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
And of course, we have to begin with our top story this morning, which is Afghanistan and the apparent collapse of, the collapse of all major cities apart from Kabul are now in Taliban hands. It looks now from the breaking news screens that I'm seeing around me like Kabul is on the brink of collapse. What's your response, Patrick?
Well, of course, it's awful news, and it, as many people have said, it has damaged American and the West's credibility, really, in our withdrawal. But I think one's got to remember that it's always a great problem intervening in the internal affairs of other countries. And in the end, the Afghanistan people are going to have to deal with the Taliban. And if the Taliban think that they can run the country by repression, I think they're going to have a great awakening, really, from the pushback from the Afghanistan people, and that in the end is going to have to be what sorts out Afghanistan. We can't really do it from the outside in the end.
But Caris, I wonder what you make of that, and also of President Joe Biden's comments that, we can't keep intervening in the internal conflicts of another country, given that the entire justification for the invasion of Afghanistan was to protect the world from international terrorism. Is it not the case that we are all less safe now?
Well, it's devastating to see the news from Afghanistan. It also makes me angry because we've had 20 years of supposed government and military capacity building, and clearly that has gone terribly. We have an army that doesn't know how many troops it has, widespread corruption. And so I certainly, agree that there are big problems with intervention, but we can't turn our backs on a mess that we've created now. And that means that we do need to be seeking an end to the violence immediately. It also means we need to be playing our part to protect people with asylum, especially those who helped the British Army and those who might hold the keys to the Afghan future, such as the 34 Chevening scholars who have been told that they now can't come to the UK when they thought they had a route out.
And what do you make of that, Patrick? This idea that the onus is on us to take in people who have been displaced by what's happening in Afghanistan?
Well, I think that's a fair point, that we have responsibilities towards these people, and I totally agree with that. I think the difficulty is that in the long term, we can't create a political regime in Afghanistan. And the reason we originally intervened was because of Al-Qaeda. It seems that we may face that again, but it's not at all clear what exactly will come out of the internal situation in terms of terrorism. And maybe it's too early to bring that into the argument.
Let's move on from that. We'll obviously keep an eye on what's happening in Kabul, in Afghanistan as a whole. But let's talk about some other stories this morning. And airlines could potentially be forced to reveal the environmental cost of each flight before passengers book a ticket. I just wonder, Caris, what you think about this. Do you think it would actually make any difference if people knew the environmental cost? If they want to go on their one holiday a year and jump on a plane, is it fair to make them feel guilty?
I don't know if it's about making them feel guilty. I think what this would do is give people information so that they can make informed decisions. And we know that people really do want to go green, and they do care about the climate. The one thing I'd say is that I don't think we can nudge our way to net zero. We're kidding ourselves if we think that just relying on consumer power and unproven technologies, as the government is doing, is going to get there. Instead, we need government to be leading the way. And that's what people say, and that's because even while flying is becoming more efficient, traffic is growing faster than those gains. So we're taking one step forward, two steps back. And I do think that we will need to address that through taxes, the correct taxes, so that we stop subsidising flying, for instance, and investment in green transport. So that we can use rail, certainly within the UK. Why do we still have domestic flights? But also to Europe.
Had a text here from Andy saying, COVID has stopped me flying. I will not change my habits regarding climate change as long as the Chinese are shoving millions of tonnes of CO2 into the atmosphere. Nothing I can do will save the planet if the Chinese continue to behave in this way. And I guess that is one challenge with this, isn't it, Patrick? That sometimes even if people want to make a difference to the planet, if they feel their small difference isn't actually going to make any difference at all, what is the point?
Well, of course, that's absolutely true. And I think what this shows is that governments are extremely unwilling to put the cost of the green agenda into the public domain. I mean, people aren't really willing to pay for these changes in their consumption, and that's a big political fact, which I think this story illustrates, that people are quite happy to have voluntary action, which they can ignore if they decide to, but they're not really willing to pay. And until people are paying for the lack of greenness, there won't be much effect on the situation. And
so you mean hitting people in the pocket?
Very expensive program.
Sorry, Patrick, do you mean hitting people in the pocket, making it actually more expensive?
Well, that's the only way to change people's behavior, really, in the end, because you can't rely on voluntary action, because some people will do it and others, of course, won't. So I think this illustrates that there's a great political reluctance to ask people to pay, and there's a great pushback against the cost of the green program, which undermines the prospects of doing it.
Moving on to a completely different story, a completely different tack. There is a story in this morning's Sunday Times about the secret to having a happy family is to run it like a business. I wonder what you make of this. Karis, what's this all about?
Well, I smiled when I read this as someone who appreciates structure and appreciates a spreadsheet. So the story is an academic who has done various pieces of research on kind of bringing up a family. And she's saying that actually the way to kind of have a happy family life is to run it like a business, have a mission statement, have structured meetings, and so on. I have to say, I'd be intrigued to see the data, because it sounds like this one might be a little bit less supported than some of her other work. And in particular, I wonder if really whether that structure might suit some people well. But for others, maybe it isn't quite right. And to be honest, maybe they've got other things on their mind. So if you're someone who's working, 2 jobs to try and feed your kids, are you really thinking, the secret to finding time with my children is to build a spreadsheet? If you're thinking about your kids going to school hungry, as we know that potentially 3.7 million children in the UK might be, then are you really going to be thinking about a mission statement? So that was my slight scepticism reading it.
It's a certain middle-class mum, and I have to say I do know quite a few of them. I'm not sure it spreads happiness.
I do know I know lots of people, and I am not one of them, who really love spreadsheets. I went over to lunch with some friends of mine who had a spreadsheet for when to put the different elements of the roast into the oven for it to all come out the optimal time. Yeah, no, they are my friends, not close friends, but they are my friends. Patrick, I mean, this study, this comes from an American economist. You're an economist. Do you agree?
Well, I think it's a very, very enjoyable story and a way of explaining, what I think she's really getting at is that to run a family and to keep control of behavior, you need structure. And I think one shouldn't emphasize the spreadsheet aspect of it so much as the general structure of the week and the day, which I think gives. I think the big problem today in parenting, frankly, is that there are no ways of disciplining, children's behavior. And I think that what this lady economist has pointed out is that if you create a structure, then that creates incentives for everybody to kind of conform to the structure, because everyone will be really upset if there's a great conflagration and the structure is disrupted. And so it gives, I think, the parents a bit more control. And I think that's a really good insight from her.
It's about boundaries, isn't it? You just need to give children boundaries. They know what is okay and what's not okay, and it often makes them feel safe.
Or
and
you need to threaten them with no TV.
Well, I was going to say, or you just take things away from them.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to make sure that.
Although, if anyone listening wants to get in touch with their mission statement for their family, I'd be interested to hear it. I can't imagine what mine would be. 87222. Start your message with the word Times.
Take each day as it comes, I think, is mine. Let's talk about the economy. Patrick, we obviously expected the economy to recover once COVID restrictions began to ease. It grew 4.8% between April and June. Is that about what you expected, or are you surprised by that?
I think it's about what we all expected, really. A little bit up or down, really. I think the general picture is that that this year is going to be about 8% up on last year, which was, of course, a terrible year. And I think that it's broadly conforming to that. And what I think everyone needs to focus on now is how we sustain this growth going into the future. And it links to leveling up and to taxes and so forth. And that's the kind of main challenge today. And I think we should put forward a plan for growth, essentially, which means, I think, taking a very kind of clear view that we won't put up taxes, which I think some people are pushing quite hard. And we need to take a very long-term view on the debt, because the main priority is growth and getting, and that itself, which we're already seeing, is going to make a big improvement in the public finances, which I think many people are very concerned about.
And the challenge, of course, Karis, is that in order to have that economic recovery, businesses need some sort of stability, some ability to plan, which is something you absolutely can't do in light of COVID and with the constant fear that more restrictions might be brought in.
Exactly. I worry that figures like these risk making us complacent about what we need to do to support the economy, avoid a sluggish economy for years to come that would be unnecessary, because it's not just about getting back to where we were, but also where we would have been without the pandemic and the economy's potential. The other thing that I think is a bit missing from these, is always missing from these figures, is what kind of economy you want on the other side. And we know that what can give businesses certainty and take us towards important goals like net zero and levelling up is government investment to steer the economy that way. So I worry that we're doing too little, or the government is doing too little to avoid a sluggish economy and to point us towards those important goals.
We've had a text from Lizzie with regards to running your family like a business. It's not for everyone, but I was so bored on maternity leave, she says. I had a spreadsheet for my little one showing what was happening in 15-minute increments so I could check sleep patterns and milk-to-weight ratio. Not for everyone, though, she says again.
Lizzie, I'm so impressed that you were able to function and to actually do that. I think I was awake while baby was awake and sleeping while baby was sleeping and not doing a lot else in between.
My babies didn't sleep. But moving on to levelling up, and an Ipsos Mori poll that says 2/3 of voters said they're willing to pay more tax if it goes on things like the NHS and social care. Patrick, what did you make of that?
Well, I think the problem about these sorts of polls of what voters are in favour of is that the voters that are replying are not the voters on the margin who will change their behavior if taxes go up. And this is the problem. If you polled the businessmen and women and entrepreneurs who are on the margin and who would change their behavior if taxes go up, you'd get a very different answer. And that's the problem about these sorts of polls. The last thing we want is to put up taxes now, which will slow growth and stop the rebuilding of the economy we want. And it'll also stop leveling up, because it's growth, particularly in the north, with better regulation and tax cuts that will produce leveling up. And so I'm afraid that this poll is really giving completely the wrong steer.
Karis, would you agree with that? The poll has polled the wrong people?
I don't think so, and I don't think that's the way to think about voters either. I think what's clear out of this poll is that people recognise that there are big challenges in society, net zero, social care, inequality, and we can't fix them on the cheap. And so there's a really strong vote of confidence here in measures that would address those properly. And on the kind of the point about net zero in particular, I'd say we can't afford not to do this. If you look at the modelling, for instance, by the Office for Budget Responsibility, they show that actually debt to GDP is going to be higher in future years if we delay action and if we dither. And so it's really important that we take the steps now, from both perspectives of wanting to achieve net zero and of wanting to protect the public finances. The sensible option is to do that investment now.
Karis Roberts and Patrick Minford, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Ella from Leeds has some advice. She says, listen to the Olden experience. The best way to have a happy family is to never say no to your children. No is toxic. Try and persuade them not to want something. The problem with that, Ella, is you're not really preparing them for life.
And also, how can you persuade a child not to want Disney Plus on the iPad?
Or run into a road. Or attack their sister or brother. And I think the problem is you're going to go to school and your teacher is going to say no. And then they're going to be very shocked when they've gone through 4 years of that, or go to nursery. Ella, if it worked for you, well done. It certainly wouldn't work in my house, I have to be honest. You're listening to Times Radio Breakfast. It's coming up to 9:32. Let's get the latest news now with Anna Cunningham.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Chloe, thank you. Good morning. There are multiple reports that the Taliban has entered the Afghan capital city of Kabul. The Afghan Interior Ministry has said that the militant group have started entering from all sides. Gunfire has been heard on the streets of the capital and smoke can be seen from some areas. Kabul was the last Afghan city not under Taliban control after Jalalabad was taken without any resistance early this morning and Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. Reacting on Times Radio Breakfast, the Conservative MP Tobias Elwood, chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee and a former soldier, says it's now a very serious developing situation.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days. And they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
Some 600 British troops have been sent to Afghanistan to help with the evacuation of Britons from the country. US President Joe Biden increased American troop numbers last night to 5,000 to aid the evacuation efforts from its embassy. Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country yesterday. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And all 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
It's been an incredible opening Premier League weekend so far, with 26 goals in the first 8 games. Liverpool began their title campaign with a comfortable 3-0 victory at newly promoted Norwich. Mo Salah got one to become the first player to score on the opening weekend in 5 consecutive seasons. Meanwhile, Jurgen Klopp says it's great to have defender Virgil van Dijk back after 10 months out through injury.
Defensive set pieces looked really, really good. Offensive set pieces with the two monsters, with Joel, and we were really good there. We scored from a second ball. I think Mo's goal was a brilliant routine, really, getting the second ball in that area and finishing off.
Elsewhere, European champions Chelsea were also 3-0 winners over Crystal Palace, while Everton came from behind to beat Southampton 3-1 in Rafa Benitez's first game in charge. Portuguese midfielder Bruno Fernandes scored a hat-trick to help Manchester United thrash Leeds 5-1, and Leicester won 1-0 against Wolves. Watford edged past Aston Villa 3-2, and Brighton were 2-1 winners at Burnley. Meanwhile, Manchester City begin their title defence this afternoon at Tottenham Hotspur. Harry Kane is still a Man City transfer target after asking to leave Spurs, and it's not yet known if he'll play against the champions later. There was some confusion around when Kane should have returned to pre-season training, but Spurs manager Nuno Espirito Santo insists there wasn't a problem.
He had to be in isolation. He did it here in the lodge. It was a long period that he had to be by himself, not easy at all. Then we had the negative test and he joined the group.
And captain Joe Root's superb unbeaten 180 means England's cricketers have a slender 27-run lead going into day 4 of the second test against India. Johnny Bairstow said it was special to be back batting in front of a full house at Lord's. He shared a 100 partnership with his captain.
We said when we were walking out, we were just smiling at each other. We went, how good is it to be walking out Saturday at Lord's, sun's out, with one of your best mates? And that's exactly what it was, and we really enjoyed our partnership out there.
India will get their second innings going at 11 a.m.
Times Radio Breakfast with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Ford's first all-electric SUV. Get ready to fall in love with driving all over again. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Thanks for being with us here on Times Radio Breakfast. Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley with you till 10 o'clock this morning. Then Carol Walker will be here. She's sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn. She's going to be speaking to the former International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell, about that deteriorating situation in Afghanistan. And after this week's shooting in Plymouth, Carol's going to be joined by Luke Pollard, the Shadow Environment Secretary and MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport. Then Callum MacDonald is going to be here at 1 o'clock. He's in for Alexis Conran. He's going to be joined by David Miliband, the former Labour Foreign Secretary and President of the International Rescue Committee. And also worth reminding you that tomorrow on Times Radio, the former leader of the Conservative Party in Scotland, Ruth Davidson, is going to be sitting in for Mariella Frostrop from 1 o'clock and in fact every day this week.
The Sunday Times is out now with all the columnists, reviews and features you'd expect, plus the news review. Pick up a copy or read it online with a digital subscription. You get a range of email newsletters, plus offers, events, the chance to contribute to the online debate too by posting comments. Just head to our website to find out more. But something exciting that's coming up on Times Radio this week, the former Scottish Conservative leader Ruth Davidson, who's presenting every afternoon from Monday to Thursday. Her guests include Claire Balding, and she'll be bringing all her political insight to looking at the big news stories of the day. Don't miss Ruth Davidson on Times Radio this Monday to Thursday from 1 p.m.
It is 22 minutes to 10. Special church services are being held this morning across Plymouth and Devon to remember those killed in this week's shooting. 5 people died when a gunman opened fire on Thursday evening during a 12-minute attack. The police watchdog is looking into why the gunman was given his gun back from police, having had it taken away in December over an assault allegation. We can speak now to Reverend Andy Chislett MacDonald. He's a Superintendent Minister for the Plymouth and Devonport Circuit. Good morning.
Morning. It's good to be with you.
It must be such a difficult time for you and for people in the area right now. I just wonder, in what ways are you able to support the needs of local people?
To begin with, just by being there and by presence, really, like most of us in Plymouth, I think we saw helicopters and we see them. It's a military town. And then we read strap lines on the bottom of the television screens and thought, what can we do? We've been opening church buildings. We've been meeting with people to pray. We've been sitting in silence with folk, really, as we and they have begun the, I think, slow process of coming to terms with what is a shock for our city. So we've just been being with people, and today we are in our circuit and then in other denominations as well. Church buildings will be open. There will be acts of worship with particular prayers written for today. So that's where we are at the moment.
It's so difficult, isn't it, for any community to heal after something like this? But the sheer horror of what unfolded, the fact that the gunman shot his own family, shot random people on the street, took the life of a little 3-year-old girl pushing a pram down the street as her dad tried to protect her. You've said it's going to take a long time, but it's also going to be incredibly difficult for young people, for children, to try and get their heads around. It's hard enough for adults to get their heads around something so awful happening in their locality.
Yeah, I think that's a really wise comment. And I, alongside that, I just, we stand with parents of young children. How are they going to feel too as they go shopping, as they go to the park? It's literally around the corner from where this tragedy occurred. It's going to be very, very difficult. Yes, I think you're right, particularly for families, particularly for children. And I have to tell you, I thank God that we have some fantastic services and support in Plymouth in terms of counselling, and many of our people within our local churches have some training in not in as dire a situation as this, but actually just to begin the process with people.
Does it make you question your faith when something so awful can happen? Because that is what some people do in these circumstances, isn't it?
Yes, Christian people are human people, and we ask similar questions. We ask the why questions. We ask where do we locate God in this? And then like everyone, I would hope in this, we cry out for hope and for healing and for peace. When Jesus in John chapter 14 is going to be taken from his closest friends, he promises them a peace that the world cannot give. And that is the big prayer for our city at the moment. Just a deep spiritual peace might come upon us all.
Reverend Andy Chislett-McDonald, thank you for joining us, Superintendent Minister for the Plymouth and Devonport Circuit.
Now, the last 2 decades have seen an explosion in allergies in the English-speaking world. About 2 million people in the UK now have a food allergy, and hospital admissions for anaphylaxis increased by more than 300% between 1998 and 2018. Peanuts pose a particular problem. They're cheap, they're ubiquitous, and even tiny amounts of peanut can kill. In today's Sunday Times magazine, I've been looking into a new kind of treatment for severe peanut allergy sufferers, oral immunotherapy. Doctors are treating children with severe peanut allergy by giving them tiny amounts of peanut in controlled conditions to give them resilience to it. And it seems to be working. The paediatrician, Dr. Andrew Clark, is working with the company Cam Allergy to develop one of these treatments at Addenbrooke's Hospital. He joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jenny.
So perhaps we could begin with, could you describe for us what is life like for your young patients who are living with extreme peanut allergy?
Well, yeah, this is, as you say, this has been an increasing problem. The number of children at risk of anaphylaxis has increased 7 times over the last decade. And living with this for families is really, really difficult. And part of the problem is that the burden of the disease is in childhood. So parents feel incredibly fearful whenever they're choosing food for their child. Some describe it as, letting their child play with a loaded a loaded weapon, and it just has that fear of, any time could be the wrong time, and they have to be lucky every time they choose food for their kid. So this causes an immense burden on their quality of life. It affects all their activities. They can't go to play dates, sleepovers, go to the cinema with their friends. It really is a pervasive problem for them.
And do we have any idea why there has been this allergy explosion?
Well, the current best theory is that we're all living too clean a life. This is the hygiene hypothesis, where in the past, where we lived amongst cattle and farmland, we were exposed to germs, and that's what our immune system has evolved to deal with. Now we no longer have that stimulus. Our immune system is getting distracted by other things in the environment that are new. So peanut butter is a new food in our environment that's only come in over the last 20 or 30 years. And it seems the immune system is constantly looking for things to react to, and we've provided it in peanuts and other common foods that are in the modern diet.
But the hygiene hypothesis doesn't explain it all. My son has a nut allergy, and believe me, my house is not the most tidy and clean. It doesn't account for all of it, does it?
No, it really doesn't. So there are other ideas. Vitamin D and nutrition are very important. The rise of processed foods. There are all sorts of complex environmental factors that are around us all the time. And of course, we inherit allergy from our parents as well. So it's a complex mix of all those factors that are doing this.
So tell us about the treatment you're developing at CAM Allergy. It's one of a few around the world being developed that's based on kind of quite counterintuitive thinking to give people with severe peanut allergy peanuts.
Sure. And CAM Allergy, just as a background, is quite unique. It's a spin out from our hospital, which was seed funded by our hospital and some private investors to take this idea forward from a successful clinical trial performed about 10 years ago now. And the idea behind the treatment is that we wanted to produce a pharmaceutical medicine that was in a very high standard of quality, where you give very tiny amounts of peanut protein on day one, and keep that level quite low until you're sure that your patient has accommodated to that, and then you gradually increase, so that with our treatment, by 3 months, you are offered full protection against any of these accidental ingestions that we're talking about, going out and buying a bag of popcorn, but it's been fried in groundnut oil, which contains peanut. The hope is that our treatment can then allow kids to lead normal lives by protecting them against everyday accidental exposure.
So this is not a cure for peanut allergy or for nut allergy. It's about if you accidentally bit into something that you shouldn't do, it's not going to kill you.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're not curing people with one pill. It's definitely an ongoing treatment. And peanut allergy, we all assume to be a lifelong condition. We certainly see it go all the way through childhood and into adulthood. So we would expect kids to have long-term treatment for this.
And who has had this treatment so far?
So we've treated about 220 children in our clinic with our own bespoke products, and about 95% of them are still on treatment after 4 to 5 years. So it's gone really well. And the thing that the kids in the clinic say about it is that the families say it's just changed their lives. It opens up new avenues to them. Many of them have been affected adversely by anxiety, and it just changes the way they live their lives for the better.
To what extent would you say that the treatment you're developing is a treatment for parental anxiety as much as it is a treatment for allergy?
Yeah, that's a really good point. The day patients come to see us, that very first day when we start treatment, they're anxious because they've had this built-up anxiety over the years because of the exposure risk. But then they understand also that part of the treatment is to give their kids a little bit of peanut protein. So that anxiety on day one is sky high. But by the time they finish their sort of induction of treatment, if you will, that anxiety evaporates, and they're so much more comfortable.
You have to be really brave, though, to embark on this treatment, don't you? And there are side effects as well, aren't there?
Sure. I have huge respect for the families who put themselves forward to do this, because, of course, they can't see that it's always going to be a successful outcome for their particular child. The side effects are predictable from, the side effects you get from an allergic reaction to peanut. So as a team, we're very used to monitoring, spotting and dealing and treating with these. And the patients all have emergency medication. But the thing the families kind of value is that knowledge that if something's going to happen, it'll happen soon after their dose. So they can package around that, they can have an emergency plan for that and then deal with it.
This treatment at the moment, it's only available in your clinic privately, and it's very expensive, isn't it?
Yes, and unfortunately, we went to NHS commissioners but were unable to convince them to provide this on the NHS. And in order to treat patients, we basically had to go down the private route. But a lot of the revenue that's generated from the hospital goes back into NHS care. We've been able to employ a consultant and several nurses who work on NHS treatment for the rest of the week in our allergy clinic doing other activities. So it has been a real boost to our NHS service locally.
I've written in the article, I've written about your treatment. I've also written about Aimune's treatment, Palforzia, which are both basically using very, very specifically characterised peanut flour, bits of peanut. What is to stop people doing this at home with a bit of peanut flour, with a little bit of peanut butter, desensitising their child?
Sure, that is available. I would say the starting dose of the immunotherapy is absolutely critical because peanut allergic patients, before they've been treated, are exquisitely sensitive to peanut. They'll react to 1,000th of a gram of peanut. And to accurately measure out a dose underneath that amount is virtually impossible at home. So our strong advice is don't do this at home. There may be internet forums or chat groups that suggest this is a good thing to do, but our strong advice is it's a dangerous thing and we would completely discourage it.
This is a great development, but it's not a cure. There's still no magic bullet. Do you think there will ever be a cure for food allergies?
I hope so. And I think this is the first wave of treatments. And of course, it's, relatively quick and dirty and isn't ideal. We'd rather give a pill to switch this off. Behind us, there's a wave of, more clever biological treatments that are trying different avenues. And I really hope that something like that can take over eventually. But in the meantime, we have this treatment and a large population of kids with terribly affected quality of life to treat. So we're just getting on with it.
Dr. Andy Clark from CAM Allergy, thank you so much for joining us on Times Radio this morning.
Thank you, Jenny.
Now, let me bring you an update on the situation in Afghanistan. As we said earlier on, the Taliban is now entering the outskirts of Kabul from all sides. That is what is being reported. The Taliban insists it doesn't want any innocent civilian to be killed or injured as it tries to take control of Afghanistan's capital. The president has tweeted in the last few minutes to say that security forces have the situation under control. We'll, of course, keep you updated here on Times Radio. You're listening to Breakfast. R. Kelly is facing trial this week over accusations of child sex abuse. We're going to be speaking in the next few minutes to the Sunday Times' Laura Pullman. You're listening to Breakfast on Times Radio with Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley in association with the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. Search Ford Mustang Mach-E to find out more.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West. Explore the events and ideas that shape our times with topical discussion and original perspectives from the world of politics, culture, literature, entertainment and the arts. Monday to Thursday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Nat West. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search Nat West Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker, Times Radio Breakfast.
The rapper R. Kelly, who's sold more than 75 million records, he's one of the most successful R&B stars, is going to appear in a New York court this week. He's charged with child sexual exploitation, kidnapping, bribery and racketeering. Decades after the first allegations were made, R. Kelly is accused of running a sex trafficking criminal enterprise. Well, let's speak to Laura Pullman, the New York correspondent for the Sunday Times. Hi, Laura.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. So just tell us, first of all, the charges that are against R. Kelly. I know they're extensive and quite harrowing to listen to.
It's a deeply harrowing case. And what's really interesting about it is that he is being charged under this 1970 law called the RICO law. It's what it's known as, which is essentially a racketeering law. And it was created to catch mafia bosses and go after big mobsters so that they can hide under their underlings' crimes and pin it on their underlings. And that's how the prosecution are hoping to go after R. Kelly. And that's why we're looking at racketeering, kidnapping, and the allegations are that he ran this criminal enterprise.
And he targeted is accused of targeting very young girls. I mean, give us some of the examples of the things he's alleged to have done.
It is really grim. What is being alleged is that he ran this enterprise where his managers, bodyguards, flunkies would target young women and girls, it's 13, 14, 15, and pick them up in shopping malls and at his gigs, and then bring them back with promises that they would help his career. A lot of them were working at record labels as interns or were aspiring singers. And then they would be trapped allegedly at his home in Chicago, where they would be deprived of food. One woman who's expected to testify, who was working as an intern at a radio station, alleges that she was interviewing R. Kelly and he had promised to help her further with her career. And she was deprived of food for 3 days, locked in a room and passed out. And when she woke up, she realised she had been sexually assaulted by him.
What is so difficult to understand is why it has taken so long. I mean, reading your piece in the Sunday Times today, the prosecution is going to set out how Kelly married a singer back in 1994 when she was just 15. Elias, she later went on, she very sadly died in a plane crash in 2001. But when these kind of things were happening back in 1994, why in 2021 is it only now coming to court?
I know, it's extraordinary. And for the victims, the fact that it has taken this long is unimaginable, really. It's a combination of things. R. Kelly was charged in 2002 when he was kind of at the height of his fame and popularity and performing at the Winter Olympics and things like this. And that's when he was charged on child pornography charges. But that case was, frankly, a disgrace, and the charges were minimal. And he was ultimately cleared, and the jury took less than a day to clear him. Now he's looking like he has a much tougher battle to fight. And of course, the national mood has completely changed since he was last in court as well. This is the next huge celebrity trial in the Me Too era. And R. Kelly, who has seemingly got away with some of the vilest crimes imaginable for decades, has really now about to face the music.
And what complicates all of this is many of these young girls who have made these allegations were fans. So they looked at him through a very different lens when they first met him, before, if he did commit these crimes, before that was carried out.
Yeah, and of course the defence are really going to be making the case that these were fans and they were groupies. One of his lawyers has said they were dying to be with him. And so they're going to say they all had sex with him willingly and consentingly, and that it was only after the kind of Me Too movement began that they turned on him. However, the charges relate to 6 women, but there will be testimony and evidence brought in relating to, I think it's about 20 women. So the defence is going to have quite a hard time arguing that in every instance these were women who were fans willingly having sex with them. And as I say, the details are just... I spoke to an incredible journalist called Jim de Regatis, who's based in Chicago, where R. Kelly is from. Jim wrote about R. Kelly in 2000, and he wrote an extraordinary piece back then, which was detailing how R. Kelly would have sex allegedly with underage women. And people turned on Jim and essentially accused him of being racist. And the black community, the music community, other journalists really closed ranks around R. Kelly. And of course, that has just changed completely now.
As you say, because of the post-Me Too movement, or, in that era, things have changed. Listen, Laura, thank you so much for telling us about that piece, which is in the Sunday Times today. Laura Pullman there.
I'm very excited to say that Carol Walker is in the studio. Carol Walker and I have not met because you are of weekday late nights and I am of weekend early mornings, but it's very exciting to have you here.
Well, it's a delight to be in the studio and to meet you in person, Jenny.
What have you got on your show today?
Well, of course, the big news breaking this morning is that Taliban forces are now reported to be entering the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul, from all sides. We will, of course, keeping right up to date with all the very latest on that. I'm going to be talking to the former International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell, about that. Also to a former British Army captain who has founded this Sulah Alliance, which campaigns for interpreters and others. We're going to be talking COVID, climate change, full review of the Sunday papers, lots else besides.
We look forward to that. Today's producer on our show was Chloe DeSave. Today's technical operator was Josh Monday. Asma and Stig will be back tomorrow at 6. Next, it's Carol Walker.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good morning to you. I'm here for Tom Newton-Dunn with 3 hours of the best political conversation you could hope for on a Sunday morning. Coming up, Afghanistan. Taliban forces are reported to be entering the capital, Kabul, from all sides. We'll keep you up to date with all the very latest on that unfolding story. And we'll be talking climate change, COVID rules, and we'll bring you a full review of the Sunday papers. But first, let's get the very latest news from Anna Cunningham.
Carol, thank you. Good morning. There are multiple reports that the Taliban has entered the Afghan capital city of Kabul. The Afghan Interior Ministry has said that the militant group have started entering from all sides. The Taliban has reportedly said it's in negotiations with the Afghan government for a peaceful surrender. Reacting to the breaking news on Times Radio, the Conservative MP Tobias Elwood, chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee and a former soldier, says it's now a very serious developing situation.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
Gunfire has been heard on the streets of the capital of Kabul and smoke can be seen from some areas. US Black Hawk helicopters have been seen flying across Kabul. It was the last Afghan city not under Taliban control after Jalalabad was taken without any resistance early this morning and Mazar-e-Sharif fell overnight. It's understood that the British embassy is now effectively closed and efforts to evacuate the thousands of British citizens still in Afghanistan are underway. Airlift operations by US troops to evacuate their staff from Kabul is also underway. The US President Joe Biden increased American troop numbers last night to 5,000. Security expert Will Geddes told Times Radio that with most of Afghanistan now under the control of the Taliban, there is a heightened risk of a resurgence from the terror group Al-Qaeda, which poses a direct threat to the West.
As we're seeing the Taliban in its ways taking Afghanistan back incredibly quickly, even with Jalalabad obviously being captured this morning, which is on the main road into Pakistan, which obviously was one of the key critical access and egress points for Al-Qaeda.
Special prayers are being said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are using their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
All 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland with some patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Our top sports story this hour: Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home, and Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sold-out Old Trafford yesterday. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Times Radio. Carol Walker here, in for Tom Newton-Dunn, with 3 hours of the best political conversation you could hope for on a Sunday morning. In a moment, Afghanistan. There are reports this morning that Taliban forces are entering Kabul from all sides. The US has sent thousands more troops to the capital to secure the evacuation of its personnel. There are fears of a humanitarian and security crisis. We'll speak to the former International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell, and a former British Army captain and co-founder of the Solar Alliance, Ed Aitken. The Shadow Environment Secretary and Labour MP for Plymouth Sutton, Luke Pollard, will join me to reflect on Thursday's shooting, as his leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says it raises questions about our gun laws. Later in the programme, tomorrow's being called the Real Freedom Day as more COVID restrictions are eased, but some scientists want contingency plans to deal with possible new variants or waves of infections. Professor Mark Fielder, a medical microbiologist at Kingston University, will join me just after 11. And the president of the CBI, Lord Billamoria, will tell us his hopes of how it will affect businesses around the country. We're going to be meeting another new MP, and of course, we will be taking a good look through this morning's Sunday papers with two top Westminster journalists. So do stay with us. But first to Afghanistan. And within the past hour, reports from Kabul say Taliban fighters are entering the capital from all sides after their rapid, brutal advance across the country. Overnight, they took control of Jalalabad, a key eastern city, without a fight. The British and Americans have sent hundreds of troops back to Kabul as they scramble to evacuate their personnel. But Boris Johnson has said it is not realistic to expect the UK and other powers to impose a military solution on the country. Tobias Ellwood, who chairs the Defence Select Committee, has told Times Radio this morning it is a completely humiliation for the West. Well, let's talk now to the former International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell. Andrew, first of all, what do you make of these reports this morning that Taliban forces are now entering Kabul?
Well, good morning, Carol. It's clear that the situation has deteriorated very badly over the last 5 days, and the government in Kabul, the government of Afghanistan, appears to be on the brink of collapse. And in terms of the likely humanitarian effects of all of this, and also the security issues which sent us, first of all, into Afghanistan, this is a terrible defeat and enormously serious.
It does appear that the UK was left with no choice but to pull out of Afghanistan, given the decision by the United States. But when we look at what's happening now, it looks as though it's only a question of time before the Taliban are in control in Kabul. I mean, what do you make of that? After 454 British lives were lost trying to prevent the extremists taking over the country.
Well, I think it is true that the decision by Donald Trump some 18 months ago to withdraw on a specific date was an appalling strategic mistake, because the Taliban have always said to us that while we may have the watches, they have the time. And his decision really pulled the rug under all of those who've been trying to make sure that that Afghanistan ceases to be a direct threat to the West, but also respects the basic international views on human rights, and in particular rights for women, where progress was being made very significantly. So I think that meant that we were not able to act to solidify the progress that had been made and to support the government of Afghanistan. But we are where we are now. It's clear that Britain on its own cannot take action to stem what is happening today in Afghanistan. But we can, together with our allies, and particularly through the United Nations, working with the regional powers as well, try and, even at this late stage, approach the issue of the Taliban taking control of Afghanistan with both a carrot and a stick. I think it is the failure. It is the failure.
But Andrew, the consequences for thousands of Afghan citizens are absolutely appalling of the Taliban taking control, aren't they?
They are absolutely appalling. I think that there are at least 60 contractors who were hired during my time as the Defence Secretary some years ago. There are 60 who we are desperate to try and get out of Afghanistan, 15 of whom are probably in very severe danger immediately from the Taliban.
But what about thousands of Afghan people right across the country, women, anyone who has been in a position of power in provinces right across Afghanistan?
That is, I'm afraid, completely correct. And there is now going to be a humanitarian crisis as hundreds of thousands of people seek to escape from a Taliban regime and cross over borders into adjacent countries. And that is why it is so important that the United Nations takes a strong position here, as I say, operating both carrots and sticks with the Taliban, working with the regional powers, working with the permanent five, of which Britain is one at the United Nations, to see what can be salvaged from this desperate situation, which is going to cause, as you rightly say, untold misery to hundreds of thousands of people in Afghanistan, particularly women, who were led to believe that the West, that NATO, through its operations in Afghanistan, was committed to their future. Okay. And for those who say that it was inevitable that we would withdraw, I just point to the commitment that we made to Germany. And when facing the Warsaw Pact, down more than half a century, the commitment that the Americans continue to make to South Korea, there was no need, in my view, to withdraw in this way from Afghanistan. And the consequences, quite apart from the consequences for the hundreds of thousands of people in Afghanistan, particularly women, whom I have mentioned, being so appalling, the consequences for Western security and also for the policies and the beliefs of the West, this is a shaming event and a shaming set of circumstances for us all.
Andrew, stay with us. Let me bring in Ed Aitken. He's a former British Army captain and a co-founder of the Sulla Alliance, which works to help interpreters and others who worked with the Western forces. Ed Aitken, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Carol, good morning.
You fought in Afghanistan for many years. What do you make of the events that are unfolding this morning?
It's obviously deeply distressing at a very personal level. Those of us who did serve there, most people will know of people who sacrificed their lives for this cause, and to see it fall apart so unnecessarily, as Andrew mentioned, is deeply distressing. I think equally from my perspective, with the Sohar Alliance that you mentioned, and our organisation that campaigns for the Afghan interpreters, this is an absolute tragedy. We are receiving now dozens and dozens of messages on a daily basis with pleas for help and pleas that are emotionally devastating. People are effectively saying the Taliban are going door to door, searching for those of us who worked alongside British forces, and they will kill us, and they will kill our families. And that's very, very difficult to listen to hear when you know that the situation is deteriorating so disastrously that helping these people is becoming more and more difficult by the day.
Given all the promises that Britain and other Western nations made to Afghanistan, do you think this is a betrayal?
Yes, I think it probably is. I think I'm quite ashamed at a personal level to be associated with with a decision by virtue of my nationality that is going to have caused as Andrew was saying, hundreds of thousands of people to flee their homes because of fear of living under what we all know is going to be a brutal regime.
When we know that 454 British soldiers died, I know you fought there, you know others who will have been maimed during the 20 years that we were there. How does it feel when you think of the huge cost to this country and to others of trying to at least ensure that there was some element of order and democracy in the country, to see how swiftly the Taliban have simply overrun the country?
I mean, Carol, it was just last Thursday. It was the 10-year anniversary of one of my best friends' deaths in Afghanistan, Lieutenant Dave Boyce, and another one of my good friends, Lieutenant Dan Clack, who both died there. And over the years, I have tried to console their parents, their mothers, to say that this was that their sons' deaths were not in vain, and it becomes increasingly difficult to do so when you see what's going on there. And I think the swiftness of the Taliban advance just shows how precarious it was in the political situation, and that beyond the security of the security bubble and support that ISAF and NATO troops were providing, that actually underlying that, the politics of Afghanistan were clearly never addressed in a way that was going to create a sustainable future.
What could or should the British government do now? Clearly, there is an operation underway to try to evacuate key personnel from Kabul. But as you have said, there are hundreds of others right across the country who will be turning to the UK and asking for help.
Yeah, I mean, only a few days ago, maybe a week ago, we have been in contact with PGHQ, trying to encourage them to evacuate those interpreters and former locally employed civilians who were trapped down in Lashkar and in Kandahar, down in the south of Afghanistan. And now the idea of getting them out is almost implausible. I think the fact that the Taliban are now closing in on Kabul, and of course the UK has announced a NEO operation, which is a non-combatant evacuation operation that we've sent in 16 Air Assault Brigade to go and spearhead. This is a serious operation that requires the creation of a safe area that we can evacuate those civilians and the Afghans that we still think that we can evacuate into a sort of holding area near the airhead in Kabul before we evacuate them to a safe location. I don't think that's been disclosed where that will be yet, where we will process paperwork. It's been one of the things that we have been increasingly frustrated with the government, that there has been huge bureaucracy and slowness in the processing of our Afghan colleagues who we want to provide sanctuary to, and because of that slowness, there are going to be those who are not going to be able to get out.
Okay.
Because.
Let me just bring in Andrew Mitchell now again. I mean, listening to that, Andrew, what do you think should be the role of the British government? I mean, clearly the Prime Minister has said it's not realistic for the UK and other powers to impose a military solution. We heard from the Defence Secretary saying that he had tried to put together some kind of alliance to provide some backup to the Afghan forces, but that other nations were simply not prepared to do so once the Americans had pulled out. Is there much left that the British government can do now?
Well, I mean, there never was going to be a military solution to all of this, and it shows the limitations. We have learnt the hard way in the last decade, the limitations of hard power and the importance of soft power. And the only outcome of this was ever going to be that the military could hold the ring while some form of stability and state building and rights for women and education and health was built, which acted as a balance away from the Taliban. That was what should have happened, and indeed was happening until relatively recently. But this is a terrible and humiliating defeat. I agree with every single word of our military friend who's just been speaking. It is echoes of the errors of judgment and mistakes that were made at Munich or at Suez, and we are going to reap a terrible harvest from this. It's not just the humanitarian effects, which have been eloquently described. It's also that Afghanistan will be a magnet now for terrorists and all those people who we originally went in to try and stop. The planners for 9/11 were warehoused and trained by the very people who are now sweeping through the country and into Kabul. So, what we have to do is we have to honour our duty to the people, the translators and others, the contractors who worked believing that Britain and the other NATO countries were going to carry this through. We have to honour our duty to them, which in some cases is a matter of life and death. And we have to do everything we can through the international system, through the United Nations now, to protect innocent civilians in Afghanistan, particularly women, from the Taliban's excesses. Of course, there are limitations to what we can do, but we need the international community through the United Nations to do everything it possibly can and to step up in a way, actually, which I think over the last month has been woefully wanting.
Andrew Mitchell, former International Development Secretary, and Ed Aitken, a former British Army captain, co-founder of the Sulh Alliance. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us this morning here on Times Radio. You're listening to Carol Walker, sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. Coming up, we're going to be talking to Luke Pollard, the MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport and Shadow Environment Secretary.
Times Radio.
I'm Aisha Hazarika. Join me this afternoon from 4 o'clock on Times Radio. We'll be taking a look back at the week in politics and current affairs. We'll also be looking ahead at the big stories coming up. We'll be doing it with lots of well-informed opinion and a bit of wit and wisdom.
Aisha Hazarika. This afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering change for a net zero future.
Welcome back to the programme. Now, let's turn our attention to the scenes in Plymouth over the weekend after the mass shooting resulted in the deaths of 5 victims. This morning in churches across Plymouth, prayers are being said for the victims and their families. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has questioned why the man responsible for killing 5 people before turning the gun on himself was given back his gun permit.
Why did he have a gun licence in the first place? What were the background checks that were put in place? There's now a lot of stuff coming out about the perpetrator. A lot of that will have been in existence beforehand. So a good thing that the particular issue of the return of the licence is already being investigated. But I think there are wider questions here about the gun licensing laws that are going to have to be looked at. How on earth did this come about in the first place?
We can speak now to Luke Pollard, MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport and Shadow Environment Secretary. Luke, good morning to you.
Hi there.
Just tell us, first of all, this must be a grim Sunday morning. Tell us what the mood is like locally.
Well, locally everyone's feeling pretty rubbish, to be honest. The initial feelings of shock and disbelief that something like this could happen here in Plymouth have now moved on to that really profound sense of loss with people grieving. And there's also a lot of people who are angry, and they have every right to want to get the answers to some very simple questions. And the two that I'm being encountered with most of all is, why did this happen and how did this happen?
And indeed, we're hearing reports that perhaps the police hadn't even looked through the killer, Jake Davison's, online activity. And during that time, he was posting a lot of very concerning views about women, about violence and about guns. And he was then given back his gun and the gun licence.
That's right. I mean, we need answers as to whether Devon and Cornwall Police followed the correct processes. Did they do everything they were supposed to? And then a separate question as to whether these are the correct processes at all, whether our gun licensing system is fit for purpose. And we do need answers to both of those. And if we are to have changes, and I suspect we probably will need changes to make this work, they need to be properly thought through and considered. My fear is that we have a knee-jerk reaction here, which won't solve the problems here, and risks repeating, allowing something like this to happen elsewhere, which is simply something we absolutely have to avoid. So we need the solutions to work.
When we look at, the history of Jake Davison, his history of mental problems, as I mentioned, the social media posts, it does somehow just seem extraordinary that anyone ever considered that this was somebody who should be allowed to have a gun, who should be given a gun licence. And quite beyond the obvious question of why on earth would you need a gun when you're living in the centre of Bristol in any case?
Well, this is the question that we need
of Plymouth, I should have said.
Yeah, I mean, we need proper answers to this. I mean, the South West has a lot of guns. It's just that the majority of them are used in agricultural settings for pest control or for country shooting. Now, that means that the police force in the South West are dealing with an enormous number of people requesting gun licences. And the question about, are the correct processes being followed? Are they being properly resourced to do that? Needs to be thoroughly investigated. And the police watchdog are tasked with doing that now. But then we need that bigger sense of, what are the gun rules in the right place? And, after the shootings that we've seen elsewhere in the country in the past, there were considered and informed changes to the laws. Now, I don't know whether that's the right answer or not. What I do want to make sure is I start with this very simple thing that I don't want any other community to ever go through what we've been through over the past few days. So that means we've got to have solutions that work. And if lessons are to be learned, they need to be learned properly. And I spoke to the Home Secretary yesterday when she was visiting Plymouth. And I get the sense that there is a determination to look again at this area to see whether we're in the right place. But clearly, how can we be in the right place when someone with the killer's social media, with his past, was allowed his gun licence to be restored? And that's the kind of questions that our community here in Keyham and in Plymouth deserve a good answer to. And at the moment, well, that will take time to come, but at the moment I don't think they're getting a good answer, and they need to have that.
We've been reporting this morning the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. Taliban troops now entering the capital, Kabul. Do you think that given the scale of the international crisis there, that Parliament should be recalled?
I think there's a strong case for it, and I've seen already today Tobias Ellwood, the chair of the Defence Select Committee, making a similar request for this. I mean, what's unfolding in Afghanistan is a tragedy, but it's also something that we have had a really important part in, and we have a responsibility to. The people, especially the women of Afghanistan, who will bear the brunt of a Taliban regime, deserve better from America and from the allied powers there. And in particular, Plymouth, to use a local example, is a dispersal city, and we have an enormous number of people from Afghanistan, including a number of Afghan interpreters who have settled in Plymouth, having sought sanctuary from Afghanistan. It's taken too long to support them. It's taken too long to get their family members to a point of safety. And at this very moment, when there's so much threat in Afghanistan, especially with the Taliban closing on Kabul, I want to see the government doing everything they can to ensure the safety of as many people as possible, especially those with a link to the United Kingdom. That needs to be a clear task, and here and other politicians in Westminster have set out that concern. I think there is an urgency around this, because if we don't act very, very soon, there might not be the people there to bring to safety.
Let me just ask you about one other issue this morning. We're hearing that the filmmaker Ken Loach has been expelled from the Labour Party. Some of your colleagues are not very happy about this. Was it the right decision?
If I'm honest, I haven't been following the disciplinary process of the Labour Party over the last couple of days on this one here. And the last couple of days have actually put enormous amount of what I do on a daily basis as MP in a new perspective. The Labour Party likes to talk about the Labour Party. I want us to be talking about the communities we're trying to serve. And I know there will be folks in my party and outside it who have strong opinions on this. I just think we need to remember why we're here. And as a movement, as a party, and as an individual, as a local MP, I'm here for the community. And there's no bigger reminder of the realities of what the community needs and what they need all their politicians. And the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and any others is focused on the people that really matter. I know that people feel strongly about what happens to the Labour Party inside and out, and I get that. But let's remember why we're here. Let's remember what the job is that we have to do at this moment. And I think there are incredibly pressing issues that need our attention, much more than who carries a membership card and not. But let's make sure that we're doing it with the right values at the front and centre. And that's what the people want us to, as people in public life, they want us to look out for them and do the right thing. And let's make sure everything we're doing is that. And I'm not certain always that the debate that the Labour Party has with itself is always producing those outcomes that the public deserve.
Luke Pollard, MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, the Shadow Environment Secretary. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Steve has got in touch on Twitter saying, interesting, listening to Times Radio on the plight of Afghan interpreters. If successive governments hang their own veterans out to dry in the legal system, what chance will these poor people have 2,000 miles away? We will, of course, keep you up to date with the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. But now let's just catch up with the very latest news and sport from Anna Cunningham.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Carol, thank you. Good morning. There are multiple reports that the Taliban has entered the Afghan capital city of Kabul. The Taliban has said in a statement that they've ordered their fighters to stay at entry points to the capital, citing the risk to the densely populated civilian area. It says talks for a peaceful transfer of power are continuing, but reports from Kabul say gunfire has been heard and Taliban militants with flags have been seen on the streets. The Taliban has taken control in all other Afghan cities. It's understood that the British embassy is now effectively closed in Kabul, and efforts to evacuate the thousands of British citizens still in Afghanistan are underway. Airlift operations by US troops to evacuate their staff from Kabul is underway. US President Joe Biden increased American troop numbers heading to Afghanistan last night to 5,000. Conservative MP Tobias Elwood is chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
Special prayers are being said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon have been using their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital yesterday. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And all 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather: showers affecting Northern Scotland, with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern and Western England this morning. It will be dry elsewhere with some broken cloud and sunny spells, and it will feel warm across Central and Eastern England. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
Liverpool have condemned homophobic chants aimed at Norwich's on-loan Chelsea midfielder Billy Gilmore by some of their fans. The club say the remarks from their 3-0 Premier League win at Carrow Road were offensive and inappropriate. They'd been highlighted by LGBT plus group Cop-Outs, who called it bigoted nonsense. Meanwhile, Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk came back after 10 months out through injury to help his team get off to a winning start. He says he's hungry for more success after Liverpool lost their Premier League title to Man City last season. Meanwhile, Man City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. They begin their Premier League title defence at Tottenham this afternoon, who are trying to stop England captain Harry Kane from joining today's opponents. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits, but Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. If they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it, and we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Newcastle boss Steve Bruce has urged under-30s to get their COVID-19 vaccine after seeing the effect the virus has had on goalkeeper Carl Darlow. They're playing West Ham later. Bruce says Darlow's really struggled.
For any young people out there who are not having this jab, there's a prime example. Carl found himself in hospital for the best part of a week. He's dropped over 1.5 stone in weight, and it's really knocked him around.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Maurizio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move to PSG this week following his departure from Barcelona. And there's a winner named Ali in the boxing ring once again. The grandson of sporting legend Muhammad Ali won his first professional fight by an impressive first-round stoppage. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a middleweight, floored his opponent inside 2 minutes in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE. Powering change for a net zero future.
Welcome back. Carol Walker here in for Tom Newton-Dunn this morning. And it's time for an in-depth look at the big political stories in the papers and online. To take us through all of them, we're joined by The Sun's political correspondent, Natasha Clark. Good morning, Natasha.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us. Also joining us is The Independent's chief political commentator, John Rentoul. John, hello.
Hello, Carol.
Thank you both very much for joining us this morning. Let me just tell you some breaking news. An Afghan official has told Associated Press that Taliban negotiators are heading to the presidential palace in Kabul to prepare for a transfer of power. That story just breaking in the last few minutes after reports that Taliban fighters are now entering the capital on all sides. Clearly, the events have moved very swiftly since most of the papers were produced. The Sunday Telegraph headline has the UK rush to evacuate envoy from Kabul before the Taliban arrive. The Observer, Afghans flee Kabul in panic as Taliban forces close in. And the Sunday Times front page speaks of the UK to evacuate Kabul ambassador. John, clearly things have moved very swiftly since these stories were printed.
Well, indeed. I mean, it's a problem for all newspapers to keep up with the pace of events. And also, naturally, journalists don't want to predict in such a difficult situation. But it was possible to read between the lines that things were changing pretty fast. And although, we got lots of statements from the US and from the Afghan government saying that Kabul was safe, it was pretty obvious that it wasn't at all, and that we are looking at the final sort of scramble to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. Natasha, the Telegraph's talking about the UK rush to evacuate the envoy from Kabul. It's clear the government is going to evacuate the embassy completely. The Telegraph talking about panic gripping Kabul.
It's all moved very, very quickly, hasn't it? Some sources were saying that they thought it might take up to 3 months for this point to come, even just a few weeks ago. And now we're seeing sort of the fall of Kabul much, much quicker than anybody predicted. It's a very tricky situation, for both Britain and the US, who have obviously been at the forefront of this fight in Afghanistan. And for it to come just sort of, ahead of the 20th anniversary of 9/11 as well, is surely going to be a headache in government for many as they race to get as many people out of Afghanistan as quickly as possible. It's going to be a pretty grim few days and weeks as we see the sort of onslaught of the Taliban and them taking yet more ground in Afghanistan.
John, the Times is reporting Britain's flee as Taliban close in, talking about the cabinet anger growing at America's shambolic retreat, with ministers blaming Trump and Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, once the US decided to pull out, Britain was left with very few options, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, has been reasonably explicit about that. I think he's written an article for one of the papers. Is it the Telegraph or the Times? But I mean, repeating what he's been saying in interviews, which is that the UK can't really go it alone, and at least he does know his history of Britain's involvement in Afghanistan in the 19th century. I mean, you're absolutely right. Once Joe Biden insisted on going ahead, there was very little that the British government could do. But British ministers obviously don't want to admit that because it makes them seem very much a sort of secondary part of an American-led operation.
And Natasha, we know that the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, has talked about how he tried to get some wider international coalition to continue to provide at least some support for the Afghan military, but that it was very swiftly apparent that without the Americans, that simply wasn't going to happen.
It's pretty tricky as well as a sort of, the government won't want to admit this, but a slightly more minor power, obviously, than America. I think, like John's right, the government sort of don't want to admit that weakness, but it is difficult to maintain a presence, especially in an area where, US troops, UK troops have been for almost 20 years, and it's an incredible situation there. Who's going to want to be the ones to step in now and say, fight for that peace and fight for that stability to continue, especially when we know, and all the defence experts and military strategists around the world have been warning of the growing influence of the Taliban around the world for many months and years, and they must have known that this weakness was coming. I think anybody that sort of had been listening to those sort of voices would not be surprised to hear this. But President Biden's always been very clear about his willingness and his wants to sort of withdraw troops from Afghanistan and sort of move on from this area. He said the other day he didn't want to pass this on to a fifth president. However, it's quite clear that he and his influence and America's sort of place in this entire battle has been absolutely pivotal. And without that support, without those ground troops, and without that sort of international coalition around military action, it is incredibly difficult. I think it would have been too difficult for Britain to keep troops in on our own. And now we obviously are part of the withdrawal effort, trying to get as many people out as possible. But it really doesn't. It's really not a good picture. It really doesn't paint neither Britain nor America in a positive light at the end of this pretty sorry saga. Let's be honest.
Let's turn our attention to Plymouth. We were talking about a short time ago. The Sunday Telegraph, John, forced gun owners to face online hate trawl. This is a call from a former Met police chief saying that anyone who applies for a firearms licence, their social media history should be checked. It seems a bit surprising it isn't already.
Well, exactly. I mean, that does seem to be a sort of statement of the obvious. But obviously, whenever something like this happens, there are immediately questions to be asked, and some of them are, it's always surprising that, for example, the killer's gun license was given back to him on condition that he attended an anger management course. Now, you would have thought that would be a reason for not giving it back to him. And I do think there are more fundamental questions to be asked, such as, why do people need pump action shotguns, whatever they are, for sport? These questions came up after Dunblane a quarter of a century ago, and I remember the sporting people got very upset about the ban on guns at the time. But why is that a sport, and why should it still be allowed?
Natasha, your paper, Cops, we didn't check killer on web. It does seem as though anyone who'd had a brief look at Jake Davison's online activity might have thought twice before allowing him to have a gun licence.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, really? In a day and age of the internet, why aren't we checking everybody's social media? Why aren't we checking these videos going up? What exactly were the police checking if they weren't checking his online presence? One really wants to know. Yes, definitely, this is definitely going to lead to a tighter, growing calls for tighter gun control. I think I read a stat the other day which says about 97% of gun application licenses are granted. It does seem pretty high, but equally, what are they checking? Are they checking, for the mental health sort of reasons? For what we've obviously seen here is a tragic case of someone who was just not suitable to own a gun license, and doing an anger management class and getting it back just seems very weak. I think the IOPC have said they'll investigate the police involved in this and the decisions that were made. I think we'll probably see more come out in terms of how this decision was made, but it will definitely lead to more calls for tighter action, and also around the general issue of terrorism. I'd just sort of like to make the point that yes, this wasn't described as a terrorist incident. Many people think it should be. This man obviously has some very troubled views, but just because he's not belonged to a prescribed terrorist group, it's therefore seen as not terrorism. And I think there would be growing calls for them to widen that definition, and for the police to sort of put more resources into trying to prevent this tragedy from ever happening again.
OK, Natasha, John, do stay with us. Just a reminder that Callum MacDonald will be here at 1:00. He'll be speaking to David Miliband, the former Labour Foreign Secretary and President of the International Rescue Committee. You're listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. We'll be back with more stories from the Sunday papers in just a moment.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
The biggest stories and the biggest guests from politics, business and the arts.
without a doubt is going to make things worse. It so undermines all that we've done with the Modern Slavery Act. It's horrifying.
Making sense of a changing world.
Everybody gets a sense that something really disturbing is already happening. And I'm hopeful evidence like this is actually going to galvanise action.
The perfect percolation of news, lifestyle, business and culture.
It's kind of like cramming for an exam. It's like, really, you should have been doing the work throughout the year, but you've left it to the night before. So
get it done.
Get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pull an all-nighter.
Pull an all-nighter. The world is pulling an all-nighter.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Carol Walker with you through till 1 o'clock, and with me, the Sun's political correspondent Natasha Clark and the Independent's chief political commentator John Rentoul. The Sunday Times is reporting this morning vaccine for teenagers before schools return, and also on several front pages, pictures of Carrie Johnson, the Prime Minister's wife, saying there's no risk to expectant mothers, revealing she's had her second jab while she's expecting her second child. Natasha, an interesting intervention this from Carrie Johnson to try and send a message of reassurance to pregnant women about the safety of the vaccines.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget when the vaccine first started being rolled out across Britain, we weren't quite sure whether it would be safe for pregnant women to have it. I think that advice changed a few months ago, and since then, many pregnant women have been coming forwards to have theirs. But yes, it's a great message to see Carrie Johnson, the Prime Minister's wife, coming forward and saying, look, it is safe. It's much more risk for you and for your baby if you don't have the vaccine, if you do get COVID, and the complications that we know it can bring, especially I think in the last trimester of pregnancy is when it can really have a sort of poor effect and can really, be quite worrying. And I'm sure as many pregnant women are going to be very concerned about the effects that we just don't know about yet. But the trials so far have shown that it's incredibly safe, and there are no adverse effects, including of miscarriage, which obviously Carrie Johnson very bravely spoke about a couple of weeks ago, the fact that she and the Prime Minister did suffer a tragic miscarriage earlier this year. She's saying there's no evidence that there's any increased risk of that, and good for her for one, speaking about something so incredibly personal, and two, for coming forward to urge other women to get their vaccine and try and keep as many people safe as possible.
Yeah, and John, the Sunday Times page 2 is talking about vaccine for teenagers before schools return. It's saying that 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered a COVID jab in the next week, but that secondary schools are also being put on alert to provide a vaccination programme to all children aged 12 and over.
Yes, this does raise the question again of whether ministers are trying to put pressure on the JCVI, the official body that advises on vaccinations, to allow it to be offered to 12 to 15-year-olds. But the main point of this story is that 16 and 17-year-olds are going to start being offered the vaccine this week in order to make sure that they're done in time for going back to school.
Let me just bring you a little bit of breaking news. Sky News are reporting, Sam Coates, that opposition parties have begun discussions with the Speaker Lindsay Hoyle's office on whether Parliament should be recalled to discuss Afghanistan, although at the moment the government is reported not to be keen. Natasha, do you think there will be pressure on the government to bring back Parliament?
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few days we did see a recall of Parliament, to be quite honest. The situation has moved so incredibly quickly. I could definitely see MPs wanting to come back, especially just because the huge impact that this has, on Britain as well. Let's not forget that the rise of the Taliban and sort of terrorist groups who've previously used the Taliban to sort of as a safe haven, the increased risk of an attack on Britain will surely be at the forefront of any government minister's mind. And also, obviously with the Plymouth attack we saw last week, obviously not related in any way, but, the security minister has got a lot on his plate, certainly, and I'm sure he will be, there'll be growing calls from opposition parties. I think Labour and the SNP have both called on it. I'm sure there'll be lots of ministers who don't want to disturb their summer holiday, but there will be many that say it's time to get back to Parliament to talk about this.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a statement from Sir Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, saying it's a very sad day. The situation in Afghanistan is deeply shocking, seems to be worsening by the hour. Our thoughts are with the Afghan people. He says the immediate priority now must be to get all British personnel and support staff safely out of Kabul. He is saying that the government has been silent while Afghanistan collapses, which, let's be clear, will have ramifications for us here in the UK. We need Parliament recalled so the government can update MPs on how it plans to work with allies to avoid a humanitarian crisis and a return to the days of Afghanistan being a base for extremists whose purpose will be to threaten our interests, values and national security. John, just a quick thought from you on that.
Well, that's interesting that he's calling for Parliament to come back. I mean, I did think when Chris Bryant, a Labour backbencher, said a couple of days ago, he said it was Parliament was bound to be recalled. I wondered if that was the case. I mean, that was on the basis that we were sending additional troops to help with the evacuation, and sending additional troops is obviously something that a lot of people would think is appropriate to recall Parliament for.
And we're just hearing Downing Street sources telling Sky News that Parliament will be recalled next week to discuss the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. Yep, that breaking news in the last couple of minutes. Downing Street sources saying that Parliament will be recalled to discuss Afghanistan. As we have been hearing, that Taliban troops are in the capital, and one report saying that Taliban negotiators are heading to the presidential palace to prepare for a transfer of power. Let's just look at a couple of other stories in the papers. Climate change would have been a big story today were it not for the events in Afghanistan. The Mail on Sunday reporting Sunak urged to have a snap budget to head off what it calls outlandish splurge on green policies. Natasha, there's clearly quite a battle within the Conservative Party over how to actually deliver on those commitments to tackle emissions, because it's all very well to set the targets, but how you get there is much harder.
That's absolutely right. Obviously, this COP26 climate change summit, which is sort of being held in Glasgow in November. Boris Johnson's going to be at the forefront of hosting this. It is all about the how. We've already had the target set. Ministers around the world, governments around the world have agreed to try and halt climate change to 1.5 degrees. But this is all about the tricky business of exactly how you do it. In government, this has been a wrangling which has sort of now come to the head because they finally really got to publish these strategies now. We're expecting a net zero strategy, a heat and building strategy coming up in the next few weeks and months ahead of COP26, which is going to be in November. But yes, this all sort of ties in as well to the sort of tensions that we've seen between number 10 and number 11 in the papers in the past couple of weeks, and obviously today. The budget's usually held in November. I've heard some rumours it was going to be sort of late November, but then also we've got this climate change summit in the first couple of weeks of November. I think there obviously must be some in government that are worried that Boris is going to stand up on the world stage and launch lots of uncosted, very expensive policies, which, let's be honest, Boris Johnson does like to do. And there's some concern in the Treasury that they want to sort of help manage this and make sure that this doesn't happen. And are considering, apparently, according to the Mail on Sunday, having an earlier budget in order to try and head off this and make sure that all of these plans are costed, because it is going to cost a lot to get to net zero. Obviously, it will cost a lot more if we don't get to net zero and we decide to delay these promises even more. But how much is it going to be? How much is it going to cost for us all to buy new electric cars and to replace our boilers at some point with something more eco-friendly, make our houses more energy efficient and cut emissions down to zero? It's all going to cost a lot, but the government have yet to announce exactly how we're going to do it.
Let me just tell you that it has now been confirmed that Boris Johnson will be recalling Parliament next week to discuss the events unfolding in Afghanistan. Parliament to be recalled to discuss the events in Afghanistan as the Taliban appear to be on the brink of taking the capital, Kabul. John Rentoul.
Is that next week or this week? I mean, Sunday's the first day of the week, so I think it's this week.
It would seem likely. Well, do you count Sunday as this week or next? Next week is the word being put out, but one assumes it's in the coming week.
In the coming few days, yes.
Yeah, it does seem likely that if they're going to recall Parliament, to leave it another week or so would seem pretty tardy. So clearly that is something that's going to happen in the next few days and will dominate our politics in the week ahead. But John, on the climate crisis, the government does face a difficult balancing act, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I mean, it's fascinating this because, the last I heard was that Rishi Sunak was thinking of delaying the budget until next year because he didn't want to didn't want to come under, this pressure from, there's a huge amount of pressure from spending departments to spend more on social care, NHS and all the rest of it. And I thought he was thinking of deferring the budget until next year. This story suggests that there isn't a lot of confidence in the Treasury that the Prime Minister won't get up on the international stage in Glasgow in November and make wild spending promises.
Just quickly touch on one of my favourite stories of the moment. Biker Gove roars back into favour. Apparently, Boris Johnson gave Michael Gove his frenemy a lift on a dirt bike at a Chequers bash, fueling speculation that he's on track for cabinet promotion. Natasha, the vision of Boris Johnson and Michael Gove on a dirt bike, you need some imagination for that one, don't you?
Well, luckily, the Mail on Sunday have given us a very nice cartoon, which appears to suggest what it could look like. So I definitely urge all of your radio listeners to go and have a look at that fantastic cartoon in the Mail on Sunday. Fantastic. It looks like the frenemies are now more friends than enemies once more. Obviously, we all know the history of Michael Gove and Boris Johnson and their various ups and downs throughout their political life, not to, sort of coming to a head in the 2016 sort of battle after Brexit, when Boris Johnson was going to run for the leadership. But now it seems like they're better friends again, doesn't it?
Indeed. Many thanks to The Sun's political correspondent Natasha Clark and The Independent's chief political commentator John Rentoul. Thank you both very much for joining us this morning here on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good morning to you. The Prime Minister is to recall Parliament to discuss the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. The Taliban has entered the outskirts of Kabul. We'll get an update from the capital after the very latest news from Anna Cunningham.
Carol, thank you. Good morning. Downing Street sources say Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan, as the Taliban appears to be on the brink of taking the Afghan capital, Kabul. There are multiple reports that Taliban militants have entered the city. The Taliban has said in a statement that they've ordered their fighters to stay at entry points to the capital, citing the risk to the densely populated civilian area. It says talks for a peaceful transfer of power are continuing, but reports from Kabul say gunfire has been heard and Taliban militants with flags have been seen on the streets. Conservative MP Tobias Elwood is chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
The Taliban has taken control in all other Afghan cities. It's understood that the British embassy is now effectively closed, and efforts to evacuate the thousands of British citizens out of Afghanistan are underway. Airlift operations by US troops to evacuate their staff from Kabul is understood to have started. US President Joe Biden increased American troop numbers heading to Afghanistan last night to 5,000. Andrew Mitchell is the former International Development Secretary. He told Carol Walker on Times Radio that a humanitarian crisis will now rapidly unfold.
Hundreds of thousands of people seek to escape from a Taliban regime and cross over borders into adjacent countries. And that is why it is so important that the United Nations takes a strong position here, operating both carrots and sticks with the Taliban, working with the regional powers, working with the permanent five, of which Britain is one at the United Nations, to see what can be salvaged from this desperate situation.
Former British Army Captain Ed Aitken served 2 tours of Helmand Province in Afghanistan. He's the co-founder of the Sulla Alliance, assisting resettled Afghan interpreters, and told Times Radio it's deeply distressing to see what's unfolding today.
Those of us who did serve there, most people will know of people who sacrificed their lives for this cause, and to see it fall apart so unnecessarily is deeply distressing.
Special prayers have been said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon have used their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country last night. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
All 16 and 17-year-olds in England are to be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. Our top sports story this hour: Chelsea made a strong start to their opening Premier League game of the season, beating Crystal Palace 3-0 at home, and Manchester United thrashed rivals Leeds 5-1 at a sold-out Old Trafford yesterday. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy.
Welcome back to the programme. Carol Walker with you here on Times Radio, in for Tom Newton-Dunn this morning. Now, events are moving swiftly in Afghanistan. There are reports that the Afghan president is to stand down. Suggestions are that power could be transferred peacefully without a fight to the Taliban. That is according to the Afghan Interior Ministry. We've also heard in the last few minutes that Parliament is going to be recalled to discuss the unfolding situation. Timings are being discussed between Downing Street and the Speaker. We know that Taliban forces have entered the capital Kabul by a number of different routes, but they have suggested that they do not want to take the capital by force. Earlier on Times Radio, I spoke to the former International Development Secretary Andrew Mitchell. He had a stark warning about the consequences of what's happening.
This is a terrible and humiliating. It is echoes of the errors of judgment and mistakes that were made at Munich or at Suez, and we are going to reap a terrible harvest from this. It's not just the humanitarian effects, which have been eloquently described. It's also that Afghanistan will be a magnet now for terrorists and all those people who we originally went in to try and stop. The planners for 9/11 were warehoused and trained by the very people who are now sweeping through the country and into Kabul.
Well, Samantha Mort is a UNICEF spokesperson and joins us now live from Kabul. Samantha, hello, and thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Just tell me, first of all, what is happening there in Kabul where you are?
Well, it has been a very fast-paced morning. I don't think when we woke up today that we thought we would see events unfolding as they are in Kabul. We understand that the Taliban is at the gates of Kabul. We've been reassured by the Taliban spokesperson's message that they don't want to see any loss of life. And UNICEF is here on the ground. We are ministering to the needs of the influx of people that we've seen in Kabul in the last week or so. There are several camps for internally displaced people, and UNICEF is there setting up child-friendly spaces for children who are traumatized by the atrocities that they've seen. We're administering healthcare and nutrition supplies to malnourished children.
There must be many people there who are very frightened as to what is happening and what will unfold in the coming days and weeks.
Yes, I think the city is very tense. UNICEF has just sent home its national staff because the roads were getting blocked. I think everybody is on the move in Kabul trying to get home to their loved ones. We know that the shops are busy. People are stocking up on supplies in case they're going to be in their homes for some time. I know that male colleagues that I work with who have daughters and wives and young babies are concerned. Our female staff are also concerned. UNICEF and other humanitarian organisations have seen so many strides in recent years, both in terms of girls' education and girls' empowerment. And we will be advocating very hard with whoever is in power to make sure that we do not roll back on those great gains that we have made.
Do you fear that those rights of women and girls to education and so on will be torn up by the Taliban?
It's impossible to say. UNICEF is in close communication with the Taliban, as we have been for some time. The Taliban has expressed clearly that they want UNICEF and the rest of the UN and other humanitarian agencies to stay in Afghanistan. We have worked with the Taliban for a long time. That is standard practice for UNICEF with all anti-government elements around the world. What I can tell you is that last December, UNICEF signed a work plan with the Taliban to give the education to children in hard-to-reach areas, including girls. And we are hopeful that the 400 community-based classrooms that we agreed to set up will go ahead.
You've already talked about the people who have fled to Kabul, fled for their lives. There are clearly already large numbers there. What are your concerns about the scale of the humanitarian crisis which could unfold now?
Right, so there's about 400,000 people on the move at the moment across Afghanistan, and some of them left their homes preemptively. Some of them left their homes when the conflict came to their homes. Some of them, if they were lucky, they had cars to go in. Others left their homes just with what they could carry. So we're very concerned about the vulnerability of children with disabilities, pregnant women. We know that there are people sleeping out in the open. We're seeing huge influxes into camps for internally displaced people. And as I said, just in the last week, we've had a lot of people coming into Kabul seeking sanctuary. These people are frightened. Some of them are injured. We're seeing a lot of malnourished children. UNICEF predicts that by the end of 2021, half of all children under 5 will be acutely malnourished. So we're on the ground giving our ready-to-use therapeutic food and tending to medical needs. Last Saturday in Kandahar, we came across a 10-year-old boy who'd been asleep in his bed in Lashkar, and shrapnel had come into his house as he slept. His blanket had caught fire and his lower body was very badly burned, and him and his mother had to flee to Kandahar. So by the time we saw him in the camp, his legs were weeping with second, third-degree burns. So we're very concerned about children who are injured, who are not getting the medical care that they desperately need.
And what about the scale of this crisis? You're talking about 400,000 people already on the move. Do you think that could increase? We're hearing predictions that there could be millions that will be fleeing the country.
So I'm talking about internal movement. Of the 400,000 that I mentioned, over half of those are children, and many of them started leaving their homes because conflict came to their doorstep. Overnight in Mazar and Jalalabad, we saw a peaceful transition of power with very little bloodshed. And so far, and I'm touching wood, today in Kabul, we haven't seen significant violence either. So I think if there is no violence, then I think we can expect the number of people on the move to stay at the present levels and would not see the spike that you're speaking about. But you know as well as I do, this is a very, very fluid situation. We don't know what's going to happen in Kabul in the next hour.
OK, Samantha Mort, UNICEF spokesperson in Kabul. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning here on Times Radio. Now, you are listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. Coming up, I'll be speaking to the president of the CBI, Lord Villamoria, about how the new rules will affect businesses across the country. The time now is 14 minutes past 11.
Times Radio.
I'm Aisha Hazarika. Join me this afternoon from 4 o'clock on Times Radio. We'll be taking a look back at the week in politics and current affairs. We'll also be looking ahead at the big stories coming up. We'll be doing it with lots of well-informed opinion and a bit of wit and wisdom.
Aisha Hazarika. This afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE. Powering change by building the world's largest offshore wind farm.
Now, the COVID rules are changing. Tomorrow's being called the Real Freedom Day. From Monday, people who've had both jabs or are aged under 18 will no longer have to self-isolate if they come into contact with a positive COVID case. They will have to take a PCR test and isolate if the result is positive. With 75% of people now double jabbed, the change should reduce the effect of the pingdemic, which has left many businesses desperately short of staff. But how will this affect the spread of the virus? Well, let's talk to Professor Mark Fielder, a medical microbiologist at Kingston University. Good morning, Professor Fielder.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of this rule change that's coming into force tomorrow?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I can see why it's happening. We've got to start moving again. We've got to start living with the virus and tolerating its presence in our communities. But we've also got to do it safely. So I think this is a way of trying to allow us to move around again and get the economy going, but also be aware that there are still situations when we might need to self-isolate and we might need to be careful because this virus has not gone away. It's still very much here.
If you've got a situation where people who've had both jabs don't have to isolate, do you think those who haven't had both jabs will actually think that maybe they don't have to bother either?
Well, that's the fear, I think, because it is very explicit. It is people who have had both vaccinations and have had their second vaccination 2 or more weeks prior to being pinged. That's important because that's the amount of time required for the immune response to give us its best protection and therefore limit our chances of getting severe disease. It, of course, doesn't necessarily stop us passing the disease on, but it stops us getting severe disease, which, of course, keeping people out of hospital, which is ultimately what we want to do.
We know that even people who've had both jabs can spread the virus. What do you think is going to happen now? We've got these changes coming at the same time as, football matches are back. The schools will be back in 3 weeks or so. Do you think that the vaccine will be sufficient to keep the virus to manageable levels when it comes to people who are actually taken seriously ill?
I think that's very much the hope. I think we've got some evidence at the moment that that's likely to be the situation going forward. We've had the Euros, we've had other large events, and infection rates haven't gone up enormously. They have gone up, but they haven't gone up enormously. It's the hope that we still have this underlying level of caution and the requirement to self-isolate when needed still in play. People are still being encouraged to wear masks and to do some level of social distancing, although that's not mandated in law now, but it is still being encouraged. Taking all these things together, hopefully we will get to a situation where we are going to see less cases. There will be a bit of a burgeoning in the next couple of weeks, or 3 or 4 weeks maybe, as this release event, if you like, this relaxation of the rules takes effect, because people will inevitably move around more and come into greater contact. But hopefully the mitigations of some of us still wearing masks, of the vaccines in the background, will hopefully keep that burgeoning cases at bay as much as possible.
So far, the vaccines seem to have been pretty effective against various variants that have occurred and spread. How concerned are you still about new variants emerging that may have less resistance to, where the vaccine may have less resistance?
Yeah, that's very much a concern for myself and my colleagues. It's an interesting situation we're in terms of, in this country, a lot of us are very well covered by the vaccine. The vaccine uptake has been good. It's not so much the case in some other countries around the world. And really, we can't say that we're going to get limited variation emergence in terms of new variants of concern from the virus until the whole world has got a lot of vaccine coverage. And that might sound a bit altruistic and a bit fanciful, but it is a reality. If there is a pocket of populations in the world that are not so well protected, then the virus can replicate more readily in those populations. And if it does so, the chances of a variant arising might therefore be increased. So you may well be in a country where you are all vaccinated and you are all protected, but if another country has a population that's not so well covered, then a variant may arise that may get around some vaccine or immunity coverage and therefore render the work that's been done in the country that's fully vaccinated less effective. So it's important that we get as many people as possible globally vaccinated to try and give this virus much less of a place to replicate, and therefore a chance of making a mistake that could give it a variant that may cause us a problem. So this is a real genuine global issue that we need to think about, and we need to think about making sure that as many people in the world are vaccinated as we possibly can.
And some scientists have said that actually we should be giving more vaccines to those parts of the world where they haven't got sufficient quantities of the vaccines, rather than providing booster shots here in the UK, or indeed vaccinating teenagers. What's your view on that?
Pretty much similar, to be honest, for the reasons that I've just said. We need to make sure that we limit the virus's chance of producing variants by getting as many people vaccinated as possible, because if we vaccinate everyone in this country and boost them and everything else and get fully protected, but a viral variant in another part of the world emerges that isn't covered by that vaccine, then the work was for nothing. So trying to get as many people vaccinated as possible means that we limit the chances of the variant. doesn't mean we stop it, but we limit the chances of the variant arising, which means that our vaccine work to date in this country and others like us will be as strong as it can be. So that there is some real scientific sense to making sure that we get as many people vaccinated.
And just finally, how important is personal behaviour? You talk there about the fact that, some people are enjoying getting out, clubbing and going to the football and so on. Others are still quite cautious, still socially distancing, still wearing masks. How much difference does that make?
Well, I think the evidence we've got from the past lockdowns that we've had shows that when we're not in contact with each other, we don't spread the virus, because the virus needs, its oxygen is us being together. Now, that's a very, if you like, sterile comment, because that's something that's perhaps done experimentally or in the strange situations of lockdown. We as I said at the beginning, we are now starting to get back into the world and move back to get life back to what we once referred to as normal. If we do this slowly and carefully and thoughtfully, then that, I think, is a way forward. If we all immediately stop wearing masks, if we all stop social distancing and we all went back to the way it was before we went into lockdown, we would see quite a burgeoning of case numbers very quickly. And of course, nobody wants to see that. So I think if we think about this on a personal level, and I've been very heartened in my local area, where, despite the fact you don't have to wear masks in shops now in very many cases, the majority of people I see still are. And that's, I think, not necessarily to protect themselves, but to protect others. And it's a nice view of the community that people are taking this seriously. And I think we need to for a while. And yes, we will get back to a stage where we don't need to wear a mask. But at the moment, I think it's wise from my personal perspective and professional perspective to do so. I'm still wearing one, not because I'm afraid, just because I understand the virology of the virus and how it works. And I think that's something we need to do going forward.
Professor Mark Fielder, medical microbiologist at Kingston University. Many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let me just bring you some breaking news from Afghanistan. An Afghan official has said that troops have surrendered the Bagram air base to the Taliban. The base is home to a prison housing 5,000 inmates. Also, of course, very important in terms of the evacuation of British, American and other personnel from Kabul. But an Afghan official has now said that Afghan troops have surrendered the Bagram air base to the Taliban. We'll bring you more on that story as we get it. The time now is 24 minutes past 11. And let's talk now more about this and find out the business perspective. We can talk now to the president of the CBI, Lord Billamoria. Lord Billamoria, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for joining us. So from tomorrow, we have these changes to the self-isolation rules. So basically, if you've been double jabbed, you don't have to self-isolate unless you test positive. Do you think this is going to help those many businesses who've been hit by the pingdemic, as it's been called?
Yes, it's going to be a huge move. And successful economies are built on confidence. And confidently opening up the economy, whilst also boosting public confidence to participate in it, is going to be the key. And we've been saying for a while that we've got to use mass testing to stop mass self-isolation. So from tomorrow, double-jabbed individuals will not have to self-isolate if they're pinged or notified by NHS Test and Trace, and also under 18s. But on the other hand, you're still going to have people who are not double jabbed, who don't come into those categories. And for those people, we're saying, instead of everyone having to self-isolate for 10 days, why doesn't the government allow a test and release system? The case study has very recently come out from Oxford University, where they've tested 200 schools, 200,000 children and 20,000 staff. One half of them were self-isolating, missing out on their schooling. The other half were daily lateral flow tests, didn't miss a single lesson or class, and the results were exactly the same for both groups, and the infection rates were less than 2% in both groups. So that is a reality. We've got to minimize risk and allow people to get on with their lives and the economy to open up safely.
Nonetheless, now that we know that 75% of people have actually had both jabs, this is going to be quite a change for an awful lot of businesses. And it has been a real problem, hasn't it, with many, particularly hospitality businesses, for example, finding that they're struggling to stay open because they haven't got the staff, because they've been sent home, because they've been pinged.
Absolutely. We had a staff shortage situation that was building up in any case. The pandemic completely exacerbated it. And that's why we've been saying for weeks now, and the government adjusted the technology in the app, but the best way forward is a test and release system, and that includes international travel. With international travel, we've got this whole thing about expensive PCR tests. When we can use lateral flow tests, we've got to minimize risk, particularly from green countries, even from amber countries. If people can use lateral flow tests, they're quicker, they're cheaper, they're easier, they prevent all the congestion at the airports, and it will minimize risk and allow people and travel to get on as well. And the travel needs to get on. Our travel industry has been hit so badly and is much worse than many other countries. And the three things really that can get us out of this pandemic. One is the vaccinations, and that's going very well. And the news that 16 and 17-year-olds are now also going to be able to be vaccinated very soon to be announced is good news. The testing, that we've shown the ability, particularly with mass testing, the government should continue to provide free testing to businesses and free testing to the community. And the third thing people don't talk about enough is we need to turbocharge the government's therapeutics task force. If we had a private sector individual heading it in the way that Kate Bingham headed the vaccines task force and put real urgency behind it, there are many repurposed drugs and therapeutics that could potentially prevent people from being hospitalized, possibly even cure people from COVID. We should put so much effort into that. We hear nothing about that. And that's going to be the third element that's going to help get us out and beat this pandemic.
We are seeing some positive signs about how the economy is going, and clearly many businesses are now able to open. Hospitality businesses can open to a far greater extent. They're able to get it back up to capacity, though some are still choosing to maintain social distancing. But there are concerns, aren't there, about as the furlough scheme is gradually wound down, as we're looking ahead to cuts to benefits and so on, which are coming. Are you concerned still that those different factors, many of those schemes which supported the economy through the pandemic, are withdrawn, that will have a negative impact on businesses?
There's no question that the government's support over this last 1.5 years has been absolutely phenomenal. £400 billion in per capita terms or in absolute terms is huge, and the furlough scheme is a big part of that. And the government has said very clearly they're going to wind that down by the end of next month. And the recovery, on the other hand, we've always said if the government carried on supporting, and they have done so far, and we're allowed to open up, we'll bounce back very quickly and there'll be a V-shaped recovery. The last quarter, we bounced back 4.8%, but we are still 4.4% below the last quarter in 2019. So we've still got a long way to go to catch up. And the government needs to work with business and listen to us, as they have done throughout, collaboratively, so that if support is required, it needs to give that support. The business rate system that we have at the moment, for example, is completely outdated. It's far too expensive. It needs to be reformed. Quite apart from the pandemic, there are major issues that need to be tackled. And what the government must not do is raise taxes. What it must do is encourage investment and encourage the recovery and not stifle it. That's the key role the government's got to do right now. And so far, they've been very good, and we hope they will continue to do so.
Lord Villamoria, President of the CBI, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Let me just bring you some breaking news. We've been hearing reports that the Prime Minister has decided to recall Parliament to discuss the events unfolding in Afghanistan. The BBC now understands that the Commons will sit on Wednesday for MPs to discuss and hear an update from government ministers on the events unfolding in Afghanistan. There are now suggestions that the President, Ghani, is due to resign within hours, and an Afghan official has said that his country's forces have surrendered the Bagram air base to the Taliban troops. Now, the time is fast approaching 11:30 in the Sunday Times magazine today. Josh Glancy has spoken to Mary Trump, the niece of Donald Trump. In the piece, she describes life in what she calls her malignantly dysfunctional family and why she thinks the former president's children could turn on him. Pick up a copy of the magazine today, or you can read the full interview online with a digital subscription. Just go to the Times website for more information. You're listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. Coming up, we're going to be crossing live to France and Italy to discuss their growing anti-vaccine passport movements. But first, let's get the latest news and sport from Anna Cunningham.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Downing Street is to be recalled next week. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital, Kabul, this morning. In a statement, the Taliban says it's told their fighters to stay at entry points to the capital. But in the past few minutes, Taliban supporters have reportedly been seen marching through the streets of Kabul unchallenged towards the presidential palace. Reuters news agency reports that the Afghan Interior Minister has said the security of the city has been guaranteed and there will be no attack on Kabul. Kabul airport does remain open, but it's understood that the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've worked alongside Britons in the country. Black Hawk helicopters have been seen in Kabul as US troops start to evacuate its staff out of Afghanistan's capital. Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood is chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee. He told Times Radio action is swiftly needed.
I think it's time to put the carrier into use. Kabul is about to fall. The Taliban is at the city's gates. And with the threat picture changing so quickly, the Queen Elizabeth carrier group should return to the Indian Ocean, where they can offer the formidable air power provided by our F-35 stealth fighters. This is such a situation which actually justifies the investment of billions in our huge maritime asset. But right now it's in the wrong place.
Special prayers have been said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon used their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. All 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their own immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather. Showers will affect northern Scotland. There will be some patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, and it will feel warm across central and eastern England into the afternoon. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
Liverpool have condemned homophobic chants aimed at Norwich's on-loan Chelsea midfielder Billy Gilmore by some of their fans. The club say the remarks from their 3-0 Premier League win at Carrow Road were offensive and inappropriate. They'd been highlighted by LGBT plus group Cop-Outs, who called it bigoted nonsense. Meanwhile, Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk came back after 10 months out through injury to help his team get off to a winning start. He says he's hungry for more success after Liverpool lost their Premier League title to Man City last season. Meanwhile, Man City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. They begin their Premier League title defence at Tottenham this afternoon, who are trying to stop England captain Harry Kane from joining today's opponents. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits, but Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. If they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it, and we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Newcastle boss Steve Bruce has urged under-30s to get their COVID-19 vaccine after seeing the effect the virus has had on goalkeeper Carl Darlow. They're playing West Ham later. Bruce says Darlow's really struggled.
For any young people out there who are not having this jab, there's a prime example. Carl found himself in hospital for the best part of a week. He's dropped over 1.5 stone in weight, and it's really knocked him around.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Maurizio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move to PSG this week following his departure from Barcelona. And there's a winner named Ali in the boxing ring once again. The grandson of sporting legend Muhammad Ali won his first professional fight by an impressive first-round stoppage. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a middleweight, floored his opponent inside 2 minutes in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE. Powering change by building the world's largest offshore wind farm.
Welcome back. Carol Walker with you through till 1 o'clock today. We are, of course, keeping a close eye on the events unfolding in Afghanistan, and we'll bring you more live from Kabul after 12. But now demonstrators have been out on the streets of several French cities for a fifth weekend as protests continue against the introduction of vaccine passports, what the French call a pass sanitaire. These are now obligatory for restaurants, bars, cinemas, theatres and most public buildings apart from shops. Demonstrators say the requirement to show the pass sanitaire is an infringement of their civil and personal liberties. Well, there are now similar protests in cities across Italy after it introduced vaccine passports last week. In a moment, we'll be hearing from Paris. But first, let's speak to an Italian journalist in Rome for the Wall Street Journal, Margherita Stancati. Margherita, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. How big have these demonstrations been against the vaccine passports?
There have been sporadic demonstrations scattered around the country. They haven't been that big, but it's more like categories of workers who have mobilized. So we're seeing protests coming, for example, from teachers and from workers in some workplaces where they've required green passes. The unions have mobilized against those decisions. And so these are all things that have been kind of still worked out. For example, also, there was an attempt to separate workers who have been vaccinated from those who haven't been vaccinated in some workplaces, and that also has been met with some resistance. But by and large, there is kind of a growing acceptance of the vaccine passport because there is this understanding that lockdowns could be an alternative to the vaccine passports. So,
what exactly are the rules, Margherita? You need a green pass, to get into? I mean, is it needed in bars or restaurants, or is it just public buildings or workplaces? How does it work?
Well, so the green pass, you can get the green pass in two ways. One is through vaccination, and the other one is through tests. So, rapid tests that last 48 hours. And you need that pass to do things like eat indoors in restaurants or go inside cafes or go to museums and cinemas. And transportation is gradually going to become also obligatory for transportation like planes and trains, but not within say buses within cities. So I've had the pass. I've been asked to show the pass a few times, and what you do is basically you have it. There's an app on your phone that you can use, and through the app you get to when you walk into a restaurant or a bar, the staff in the restaurant or bar will ask to see the pass, and the pass basically looks like a QR code, which is then scanned, and then that's it. So the onus is on the people who run public venues to see the pass, and if they if during sporadic checks police finds that there's, for example, diners who don't have a green pass, both the diner and the venue, so the restaurant could be fined.
How much political opposition has there been in Italy to this?
There's been some political opposition, above all from the far-right Fratelli d'Italia party, which is the only big party that is not in government, because as you know, in Italy right now we have a coalition government that spans right-wing and left-wing parties. and also one of the parties that is in the government, Lega Nord, has been cautious, has been kind of criticizing it while still being part of the government. So we've had some criticism of it, but by and large there is this kind of acknowledgement that it will be difficult to do without the vaccine passports if we want to avoid more kind of broader restrictions on everyone. But it's still, there's still it's still a civil liberties issue. So it's just a question of what is the greater evil.
Margherita Stancati, thanks so much for joining us from Rome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's go to Paris now and speak to Viviane Coves-Masfetti, who is a leading epidemiologist and a professor of psychology at Paris Descartes University. Good morning to you, Viviane.
Good morning.
Tell us first of all about the pass sanitaire in France. How does it work?
So it has been set up last Monday. And let's say it's a pilot week. So it was clear that during that week there will be some arrangement, and it will be after the next week that it will be really in operation. So actually, if you want to go to a restaurant or to a coffee, you have to present a pass. So to have the pass, that could be flashed by a special application that were provided to coffee and restaurant. You have to be either vaccinated with 2 vaccination vaccine recognized by the EU, plus that has to be for 2 weeks for the second dose, or to be declared as cured, or to have a PCR test or any other test, including auto test, but supervised by a health professional, negative for 72 hours. So that's for the coffee. Of course, this applies to museum, public building, health buildings such as hospital, nursing home, okay, that's the way it works.
We've seen protests in Paris and in a number of other French cities.
I just forget to mention public transportation. That means, the airplane, TGV, car, Okay. So, of course, there have been protests. Roughly in France, we are talking about 200,000 people. It covers large cities as well as some small cities.
And can you understand the concerns of some people who say that this is an infringement of their personal and civil liberties, that they shouldn't have to show a pass just to go into a cafe to get a cup of coffee?
I mean, it depends how you define freedom. It's a real debate. I mean, the people who are protesting today are very heterogeneous. That means on one part, you have the people who are relatively victim of the COVID, such as the people on the restaurant, coffee, and the cultural milieu, like the theater. Then you have what you call the green vest, plus you have the people who are truly anti-vaccine. And now there are some anti-Semitism in the protester. So, it's a big mixture of people from the extreme right, extreme left. It's a bit difficult to grasp who are those people, but that's a mixture.
And how significant do you think this pass sanitaire is going to be? How important do you think it's going to be in terms of trying to control coronavirus?
I mean, that's very hard to say. I am an epidemiologist, so, I believe in data. So we could not have data now because it just started and we are in a pilot week. So, it will be very interesting to follow up. to follow up weeks after weeks and to have an idea about how efficient it will be. But, it's true that it's pushed toward vaccination, which is certainly a key element to control epidemic and come back to a normal life. So in places, for example, myself, I was in the restaurant yesterday. They asked me to have a pass. It is on my phone. It's very easy. They flash it. And a lot of people find that very normal. So, it's complicated because on the other hand, there is a lot of media around opposition and protester and so on. But, it's in an amalgam on very different reasons for protesting.
Viviane Koves-Mazvetti, epidemiologist and professor of psychology at Paris Descartes University. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Okay, bye-bye.
Coming up here on Times Radio, Aisha Hazarika will be here from 4. She will, of course, be keeping you up to date with the very latest from Afghanistan. She'll also be marking Indian Independence Day with the civil rights activist and journalist Teesta Setalvad. And today's political panel features George Monbiot and the MPs Crispin Blunt, Thangam Debonair and Carol Monaghan. You're listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. In a moment, we're going to introduce you to another of our new MPs elected in 2019. Today, it's the Conservative MP for Orpington, Gareth Bacon. Coming up in just a moment here on Times Radio.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West. Explore the events and ideas that shape our times with topical discussion and original perspectives from the world of politics, culture, literature, entertainment and the arts. Monday to Thursday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Nat West. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search Nat West Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Carol Walker here. Welcome back to the programme. Every week here on the programme we talk to a new MP who was elected for the first time at the last general election. It was a huge new intake, 140 new MPs in total. So who are they all? On this programme we endeavour to find out. And this week it's the Conservative MP for Orpington, Gareth Bacon. Good morning to you, Gareth.
Good morning, Carol. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me ask you, first of all, about that decision to recall Parliament to discuss the events unfolding rapidly in Afghanistan. We think that the Commons is going to be back on Wednesday.
Well, I haven't heard officially that is so, although there's been a lot of chatter about it. But I think given the events in Afghanistan, it's an inevitability, I think, that there would have to be a statement to the House and members would need to be able to question ministers on it.
Boris Johnson has said that there is no military solution to what is happening there. Clearly, the focus at the moment is on evacuating key British personnel and those who've been employed by them.
I think there's no unilateral military solution. I certainly don't think Britain could stand alone and try to hold back the tide. It would need a multinational coalition, as we saw in 2001 when we entered there in the first place. I think it's hugely to be regretted, what we're seeing at the moment, and it does sort of cast into light the past 20 years and the 457 service personnel that sacrificed their lives there. To be leaving in such bad order, I don't think reflects very well at all.
OK, Gareth, thank you. Let's look a little bit more at your personal and political journey. You were born in Hong Kong in the early 70s. So how do you think that shaped your politics?
Not very much, to be honest. I came to England when I was very, very small. So my parents, after they got married, went to work in Hong Kong. My father was a teacher and he worked for in a British Army school, and I was born in Kowloon. But we came back to England when I was, I think, just past my 3rd birthday, in advance of going to primary school. And regretfully, I have almost no memories of Hong Kong, and I've not been back. I did want to go back before I got handed back to China, but there was never really the right moment to do that.
And how concerned are you about the events going on there in Hong Kong, your birthplace now?
Well, it's appalling, really, because the Chinese have reneged on the terms of the treaty. And, you know, for what people were promised there would be happening is not happening at all. And I think it's a terrible shame, really, because Hong Kong was almost an example of where the East meets West and lives harmoniously side by side. And that won't be the case going forward. And I think that is very much to be regretted.
You joined the Conservative Party in the 1980s. When did you first realise that you were a Conservative and wanted to get involved with the party?
Well, I think, I mean, I sort of grew up as a quite passionately patriotic Brit, I suppose. I mean, the sort of founding memories of my early childhood, the first real memory I had, my first year at primary school, was the Silver Jubilee. So the country was covered in Union Jacks, and red, white and blue were very popular colours at that time, and that left an impression. And I think in short order after that, we had Olympic Games, and the Falklands War left a big impression as well. And I found Margaret Thatcher absolutely fascinating as Prime Minister. She was Prime Minister for the majority of my childhood, and was there so long, it got to the point where I couldn't imagine anyone else being Prime Minister. I first really started getting interested in politics per se, though, I suppose, in my mid-teens. And I wrote to my local MP at the time, who was Sir Edward Heath, and he invited me to come and see him at surgery. And I was blown away by this. I mean, this man used to be Prime Minister of my country, and here he is sitting in a room with 15-year-old me, talking about politics, and I was very wet behind the ears in those days. So that left a huge impression on me, and he got me tickets to Prime Minister's Questions as well. And to be honest, from that moment on, I was sort of hooked. And I think once I realised that I was not talented enough to play rugby for England or to win Wimbledon, I needed an ambition that could last me much longer in my lifetime. And getting into Parliament one day became that ambition, although I never thought it would happen. And suddenly it did. So there were a few hurdles to jump along the way, and I sort of started off in local government, and then I went to the London Assembly when Boris Johnson was mayor, and then that led eventually to Parliament.
And you had studied European politics for a master's at the University of Kent.
Yes.
Where did that leave your views on the EU?
Well, the reason that I did that is that at the time that I did that was in the days after the Maastricht Treaty, and we'd seen John Major's government completely implode over the question of sovereignty and the European Union, because there'd long been a suspicion that what is now the European Union was always the end goal, and that the common market was simply the start. And that was always denied. But the Maastricht Treaty really threw that out into the open, and it became a major issue. And I was instinctively Eurosceptic, and I wanted to test whether I felt that instinctive nature that I identified in myself was genuine and grounded or not. So I did this master's degree in European Studies, and my dissertation was on the democratic deficit of the European Union. Was it a real thing? Did it exist? And if it did, could it be solved? And if not, what should we do about it? And I concluded that it did exist. It couldn't be solved, and that we should leave the European Union. And this was back in 1997, so it was not a popular view at that point. Certainly not with my professors. I had some good debates with them, and my housemates as well, who were all they accepted the prevailing wisdom that the EU was the only way forward. So I was a Brexiteer, I think, before that term was even coined. Which actually didn't do me any harm when it came to being selected in Orpington, which is quite a Brexity constituency. But yes,
indeed, and we'll come to that in just a second. But as you mentioned, you were at the London Assembly under Boris Johnson when he was London mayor.
Yes.
What was he like as your ultimate boss at that time?
He was almost like a force of nature, a phenomenon, really. I mean, when he got elected in 2008, he was known, he had been a member of Parliament, actually, for 7 years up to that point, for Henley. But he was more known for his journalism and for his appearances on Have I Got News for You? And he was regarded as quite a witty, funny man who could get to the heart of an issue in a roundabout way. In his columns, particularly, they were excellently written. They were amusing, but they always had a serious point. But I didn't know him until the point that he got elected Mayor of London, and I was elected very much on his coattails. And he was like a rock star. I mean, I've been on walkabouts with Boris where it's just you and him, and people literally abandon their cars in the street with the engines idling to run over and get a selfie and cause huge tailbacks. Other people start hooting their horns, then realise why the car in front of them has stopped, and they run out and do the same. I've never seen any politician with that kind of pull to the general public. The average punter, everywhere he goes like that. It's absolutely incredible.
As you mentioned, you were chosen to stand in Orpington, which was Boris's brother Joe Johnson's safe Tory seat.
It was.
It was clearly you were always going to be on course to win that seat once you'd been selected to run. How did you feel when you found out that you got a seat in Parliament?
I think the real moment of just extreme joy was the night that I got selected to be the candidate. Because, as you say, it would have taken something seismic to lose Orpington. It has been done before, but only once. And it came very close to being lost in 2001. But generally speaking, if you get selected as the Conservative candidate in Orpington, the odds are you're going to win. So that night, when I got selected, was just it's almost like an experience I've never experienced. Really, it was probably, I think, not quite as high as the day that my daughter was born, but pretty close. Because things like that, I didn't think people like me ended up in positions like that. It was a tremendously humbling feeling. And then the night of the general election itself, obviously I was pretty confident that I was going to win, but I didn't know the Conservative Party would win. And I remember when the exit poll came, I was sitting down, I'd come home to sort of have a shower and a shave and get changed and ready for the count. And I was in the middle of I'd got my first food of the day on my lap, ready to eat, but I couldn't eat because my nerves were so strong. And then the exit poll came out, and it was obviously going to be a landslide, so there was no doubt that we would win. The exit poll wouldn't be that far wrong. And the rest of the evening was almost like a lap of honour. It was just joy from start to finish, really. And I remember standing on the stage and at the count, and I was fortunate to have my parents there, and my brother had come along. And it was a moment of really great pride, I think, for my family. And that was quite a humbling thing.
You talked about that phenomenal election victory for Boris Johnson. Clearly, some of the shine has now come off. Boris Johnson's facing some very difficult decisions on issues like climate change. Questions have been asked about his handling of the pandemic and so on. Do you feel that has some of your admiration for Boris Johnson and his stance on Brexit worn off?
No, not for his stance on Brexit at all. I think he was completely right in that. And one of the things that Boris has done throughout his career is that he takes courageous positions on things. And don't forget that when he was championing the Brexit cause, the prevailing wisdom was that we would lose. And he led the Leave campaign to victory at that time. So I think, when he became Prime Minister, everyone said he couldn't get Brexit done and he couldn't win an election, and he did both of those things. So my admiration there is undimmed. He's got some big challenges in front of him. Nobody foresaw the pandemic or that it would last as long as it has. And I think when the inquiry for the pandemic inevitably comes, I think there'll be more in the credit column than the debit column. I don't think any government anywhere in the world has made every decision in the pandemic accurately. Not everything has been right. There have been mistakes because we were dealing with a virus that nobody knew enough about, and we had to do it on the job, as it were. Things like climate change, there are going to be some very, very big and generationally impacting decisions that will need to be made about climate change. And we'll wait and see what those are. At the moment, there's lots of speculation in the press about where that would go. We will see. But being in government means you have to make tough choices. You're always going to be faced with difficult decisions and potentially long-lasting decisions. And any Prime Minister who's in power for any period of time will always have to deal with those.
Gareth Bacon, Conservative MP for Orpington. Thanks so much for joining us this morning and telling us about your political journey.
Thank you very much. It's been nice to be here.
Stay with us here on Times Radio. In the next hour, we will be getting an update from Afghanistan, and we'll be talking about climate change and those tough choices ahead for the government as we approach the big COP26 climate change conference.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good afternoon to you. Parliament is being recalled on Wednesday to discuss the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. There is speculation that the president of the country could resign within hours. Taliban forces are reported to have taken control of Bagram Airport. Let's get all the very latest news from Anna Cunningham.
Carol, thank you. Good afternoon. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital, Kabul, this morning. In a statement, the Taliban says it's told their fighters to stay at entry points to the capital. But Sky's chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, witnessed a group believed to be Taliban supporters walking towards the presidential palace.
They're in their shalwar kameez, they're led by a white flag. I can't see people with weapons at all. Doesn't mean they're not, but they're not openly carrying guns as far as I can tell. They are marching and chanting.
Reuters news agency reports that the Afghan Interior Minister says the security of the city has been guaranteed and there will be no attack on Kabul. The airport in Kabul remains open, but it's understood that the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Black Hawk helicopters have been seen in Kabul as US troops start to evacuate its staff out of Afghanistan's capital. Conservative MP Tobias Elwood is chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee. He told Times Radio action is swiftly needed.
I think it's time to put the carrier into use. Kabul is about to fall. The Taliban is at the city's gates. And with the threat picture changing so quickly, the Queen Elizabeth carrier group should return to the Indian Ocean where they can offer the formidable air power provided by our F-35 stealth fighters. This is such a situation which actually justifies the investment of billions in our huge maritime asset. But right now it's in the wrong place.
Andrew Mitchell, the former International Development Secretary, told Carol Walker on Times Radio that a humanitarian crisis will now rapidly unfold.
Hundreds of thousands of people seek to escape from a Taliban regime and cross over borders into adjacent countries. And that is why it is so important that the United Nations takes a strong position here, operating both carrots and sticks with the Taliban, working with the regional powers, working with the permanent five, of which Britain is one at the United Nations, to see what can be salvaged from this desperate situation.
Samantha Mort is the UNICEF's Afghanistan spokesperson and spoke to Times Radio from Kabul.
UNICEF is here on the ground. We are ministering to the needs of the influx of people that we've seen in Kabul in the last week or so. There are several camps for internally displaced people, and UNICEF is there setting up child-friendly spaces for children who are traumatised by the atrocities that they've seen. We're administering healthcare and nutrition supplies to malnourished children.
Security expert Will Geddes told Times Radio that with most of Afghanistan now under control of the Taliban, there is a heightened risk of a resurgence from the terror group Al-Qaeda, which poses a direct threat to the West.
As we're seeing the Taliban in its ways taking Afghanistan back incredibly quickly, even with Jalalabad obviously being captured this morning, which is on the main road into Pakistan, which obviously was one of the key critical access and egress points for Al-Qaeda.
In other news, special prayers have been said in Plymouth this morning for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon used their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Kiev on Thursday. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital yesterday. The 7.2 magnitude quake has also left nearly 2,000 people injured. And all 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A look at the weather now, and showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. It will feel warm across central and eastern England. Our top sports story this hour, Mark Wood's got England's cricketers off to a good start on day 4 of the second test with India at Lord's. He's taken the wicket of KL Rahul, who scored a century in the first innings. A short while ago, India were 20 for 1, trailing by 7 runs, with England still to bat. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
This is Times Radio.
Welcome back to the programme. Carol Walker here, in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio through until 1 o'clock this lunchtime. We are, of course, keeping a close eye on events unfolding in Afghanistan. We'll bring you the very latest as it happens, and we will indeed be back with more from Kabul after 12:30. But now we are just 6 weeks from the COP26 climate change conference, and there are reports this morning that many Tory MPs want the Chancellor to hold a budget before the summit to stop Boris Johnson making big spending pledges. Some Tories have warned the Prime Minister will face a rebellion if he tries to put up fuel duty. At the G7 summit in Cornwall, Boris Johnson was unable to get leaders to agree to a date for phasing out the use of coal for generating electricity, or to fully fund the $100 billion package to help developing countries decarbonise. So what are the prospects for far-reaching agreements? Well, this lunchtime, Green campaigners are staging a demonstration outside the Scottish Parliament, reading out last week's big UN climate change report, which delivered stark warnings of the need for action to prevent more floods, wildfires and heat waves. The co-leader of the Scottish Greens, Lorna Slater, is there, but just a little earlier, she told me why the issue is now so urgent.
It's clear that all governments around the world, but UK and Scotland are no exceptions, need to now take dramatic action. Here in Scotland, the government has set some ambitious targets. Those are great. Now we actually have to come up with plans to meet those targets. The truth is there is already more carbon in the atmosphere than is safe. There's enough carbon in our atmosphere to drive our global temperatures to 3.5 degrees of warming. We can no longer emit fossil fuel carbon. We have to reduce emissions as quickly as possible and at the same time absorb back out of the atmosphere a lot of the carbon that's already in it. And that's the only way we can keep global temperatures to something that is less dangerous, something like 1.5 degrees, which is what we all committed to doing at the Paris Agreement a few years ago.
But putting in place the measures to actually reduce our emissions comes at a cost, doesn't it? And we've already got lots of Red Wall Tories warning the Prime Minister not to put up fuel taxes. We've got others urging the Chancellor at Westminster, Rishi Sunak, to hold a budget before COP26 to make sure that he doesn't commit to spending huge sums of money. Do you accept that there are those constraints on what constituents across Scotland and the rest of the UK will actually want to pay for?
Climate change, the climate catastrophe that we are experiencing, doesn't come cheap. We've already seen rising food prices around the world because of crop failures, because of floods, because of fire. We can see increased insurance costs. Climate change isn't going to come cheap. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, how much is that going to cost? How much is a wholesale worldwide refugee crisis going to cost? How much does the collapse of our food chain cost? How much does flooding homes and businesses cost as sea levels rise? This isn't something, it's not optional. It's not optional to save the biosphere of the planet that we live on. It's something that we have to do. But in fact, money isn't really the problem. The oil and gas industry in the UK is heavily subsidised through tax breaks and direct public money. We subsidise it. Now, the last number I have is from 2017, but the UK government subsidises oil and gas in the UK to the tune of £10.5 billion. The very first thing we can do is stop giving money to the people who are making profits while the world burns. We can redirect those subsidies to things like train travel, bus travel, setting up bicycle lanes in our cities, making our cities more people friendly. The things that we have to do will actually make everybody's quality of life better. The air in our cities cleaner, streets safer for kids to play on. We just have to get on with it. The government in the UK has been too much enthralled to the oil and gas industry, to the motoring lobby. We have to change things around and make people and planet really matter.
Do we have to also have a clearer message from the government about what we as individuals need to do to reduce carbon emissions? We've had the Prime Minister's spokeswoman on COP, Allegra Stratton, and indeed Alok Sharma, who's in charge of mustering the whole thing, both admitting they still drive diesel cars. Do you think that sends out the wrong signal?
It does send out the wrong signal, but I am not at home to this idea that as individuals we have that much power in this. You as an individual are not responsible for how much concrete gets used in the building of your city. You didn't decide to give tax breaks to the aviation industry while driving bus fares up. You didn't make those decisions. Governments made those decisions. Governments have the power and they need to use it. I mean, the IPCC report that came out this week said, we're in code red for humanity. We're in a very dangerous time, but we didn't get there by accident. We got there through deliberate government policy. And the good news is, with sensible, practical, deliberate government policy, we can reverse the situation and we can start to limit the damage and heal our planet, restore nature, put the things back into balance so that we can all have a long future, so that our kids and grandkids have a healthy planet to live on.
The government is making the point that switching away from coal, gas, oil will take time, and thus it is looking at exploiting this new oil field off Shetland. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has called for that proposal to be reassessed because of our climate obligations. Are you disappointed with her response on that?
It's good to see the Scottish government starting to come off the fence on this. The International Energy Agency itself says that we simply cannot afford to burn any more fossil fuels. The world has a lot of fossil fuel, oil and gas in reserve. We actually have enough in reserve to carry us through this transition, what we want to consider a just transition, so that workers and so on are not put to any hardship and communities don't suffer. So we need to plan a just transition to a net zero, reduced emissions future where our energy comes from renewable sources, where our homes are well insulated, where public transportation is affordable and reliable and easy to use. We want to make it easy for people to do the right things. This shouldn't be hard to do. What we need to do is very straightforward. And as I say, we'll make normal people's lives better, improve our quality of life.
You've been very outspoken in your opposition to any drilling, any exploitation of the Cambo oil field, including going to lend your support to some of the direct action protesters.
Absolutely. It simply isn't safe. The International Energy Agency has been very clear. We cannot afford to burn more fossil fuels. We already have more fossil fuels in reserve than we can safely burn. This is not the way of the future. We have in Scotland enormous renewable resources in wind, in tide, in geothermal energy, in solar energy. We can get all the energy we need from renewable resources. And yes, it's frustrating that the oil and gas industry knew about climate change 40 years ago. And it's not like they got together 30 years ago and went, oh, guys, this is a bad idea. We should stop doing this. They didn't. They have lobbied relentlessly for decades for more subsidy, for more tax breaks. They have created the situation where they are too big. They're such a monster. Nobody can take them on. People are afraid to challenge them. But we have to. Our safety is now at stake. We have to phase them out.
The SNP have not outright opposed this proposal for exploiting the Cambo oil field. Could that be a sticking point in the prospects of a coalition between yourselves and the SNP?
I want to be very clear that we are not talking about a coalition with the Scottish Government, but some cooperation agreement on some areas of common interest. And I can't speak about the content of that negotiation because that's still ongoing. But I can be very clear that the Scottish Greens do not support Cambo and do not support further oil and gas exploration.
But you would support the SNP on independence. But you're running out of time, aren't you? You only have until the end of the month before Nicola Sturgeon's due to unveil her next legislative programme. What are the prospects of getting a deal before that deadline?
We are feeling very optimistic. Talks are still ongoing, and you will have to wait and see when that legislative programme is released, what you'll get to hear with the rest of us.
OK, Lorna Slater, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you.
You're listening to Times Radio. More on climate change in just a moment. But we are, of course, keeping a close eye on events unfolding in Afghanistan. In the last few weeks, in the last few minutes, a Taliban spokesman has spoken to BBC World News, and he talked about the re-establishment of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan under Sharia law. Let's just have a listen to a little of what he has been saying.
Our policy is no one should leave the country because it is the country of all. We need all the talents and the capacity in the country because when we close the chapter of war and enter another chapter of reconstruction, peace, tolerance, peaceful existence, national unity, we need all Afghans to stay in the country and to participate in the construction of their country and serve their people.
Well, that was a spokesman for the Taliban speaking in the last few minutes. We know that Taliban troops are inside Kabul. A delegation is reported to have gone to the presidential palace. There are a lot of reports that the Afghan president is to resign within the next few hours. But at the moment, it appears that the troops have taken control of large parts of the city without fighting. They are also now reported to be in control of Bagram Airport. And we will, of course, keep you across all the very latest events from Afghanistan, and we'll have more on the story after 12:30. But we were hearing there from the co-leader of the Scottish Greens about the upcoming COP26 conference. And we can talk now to Rachel Kite, who's a former UN climate envoy and Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University, Massachusetts. Rachel Kite, good afternoon to you.
Good morning here. I have my coffee. It's nice to talk to you.
Yeah, of course. It's very early where you are. Thank you so much for getting up early for us on a Sunday morning. You were involved, I know, in the last big climate conference in Paris. When you look at where we are now, 6 weeks to go until COP26, do you think sufficient progress, sufficient ground has been prepared to reach the sort of far-reaching agreements that we need?
No, and I think that this is a deep concern across the COP26 team that are working so hard in the government, across the UN and across everybody who's trying to see action move forward. The difference between the Paris Agreement in 2015 and Glasgow this year is that in Paris we were negotiating an agreement. Now we're sort of negotiating with each other, playing a game of ratcheting up with each other because it's about the ambition of our action to fulfill that agreement and go beyond it. So it's a slightly different task ahead of the UK government, and it's proving difficult because we're in the middle of an economic dislocation because of the pandemic. But what needs to be done has been pretty clear for some time, and you need a whole of government approach to getting every country to come with the most ambition, to come with a plan for how to finance that both at home and abroad, and to see the sort of possibility of the private sector unleashed so that we can go further faster. And all of that is a little elusive still with about 80 days to go.
And is that because of those countries that are refusing to sign up to these ambitious climate change targets?
Well, so the G20 countries, so the 20 sort of biggest economies, account for 80% of the emissions. And so it's really fundamental that each G20 country comes with a ratcheted up plan of delivery. And at the moment, between 10 and 12 of those countries really haven't yet. And so all eyes are on India, some more clarity from China. Indonesia's come with a plan, but it's not, ambitious enough yet, observers would say. South Africa has got issues, Brazil, Russia. And so the diplomacy that is expected of the UK is that the UK can use its position as a member of the G20, as a member of the G7, and say, come on, this is what the shape of the deal's got to look like. And it requires the big emitters to come with big ambition. That's not yet in place.
And is there sufficient coherence in that diplomatic effort from Britain as the hosts of this conference? It doesn't seem as though we're anywhere near where we need to be.
Well, I think that the UK government has appeared to sort of hobble itself by sending out messages which perhaps aren't consistent. So this is a moment when the richest countries in the world have to put some resources on the table to help the poorest countries build their own resilience and to fulfill promises that have been made in previous negotiations. The UK's cutting of its aid budget, sat very ill with people around the world. They were like, well, you're asking us to do one thing and you're doing another. There's confusion about what the UK really means when it says that everybody has to get out of coal, when it's flirted with opening up a coal mine in Cumbria. And then the Cambo oil field as also would seem to sit ill at ease with the sort of global consensus now, backed up by the new UN report on science that came out on Monday, which was basically saying, we absolutely have no room to be exploring more oil now. And so there's sort of a substantive incoherence, but then there's a question of, as we go through this typical August, right, where the infighting within the Tory party about how we pay for our own net zero transition, which is a natural political cycle, I think. And then, some of the briefing and counter briefing from the party to the press mean that you've had an August of absolute lack of clarity about whether the cabinet is unified or not. And I think all of that simply makes it harder for Alok Sharma, who is the envoy. But also, I think people want to see Boris Johnson on the phone. It's at the head of state level that these things get resolved.
Yeah, Alok Sharma himself admitted he drives an old diesel car. So does the Prime Minister's spokesperson, Allegra Stratton. As you say, there's a lot of concerns within the Conservative Party about, for example, the prospect of increasing fuel duties. Do you think that Boris Johnson is failing to show sufficient leadership on this issue?
Well, I think the heads have to be knocked together within the party. Two things. There's been lots of protestation from those who are raising concerns about the cost of all of this, that they're not climate deniers. Well, maybe not. They used to be, maybe not now, but they're climate delayers. And at the end of the day, that is just as dangerous because the action has to happen now. And we have to work out how to make the transition not penalise those on lowest income. And there's lots of ways to do that. And Amber Rudd said something, which it was wise and is backed up by experts in the Telegraph earlier this week, where she said, look, don't talk about cost, talk about expense, and then quoted Margaret Thatcher. And that's the point. There is an expense to the transition, but it's not going to be costlier in the long run. You're going to have savings to your energy bills if you go to more efficient heating. You're going to have savings if you go to an electric vehicle over time because you're not putting gas in or petrol in the pump. I think it's also unfair to sort of put this all on the individual, like, whether or not you run your dishwasher every day or whether you even have one, right? And it's got to be efficient. This is a systems issue. We need to not subsidize the things which are poisoning the planet. We need to put our subsidies into making sure that clean is affordable for people, for the average people.
Okay.
And this is just delay, I think.
Rachel Kite, former UN climate envoy, Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University, Massachusetts. Great to have you with us. Thanks very much.
No, thank you.
Now, the time is 24 minutes past 12. Some breaking news in the last few minutes. Confirmation that Parliament is going to be recalled on Wednesday at 9:30 to discuss the unfolding crisis in Afghanistan. And I'm joined now by Callum MacDonald, live in the studio to tell us all about his show coming up.
Hello. Yes, we're sitting in for the afternoon instead of Alexis Conran today. So, really, Carol, we've just been discussing this in the office, actually. We're going to have continuing coverage of the ongoing collapse of the Afghan government and the really quite concerning situation in the country now. So this is what we're going to do throughout the afternoon on Times Radio. Among others, we'll be speaking to David Miliband, of course, former Labour Foreign Secretary, now President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee. So he'll be sharing his thoughts about is there any room for a UK intervention? What does a UK intervention look like? And I suppose it will be helpful to speak to him to put into context really how big a failure this is on the part of NATO forces, the UK, the US, etc. Also, we'll be speaking to Aisha Khurram, who was Afghan youth rep to the UN in 2019 and is currently an international relations student at Kabul University. I think one of the most worrying elements to this is what the future now looks like for hundreds of thousands of women in Afghanistan who are now fearing for what oppression, restriction, and difficulty is going to look like in the coming weeks, months, and potentially years. So we'll speak to Aisha about that. Lots more guests as we continue coverage of this developing story throughout the afternoon.
Great story. Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Thank you so much for joining us. And coming up here on Times Radio, we're going to be looking at the change makers.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio. Join Laura Jackson for the podcast from the Sunday Times Style, where inspiring female founders share how they turned their side projects into success stories.
This week, hear my conversation with Kinda co-founder Ellie Brown.
I never had the plan, I'm going to start a huge food business. I always say it's a hobby that got out of control.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering the change to net zero as principal partner of COP26.
Now, in the 2020s, the world is changing and faster than it ever has done before. The digital, technological and environmental revolution is posing huge questions for policymakers who are struggling to keep up. But keep up they must, and to help them every week on this programme, we put a face to that change and get to know who's making it all happen and how they're doing it. We meet the change makers, and this week we are talking to the Chief Sustainability Officer at Dayrise, Eva Gladek. Eva, welcome to the programme.
Hi, Carol. Good afternoon.
Great to have you with us. Just tell us, what is Dayrise? What does it do?
Yeah, so Dayrise is a new e-commerce marketplace that recently launched in the UK, and it brings together all of the sustainable products out there in one place, because right now the market is currently very fragmented. And the main innovation that we're bringing forward is that we've independently scored every single product on its sustainability performance, ranging from its performance on climate change to support of people's livelihoods, and created a simple score called the Dayrise score so that shoppers can easily see which products are performing better than others. And there's no platform out there right now that does this. There's all these eco labels, but there are over 400 of them. So it's very difficult to actually make these types of comparisons as a shopper.
So this is everyday products, and you can look at your index and find out whether it's green, whether it's ethical.
Well, everything on Dayrise is a green, ethical product. So we've, over the last year and a half, we've really scoured the UK to find producers who are really going the extra mile to make sustainable goods and brought them all in this one place. But in addition to that, there's so many different issues. It's not that sustainability is unidimensional. Something can be doing really well on climate, but actually very poorly on biodiversity. So we're bringing this independent assessment across all of these dimensions so that people can see how products are doing.
When we look at the scale of the climate crisis, and we had that very stark warning in the UN climate report last week, how important do you think it is for consumers to be armed with this sort of information as they try to do their bit when, as we were hearing in the last half hour, some of the biggest economies and biggest polluters in the world are yet to even sign up to sufficiently rigorous climate change objectives?
Yeah, well, there are these famous statistics that circulate sometimes that, that 70% of emissions are actually the fault of just 100 companies. So it's easy as a consumer to start thinking, actually, what I do isn't so important. But in the end, we are the ones who are driving demand for the fossil fuels that are being extracted and burnt by those 100 companies, and we end up consuming them indirectly through the products and services that we buy. And actually, 24 to 48% of all of humanity's impact footprint comes directly from the product purchases that we make as individuals, as consumers, and 40% of the climate impact. So that's actually really significant. So by making small changes, by being aware of how much embodied carbon we're buying through the products that we're consuming, we can actually really start turning the needle or bending the curve. So this is what we're trying to facilitate.
Okay.
And actually one of the features that we've added on DARES is this planetary budget function. So you can see how much of your carbon budget a given product will consume and make more informed decisions.
Just briefly, if you can, you're trying to help consumers make the right choices. Do they also need a better lead from the government than having the Prime Minister's climate change envoy and the spokesperson for COP26 both admitting that they still drive diesel cars and suggesting that it's all too much trouble to switch to electric?
Absolutely. We need better role models from the government and from many other parts of society. It shouldn't, and also companies have to do their part as well, and they need to be supported by policy in order to really have that incentive. But either way, we are hoping to still create this kind of virtuous cycle, a kind of flywheel effect that as consumers become more aware of the carbon impact of certain products, that gives a signal to companies that that's actually a valid thing to focus on investing in to decarbonize their production and supply chains. And then that can drive this sort of cycle of decarbonization in products and supply chains. And that should be supported by policy.
Eva Gladek, Chief Sustainability Officer at DARES. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Now you're listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy. And if you've been thinking about getting a digital subscription to the Times, we're offering your first month free. It gives you full access to all the articles on our website or smartphone app. Other subscriber benefits include exclusive email newsletters, special offers and online events. To find out more, you can take out a digital subscription and head online to the Times website. Coming up, we're going to get more on Afghanistan. But first, let's get the very latest news from Tom Clayton.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Carol, thank you. Good afternoon. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital, Kabul, this morning. In a statement, the Taliban says it's told their fighters to stay at entry points to the capital, but Taliban supporters have reportedly been seen marching through the streets of Kabul unchallenged towards the presidential palace. The Reuters news agency reports the Afghan Interior Minister Abdul Sattar Mirzaqual says the security of the city has been guaranteed and there will be no attack on the city. Kabul airport remains open, but it's understood the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Black Hawk helicopters have been seen in Kabul as US troops started to evacuate its staff out of Afghanistan's capital. Conservative MP Tobias Elwood is chair of the Commons Defence Select Committee. He's told Times Radio action is swiftly needed.
I think it's time to put the carrier into use. Kabul is about to fall. The Taliban is at the city's gates. And with the threat picture changing so quickly, the Queen Elizabeth Carrier Group should return to the Indian Ocean, where they can offer the formidable air power provided by our F-35 stealth fighters. This is such a situation which actually justifies the investment of billions in our huge maritime asset. But right now it's in the wrong place.
Special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked how the gunman Jake Davison was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And all 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In the cricket, England have taken 2 early wickets as India attempts to build a second innings lead. Mark Wood's second strike of the day saw Rohit Sharma fall for just 21 runs. India have just 8 wickets remaining and lead by just 15 runs. Nick Ellaby has the rest of the sport.
Liverpool have condemned homophobic chants aimed at Norwich's on-loan Chelsea midfielder Billy Gilmore by some of their fans. The club say the remarks from their 3-0 Premier League win at Carrow Road were offensive and inappropriate. They'd been highlighted by LGBT plus group Cop-Outs, who called it bigoted nonsense. Meanwhile, Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk came back after 10 months out through injury to help his team get off to a winning start. He says he's hungry for more success after Liverpool lost their Premier League title to Man City last season. Meanwhile, Man City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. They begin their Premier League title defence at Tottenham this afternoon, who are trying to stop England captain Harry Kane from joining today's opponents. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits, but Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. And if they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it, and we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Newcastle boss Steve Bruce has urged under-30s to get their COVID-19 vaccine after seeing the effect the virus has had on goalkeeper Carl Darlow. They're playing West Ham later. Bruce says Darlow's really struggled.
For any young people out there who are not having this jab, there's a prime example. Carl found himself in hospital for the best part of a week. He's dropped over 1.5 stone in weight, and it's really knocked him around.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Maurizio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move to PSG this week following his departure from Barcelona. And there's a winner named Ali in the boxing ring once again. The grandson of sporting legend Muhammad Ali won his first professional fight by an impressive first-round stoppage. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a middleweight, floored his opponent inside 2 minutes in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Sunday morning on Times Radio with SSE, powering the change to net zero as principal partner of COP26.
Welcome back. Carol Walker with you through till 1 o'clock. The time now is 12:37, which means it is 7 minutes past 4 in the afternoon in Kabul. The Taliban say they have now encircled the Afghan capital. There are reports that the president is preparing to resign within hours. The US has begun evacuating embassy staff, and here in Britain it's been confirmed that the Parliament is being recalled on Wednesday to debate the unfolding crisis. In the last hour, a spokesman for the Taliban, Suhail Shaheen, spoke to the BBC, and this was his message for the people of Kabul.
Their properties, their lives are safe. There will be no revenge on anyone. We are the servant of the people and of this country. Our leadership have instructed our forces to remain at the gate of the Kabul, not to enter the city. We are awaiting a peaceful transfer of power.
Women are telling me that when they arrived at the gates of their university yesterday, Taliban fighters told them to leave, and that there would be instructions from Quetta Shura about whether they could attend university or not. That is what the fighters on the ground are telling the women of Herat.
No, what I'm telling is the policy. The policy is that women can have access to education and to work, and of course they will observe the hijab. That's it.
Well, that was a spokesman for the Taliban, Sohail Shaheen, speaking within the past hour. Let's talk now to Annie Pforzheimer, who is a former acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Afghanistan, former Deputy Chief of Mission in the US Embassy in Kabul, and a member of the steering committee of the Alliance for Support of the Afghan People, and joins us today from New York. Good morning, your time, Annie.
Good morning.
Thanks very much indeed for talking to us today. What do you make of this rapidly unfolding crisis in Afghanistan?
I see it as a moral failing of those of us who were in a security and political partnership with the government and people of Afghanistan. And I think it is also a strategic blunder that my country in particular has made. Because there were other options. This is not how it needed to play out.
I mean, it's only a matter of a few weeks since President Biden was saying that he thought it was highly unlikely the Taliban would actually make it to Kabul. He's been proved wrong very rapidly.
Correct. And the speed may have surprised some observers, but the outcome did not. It was predicted by his own study group back in this early spring. It was predicted by his intelligence services and, of course, by the military and diplomats and others. There were other options that he should have chosen instead of this absolute conditions-free pullout, which gave the Taliban all of the psychological advantage. And that's part of what we're seeing now.
Clearly, the withdrawal of US troops left other foreign powers there with no choice but to pull out themselves. Do you think that this will be seen as a humiliating mistake by President Biden? Clearly, the withdrawal started, under President Obama. There was then that deal carried out by his predecessor, Donald Trump. But Joe Biden stuck with it and put a date on the withdrawal and decided to go ahead and pull out despite all those warnings.
I believe that this is his policy fundamentally. Although there have been many moves towards withdrawal, the form of it is one that he has embraced and has doubled down on defending. The deadline, the lack of conditions, and I don't want to speak to what allies could have or should have done, because I know that NATO had an agreement to go in together and out together, and U.S. enablers were essential. But right now, I think any other country that felt that the U.S. made a mistake should be making its voice heard. And the one remaining place to do that is at the United Nations in the Security Council.
So you'd like to see the UN recalled?
I would like to see the United Nations Security Council make the strongest possible statement at this moment, which includes imposing more sanctions on the Taliban, because this is what the UN Security Council has stood for. And those sanctions are one of the only tools that remains to us.
It now seems to be just a matter of hours before the Taliban are in control in Afghanistan. What do you think are the consequences for the West of that?
The consequences are many. For example, how many other defenders of human rights and reformers will take a risk based on assurances by the U.S. and its allies that we are standing with them? I think this lesson is a very important one that we will see in other countries where they refuse to take those sorts of risks. I also believe that it's a strategic blunder because it's going to empower Russia in Central Asia. It's empowering Iran and China to go after natural resources in Afghanistan. And certainly it empowers Pakistan as well. And I think it's turned the region into an even more volatile one.
We know that the American and other troops initially went in 20 years ago because Afghanistan was used as a base for international terrorism, for the 9/11 attacks. Do you fear that it could once again become that?
I think it is already a base for terrorism. Whether it's going to become internationally dangerous terrorism, maybe something that militaries can control with over-the-horizon assets. But it is absolutely, at this moment in time, a base for terrorism. The Taliban itself, and then ISIS and other groups that are present in Afghanistan right now.
And we are hearing that there are already 400,000 people displaced within the country. These are people who fled their homes. Do you think that we could see a wider humanitarian crisis?
I think there is a humanitarian crisis right now that is going to get wider. The issue of whether those displaced persons are joined by others and whether they in turn become refugees by crossing a border is simply a question of whether the neighboring countries open those borders. Right now, Afghans are trapped inside their country. The US and others have promised some version of relief for human rights defenders, et cetera, and our own former employees, but they aren't even able to leave the country to apply for refugee status.
And what do you think are going to be the wider consequences of this? Do you think that, the people of Afghanistan, many of them will feel betrayed by what the Americans and other foreign troops have done?
Absolutely. They feel very betrayed. I have spoken to people who were there. The way that they speak about, the value of international friendships and international law, they thought it meant something and are finding that the world is willing to let a very brutal regime come back and take away rights. And in many cases that are documented, indeed engage in revenge killings and indeed take away the rights of women to leave their homes, to get an education, to go to their jobs. So whatever the reassurances may be, the facts on the ground disprove them.
And how serious do you think it is going to be for the people of Afghanistan, for anyone who helped the foreign troops, for women who had hopes of professional lives, education and so on?
I think for the women, it's easy to see that they will not have access to that education or professional lives for the foreseeable future. I really don't know what, this vast majority of Afghans who want those opportunities, how they are going to negotiate themselves into any kind of a better and freer society. Maybe they can do so. They have a lot of voices and hopefully some power. But as far as people who worked with us, I don't know. I would like to imagine that the reports of these revenge killings are isolated and not the policy of the Taliban, but I don't have faith in that, not now.
Annie Fortsimer, former Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Afghanistan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Now, the time is fast approaching 12 minutes to 1. You're listening to Carol Walker in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE, powering change for a better world of energy.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Check in this weekend to explore all the top stories with unrivaled views from captivating guests, plus sparkling debate and undiscovered stories. Your destination for premium conversation. Saturday and Sunday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Award-winning health and safety means you can fly safe and fly well. Visit virginatlantic.com.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Welcome back. We will, of course, keep you updated with all the unfolding events in Afghanistan. But now let's have a look at what's coming up in the political week. From tomorrow, under 18s and people who've been double vaccinated in England will no longer have to self-isolate if they're identified as a close contact of someone with COVID-19. It's being described as the real Freedom Day. Also tomorrow, Northern Ireland relaxes its coronavirus self-isolation rules, bringing it into line with England, Scotland and Wales. On Tuesday at 7 in the morning, the Office for National Statistics will release the UK monthly unemployment figures. On Wednesday at 7 a.m, the Office for National Statistics will release the UK monthly inflation figures. And we also know that on Wednesday from 9:30, Parliament is being recalled to discuss the Afghanistan crisis. So those are some of the key events coming up this week. Now, of course, the recall of Parliament comes as some politicians are trying to have something like a holiday, which is difficult enough in any case for anyone given the rather complex and fast-changing rules and quarantine requirements and so on. So far, no senior Tory has even admitted planning to escape the country this summer for fear of getting caught out by the rule changes, as happened to the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps, who was a high-profile casualty of his own policies when he had to return from a family holiday in Spain. So, can politicians have a holiday at all? Is it all too fraught with political risk? Let's talk to Paul Richards, a former Labour advisor. Hello, Paul.
Hello there.
Also joining us, Danny Finkelstein, Times columnist and a former Conservative advisor. Hello, Danny.
Hello.
Danny, MPs are now being recalled from wherever they are on their summer holidays, but even before that, hardly any of them would dare venturing much beyond the boundaries of their own constituencies.
Exactly. I mean, look, holidays have forever been a problem for politicians. In 1834, Peel was in Italy when the king decided to replace Grey with a Conservative government, and he wasn't even there. The king ended up appointing Wellington as Prime Minister and waited until Peel came back. So you can get caught almost anywhere when political events change. And the most famous recent example was 10 years ago in the London riots, and the current Prime Minister, had a lot of difficulty deciding whether or not he needed to abandon his family holiday in the United States and come home. Ultimately did do so.
Paul Richards, it's difficult enough in normal times, isn't it? I mean, I seem to remember Tony Blair thinking, well, it doesn't really matter if people think it's not exactly setting an example. He swanned off to Berlusconi's villa, as I recall, but other Labour leaders and other Labour MPs are far more cautious.
Well, that's right. I mean, he sort of went, to hell with it and went off to Sardinia, and he enjoyed Geoffrey Robinson's place in Tuscany and even Cliff Richard's place in Barbados. And Blair just, I think, said, well, I'm going to get criticised anyway. Gordon Brown famously hated holidays, and he attempted a couple of sort of, working kind of holidays in the Lake District and Suffolk, but came back early due to some crisis or other. Harold Wilson got it right, though. He went off to the Scilly Islands. I know it was a different age, but I think he genuinely did enjoy his family holidays there, and he kept going back time and time again, and they really loved to see him there. So Wilson was the first Labour Prime Minister who I think managed to put his shorts on and enjoy some family time away from the political intrigues of the time.
Yeah,
exactly. And it was said of Wilson, actually, that he used to come back refreshed, and when he came back on one of his final holidays not refreshed, he decided actually that really was an indication he should stop being Prime Minister. But Margaret Thatcher hated holidays to such an extent that it was very difficult to get her to go on one. And when she did go on, she'd try and find business to do. She once stopped Helmut Kohl from having his holiday by visiting him with a load of papers, where he claimed that he then had to leave. And he was later seen by Margaret Thatcher's advisors eating a big cake by himself in their local cafe. So he actually just wanted to escape her. She also famously went to Cyprus on one occasion, coming back 3 days early and telling her secretary, well, we saw Cyprus, so we decided to come home.
And that was it. Yeah, I seem to remember that Wilson actually, in his early days, actually used to invite the press down to the Isles of Scilly to come and have a little chat and kind of use it to sort of further his relations with the media. You don't seem to get that very much these days, do you,
Well,
Paul?
he certainly had a very carefully curated image, and I mean everything about him in the public sphere was thought through, from the Mac through to the pipe and the family holidays on the Isles of Scilly. Exotic but not too exotic. I think I'm right in saying the first Prime Minister to be photographed in his sort of holiday shorts.
Yes.
Churchill was photographed in his swimming trunks, but not when he was PM, I don't think. And as part of his image, and he spent a lot of time thinking about his public image. He liked cigars in private, famously, but the pipe in public, and he was claimed to like tinned salmon rather than smoked salmon. But if that's true, I don't know. And the holiday was part of that. The modern Prime Minister, of course, has to think about the image, so they'll often go on a sort of, in the older days, they go on a UK-based holiday for the cameras and then try and slip away somewhere hot and sunny with their millionaire mates when no one was looking.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, these days, it all gets immediately shared on social media. Yeah, David Cameron was always somewhere windy in Cornwall, although he did take a risk appearing in his wetsuit. I'm just indebted.
And pointing at fish, Carol. He used to point at a lot of fish in sort of Portuguese fish markets and that sort of thing. He was always photographed doing that for some reason.
Yeah, he was very keen at pointing at fish. I remember that from several election campaigns. I'm indebted to our colleagues at Politico who've been passing on and scouring the social media feeds of various MPs. And recently we had about a week ago, the Shadow Health Secretary, John Ashworth, was taking a picture of a sunset in Devon. The Shadow International Development Secretary, Emily Thornby, was having a beach and pub holiday on the Northumbrian coast. The Shadow Secretary of State for Child Poverty, Wes Streeting, was walking in the lakes. Kit Malthouse, policing minister, was buying books in Alnwick. I could go on. Andrea Leadsom visiting a stately home in Derbyshire. Gareth Thomas out camping in gale force winds in the Lake District. You do suspect, don't you, Danny, that these days, knowing how fraught foreign travel is, no MP is going to dare risk at least publicising if they go very far beyond the boundaries of their own constituencies.
I'm sure that's right. Look, it's very fraught, the whole thing of going on holiday, because for some reason people sort of... there's always something going on in the world. And if you're the Prime Minister or a leading minister, it always seems as though you're abandoning it to go on holiday. But I think you actually do need them. So I'm quite sort of militantly in favour of them taking it. This year was a bit more complicated. You had to plan in advance and you didn't want to get caught, having to self-isolate for an extra 2 weeks. That would have been quite difficult. Although once the government's had changed the rules and changed its advice, there wasn't anything in principle to allow you to do it. But I can see why people thought the politics of that wouldn't work. But I'm very glad if they are taking holidays. My view is watching them is the members of Parliament work pretty hard, and it's important that they have some time off.
I have to say, Carl, the description of some of those holidays, I think a lot of them will be glad to get back when Parliament's recalled and get back to normal.
Yeah, we've had a text in, somebody didn't leave their name. Politicians get too many holidays. They're very well paid with other benefits. These times are tough. Shorten holidays for politicians. I mean, Paul, that's what they cope with, isn't it?
I mean, it's just rubbish. That no one works harder than politicians. They have to think about their work every minute of every day. They can't go to Tesco's or the pub or get a cab without having to talk about work. There is no respite, and Danny's absolutely right. They do need a little bit of time to think and relax and reacquaint themselves with their children, if nothing else. Otherwise, it's very unhealthy.
I mean, I might not quite say that nobody works harder than politicians, but I certainly think, on the question of how much you should pay them, it all depends on what sort of politicians you want. And, obviously, the more money you pay them, you're going to be able to bring forth people who can earn more money elsewhere. And if you want a sprinkling of those people, you might have to pay some attention to that. Otherwise, you only get very rich people coming into politics, for example, who can afford not to be worried about the salary, and you're expecting them to live in London. So you've got to pay some attention to it. But on the other hand, pay and all those conditions have to stay in touch with, sufficiently in touch with most people's experience that those people are not living a life completely separate from everyone else. And I don't think we strike terribly bad balance with those things. And certainly you've got to give people an opportunity to have a holiday. There's no evidence to suggest they have vastly more holidays than everybody else. The idea that when Parliament isn't sitting, everyone's on holiday, that isn't true at all. That's a bit like saying, people when they're working from home aren't working, and everyone gets frightfully annoyed about that. Well, it's exactly the same as saying that's true about politicians when Parliament isn't sitting.
Yeah, and Paul, the point you make about, they are human, our politicians. They do need a break. They will, though, all be back in the Commons. Well, we expect most of them to be back on Wednesday, because it will also be the first time that the restrictions on how many people can enter the Chamber of the Commons are put in place, presumably. And many of them will all be rushing back for that.
Well, that's right. Although we should hope, I think, that the kind of blended approach where you can either be in the chamber or appear remotely should be continued, because that does allow MPs a bit more flexibility and freedom. They can take part in debates while they're still in their constituencies. And I know lots of MPs who have been more active, actually, because of the online facilities than they would otherwise be. So I'm hoping that there isn't an expectation they all have to be physically present again, like in the old days, because I just think it means many of them won't be able to.
Paul Richards, Danny Finkelstein, thank you both so much. I hope you both are able to get a bit of a break over this summer holidays. My thanks for listening. Carol Walker here. I've been sitting in for Tom Newton-Dunn on Times Radio in association with SSE. A huge thank you to the entire team. Sandra Glab, Josh Munday and Kate Lee. Charlotte Ivers will be here next Sunday.